are cooking that cow. Breezy falls. Insanity goes on a killing spree. Curtain call opened up. Out June looking for an angle in with the team. The world's already one kill going to get picked up. It's onto Insanity. Don't get out of the range of it. Fourth shot not going to land in the fight. Breaking out. Crimson instantly has to bail, and so does Out June. CCG are getting fed to the wolves right now. as a rampage is found by Tomio. Embers Divide will yeet them to their demise, and 4 fall for CCG. Unblemished is Luminosity, and they'll claim the ace.
The hub, I'm so sorry. The
Unless-
knockdown coming through, the kill back, maybe it's enough. Kizno will not survive. That's a little unfortunate. Now he's gonna die. Up with the all-in. It's gonna be him getting the kill as well. But now Chrome chasing him down. Lethal tempo activated. He the smite from music
Teleport.
to get the one grub. There's that TP you're talking about. TFLA coming on the flank, going with the hammer smash and Poe Belter looking for the big combo, but right into the bullet time. They all have to spread. Levitate separating the entire team as Samikin looking for Poe Belter, looking for the revenge. One more auto. Spica's trying to save him. The dodge out. Poe Belter, it will fall.
wow.
The shutdown goes to Samikin, and now Quacker's in the fight. Quacker's looking for his own stake in this game, but Spica.
Continue this gold advantage here. And the Emperor's Divide running low jazz. He's going to try to flash away, but the Keeper's Verdict is going to keep him in place. And Mega Inferno Bomb compared to a 2.5 item zigs. Low jazz goes in, finds a suppression onto 1 with Breezy, but now he's gone. And Public Execution right into the backline. Bad's forced to flash away. Still has the cleanse, but his front line is gone. Decoy trying to do everything he can with the World Ender to keep his world alive. But Array in the front line, you know, having a little fun with that AMI.
Welcome one and all to NACL week number 7, the final week of the regular season. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Covey, and I couldn't be more excited to kick this long week off as we're going up on a Tuesday this week for the first time of the regular season. Covey, I couldn't be more enthused to be alongside you here.
I mean, if you're clubbing up on a Tuesday, I got to say some fiery members that we have a part of that crew today is, I think it's 2 matches that I'm looking forward to. Back half of the regular season, the final week, we're going to solidify our standings by the end of Friday in our super week here at NACL. And a lot of teams control their own destiny still in the standings. So excited to see how things pan out this week.
We still got a lot of things to decide. We might have some locked in, but there's still some spots in the playoffs and for that promo relegation side of things as well. If you do want to go ahead and catch up on any of that info, you want to check any of that out, make sure you check out our socials. They'll be in the top left of your screen. Go check out any of the clips, any of the info that you missed, and what games we have coming up as well. But I gotta say, last week ended in a bit of a bang, I gotta say, but maybe in a little bit of an expected fashion. It didn't necessarily tee up like the most absolutely crazy final super week, but it did set us up for some success here, Cubby.
Yeah, I feel like we didn't have too many surprises last week for the NACL, but still, you know, as we move forward, we had some big matchups. I know that Winthrop Supernova matchup in the back half of last week had a lot of ramifications for that promo relegation spot. Supernova, they have 2 matchups this week against Pulse and Luminosity Gaming, and will need to find a win against Pulse or LG. I mean, kind of expect them to beat Pulse, as Pulse is yet to, you know, really be able to prove to us they are a top team. But still have a chance to do so, as if Pulse has a surprise there, that would pretty much just decide who's in the promotion relegation spot there. So that's definitely one I have my eyes on tomorrow, Mazel. But yeah, again, I wasn't really surprised the results that we had last week. It wasn't the most exciting schedule, but we saved some bangers for the last week.
We did.
We're sure excited about the schedule today.
Yeah, absolutely. CCG handled business against AMI on that final day, on that Friday there, before going into that 3-game banger between Supernova and Winthrop. I think CCG has absolutely established themselves. And I think Aljun is having a hell of a rookie split. I've been loving watching what he's putting down, but
yeah,
I gotta say my heart broke a little bit for Supernova in this one. You're always rooting for a team that is supposed to have such high expectations, not really pulling that off, and I think Winthrop got out with a good, nice, at least confident win in the end, but they definitely were brought to their paces here by Supernova.
I mean, this is still... I still want to see more out of Supernova. It feels like we haven't really seen Supernova hit the mantle of the expectations that some of us had for them this split. Meanwhile, on the flip side, I think Winthrop having 3 series wins, that's a little bit above the expectations we had early on. again, a lot of people, myself included, were like, hey, expect a top 3 and a bottom 3 for this year of NACL. We for sure have a top 3. That it's been a 3-headed Hydra that we have in the league, but it has not been a bottom 3 with Winthrop in there. They've really proven they're a middle-of-the-pack team, and this win, the conversation of them, you know, being in that relegation tournament, it's now subsided. They control their own fate and have playoff hopes, which we'll see if they can convert this week, as they have 2 series up against Near Airport and Dark Zero. So it's going to be a toughie, but still, Winthrop being able to pick up 3 wins to this mark. It's been great to see the collegiate squad continue to perform.
And I gotta say, just a little thing to our teams. I know it's happened to a lot of teams, so I'm not singling out Supernova. We gotta stop letting Gwen get through in pivotal games, man. Like, Gwen is just a ridiculous champion right now, and we're even see her getting through in professional play as well. So just a note here as we go into a pivotal day of NACL here, start our Super Week. We look at the standings to see exactly where we are. You see that 3-headed Hydra? That's a scary beast. We're looking elsewhere. We're looking apart from Dark Zero, Near Airport, and Luminosity, because I'm looking at the spots with the promo relegation on the line and those final spots, or at least that final spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there's a big gap between CCG and Winthrop. Of course, CCG, they've locked in playoffs, so we have 5 teams that we know are going to be competing for the back half of our split, but that last spot, again, Winthrop, those 2 matches that they have left against 2 of the 3 big teams that we have, they face Near Airport tomorrow and Dark Zero on Friday, so we'll see. A win in this first series for Blue Water going up against this Dark Zero sub-squad, Mazel. It could really make for an interesting week. Also keep in mind that map win, that is our tiebreaker. So maps won going to matter by the end of the year, end of the split. So very important that we're able to, you know, every game could count in the back half when it comes to seeding. So we'll be interested to see as we have, I mean, 3 extra matchups this week compared to what we usually have.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be hectic.
I know. I'm so excited. We have so many games. Let's go ahead and take a look at today's schedule, though, because I think it's important to highlight what exactly we have going on today. And it is some very standings implicated oriented games. We have Blue Water versus Dark Zero Dragonsteel, who will be bringing in their light roster for this series. And then Luminosity Gaming taking on Conviction.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one in the back half. Again, Conviction has been a young squad that has been really impressive, I think, so far in NACL. Have a chance to go up against that 3-headed Hydra, as they did drop to Near Airport, did drop to Dark Zero, so that's their last match against those big teams. But a real chance before we reach playoffs to really shake up how we talk about NACL and this league if they were able to pick up a win. We'll see if Conviction's up to the task later on. But we got to focus on the match that we have at hand here first today, Mazel, as Blue Water goes up against Dark Zero Sub-Squad.
Dude, and this Blue Water story has been so interesting to watch after building up a lot of their story. But before we get to that, we also got to talk a little bit about the setup that we have, the changes that we have going into the Rift.
Oh, yeah.
Because, by the way, we're on the new patch. We finally arrived in the Ionian Rift.
Things got blue.
We'll see a little bit of, things got real blue. It's been really fun to see how teams across the competitive sphere have been adapting to a lot of these changes. But go ahead and speak about some of those changes now, Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, biggest changes, I mean, obviously the map looks different, but in terms of gameplay, what we really care about here, Mazel, changes to a lot of ways that, like, just the game works fundamentally. Bounties got switched up. There's only one Otacon. I gotta say, it seems like a pretty powerful buff, as if you get a takedown, a bit of a slow field that you get, which can be really big. We had the Grub pushed back, and only 1 spawn of Grubs now.
We're back to original League of Legends, kinda.
Yeah, like the original timers, as I'd like to say. As of course, the first Rift Herald spawned at 8 minutes, the second one spawned at 14. This time around, it's 8 minutes for Grubs and 15 minutes for Herald. So pretty close to what the game was. Obviously, Otacon and Baron had a little bit of a difference in there. But that change with pushing back the Grub timer 2 minutes, for me, that's been the biggest change, because now you, like, junglers, it really felt like the last patch, it had the full clear and just be as strong as possible for every objective. And objectives were spawning so quick, so rapidly, that it prevented you from really making decisions to go maybe interact with a lane, maybe go find an invade, right? Or also maybe drop some camps to take a risk where then you can actually now kind of slingshot your way back and be strong enough for that objective fight if you do go for a play at, like, the 3-minute mark, which just wasn't the case when Grubs was spawning at 6 minutes. So really feel like there's more room for our junglers to be aggressive, to take risks, and I want to see if we see some of that today.
It gives more personality back to the jungle role, which I think is really important. I still think teams are having a hard time readapting a little bit in that way, though.
Well, you've been watching LPL, and that league is an absolute mess.
Dude, there was a fight over blue buff when the grub timer was supposed to be starting, because teams just want to fight at the grub timer at 6 minutes in. We'll see if teams.
It was a blue side blue buff too, so they were on that side of the map, right? Just like it was already built in.
It's ridiculous.
I gotta say, when jungle battles full clear, I don't like the game nearly as much. I feel like part of the fun of the jungle is making decisions, taking those risks. So I feel like that was a really positive change that we have, and excited to see if our junglers can cash in on that today. As of course, we're diving into Blue Otter versus Dark Zero, who are fielding that sub squad. It's not just Shimmer who's subbing in. No, it is the entire sub squad, the one that went up against Near Airport today. Yeah,
Dark Zero, Dragonsteel Light will be coming in. But let's go ahead and talk about Blue Otter here first. I said I love their storyline. I love following the story, but it's been one of a bit of heartbreak. It feels like this Blue Otter team who built up so much respect, so much praise, honestly, at the end of 2024, have struggled to find their footing so far here in 2025, Cubby.
Yeah, and like for Blue Water, I mean, being 2-5, I know behind the scenes they've had some issues in terms of just finding a time to practice. They got some players in schools with jobs, and it's been hard to sync up. I feel like they haven't been able to play with the same velocity that they did in past years, but we are reaching the back half of the season, and this was a team where people really expected them to, be able to be competitive throughout the league. They have looked competitive, but the series and game score, they haven't been able to pick up enough wins. So I do feel like the last couple of weeks we have seen a little bit better looks at a Blue Water. Like Samikin really stepped up in his last series. Definitely want to see if he can do so again today. And we'll see if Blue Water can continue to find wins, because again, they need a series win if they want to avoid that relegation mark and push themselves into the playoff conversation. And of course, Winthrop with 3 series wins and going up against Near Airport and Dark Zero this week. That is a pretty scary schedule, and definitely a target for all these bottom teams to see if they can sneak their way into playoffs in this final week of the regular season.
That's the craziest part, is that Blue Otter is right on the cusp. They're either going to fall one way, maybe get into playoffs, fall the other way, maybe have to go into relegations. But it's very, very important. And I think it's very interesting to think about the impact that Quacker has had on the team himself. Not only the Shen pick that we've been seeing, honestly the best Shen in the league at this point, but really seeing his impact have a lot in how Blue Otter are dictating the map. Something I've really liked of Blue Otter recently, since they had their epiphany of figuring out how they want to play the game, is their kind of stalwart, kind of standard drafts, easy execution drafts. And I think Quacker has a lot of impact into that.
Yeah, of course, that Shen pick that you see, that's been unique to Quacker. He's been playing it before the buffs, as Shen has received multiple buffs throughout this season, but none were bigger than the one that he got on the live patch. They buffed his Q. And whenever you buff Shen's Q, I mean, that's all of his damage. What you max first is a really significant one. So we'll see if Quacker can make good use of that, as it's been a pick that really only he's been playing in the league, but one that I expect to have more players playing, especially with the dominance of Scion that we have seen as well.
They need to, honestly.
Yeah, it can be an answer in the Scion. I still like the Scion side for it, but you can pick into the Scion. It's playable.
Yeah. Well, on the other side, they may look a little bit different. They're still Titans nonetheless. Well-known names across the Tier 3, Tier 2 scene, even the Tier 1 scene. Dark Zero Dragonsteel representing today with Tenacity, Kryra, Toasty, Spawn, and Cryogen in place of the normal starting roster.
Yeah, and again, it's so interesting to talk about this team because we have only seen them up against Near Airport, and this was a bit of a tragic series for them. Game 1, they like Spica just dominated the objectives. Dark Zero needed to make plays. They weren't able to get going. They weren't able to find angles. Got blitzed down by this Near Airport draft. And then Game 2, the double lift Tristana started getting big pretty early on. It was pretty tough for Dark Zero to play out. That said, it's so tricky to talk about this team because it is a team that has been actively scrimming behind the scenes, even though we don't see them in NACL. They've been getting heists from or help from people like West Rice and Draxer, people that do have that LCS and academy experience from back in the day. And again, talking with coaches that we have in the league prepping for this Near Airport series that you can see on your screen, was talking to people like, hey, if Dark Zero was an 11th team in the league, where would you rank them? Like, where would you put them in the league? Most people said anywhere from like 3, 4, 2, 5. Like those were the numbers being thrown out, right? So they really do hold this team in high regard, who have been, again, actively practicing behind the scenes. And we didn't see them find that win against Near Airport, but a chance to do so today against Blue Water. And frankly, when I predicted Dark Zero originally, I didn't know it was going to be this sub squad, but when I figured out it was the sub squad, I didn't change my prediction. I still feel like this team is very strong. So we'll see if they can bring it to the Rift today.
Again, they deserved the opportunity to start at ACL in the first place. Glad to see them getting a little bit of opportunity. As the stats as well, obviously maybe a little bit indicative of Tenacity's impact, but it's also one series, so you have to take it in a little bit of a chip on the shoulder here. In Tenacity, once one of the brightest stars of Tier 2 and even in Tier 1, coming back to make his name known once again.
I feel like whenever we've seen Tenacity in this league, he has been quite good. And again, this team, it's so weird because, like, for a fan at home that's not that familiar with NACL, they might, hear me talking like, well, what's this guy saying? Like, these guys are subbing in for Dark Zero and they have actual LTA, candidates. But hey, you talk behind the scenes. I mean, I know for a fact that Toasty and Kisno, they had LTA North tryouts, like, just in the past few weeks, right? Like, these guys are getting looks. You talk to other people, Cryogen, definitely a support that people are hoping works out. Kryra, someone that, people are hoping can be a really good jungler moving forward. And then you have Spawn and Tenacity, the two players that do have LTA North experience and still damn good, still can compete at this level, and still trying to push to the next one. So this was a good squad. It's kind of a crime we don't see them in NACL full time, but excited to see them hop in when Dark Zero needs them on the Rift. And as I know you talked with Coach Niles beforehand, Mazel, Coach Niles felt confident that, hey, these guys can secure us 1 seed by the end of the week. So that's the goal for this Dark Zero squad.
Which is definitely of interest for sure. Obviously, we're going to take a look at the most banned champions here. But before we get to that, I got to give a second because we haven't said anything about it. It finally got announced today. Congratulations to Yuji getting signed by Team Liquid. Absolutely incredible. The pipeline, he's been deserving of it for so long. Please go check out that post. Go watch the video. The guy deserves the spot, and I'm excited to see what he does at LTA. But now going back to what we have to talk about here, those banned champions on both sides of interest when we go into this series itself.
Historically in the past, we usually fly Yuji with like graduation hats and confetti. So congrats to Yuji on graduating. I know
Yuji.
He said he took his last college class, college exam. A player that we've both had the privilege of covering for the last 3.5 years, so exciting to see for him. That said, as we dive into the bans, you could see a few unique ones there. Heavy presence of artillery mages being taken away from Samikin. No real surprise, as that Zoe will remain banned today. 100% ban rate going up against Blue Water.
Give it to him one time, please.
Yeah, it would be fun to see, quite frankly. He's very, very good on that champion. As of course predictions rolling in. It might be the sub squad for Dark Zero, but our team feels confident they can still find the win.
They do. It kind of feels bad for Blue Water. Nobody voted for them, but maybe it works out in their favor and the underdog vote comes through. But this setup is going to be difficult for them. Again, they've lacked a lot of consistency across the season in a team that found such high highs, it feels like, at the end of last year. So now trying to figure out how to put it all together. This final week looming large for Blue Water, much more so than Dark Zero Dragonsteel, even though they do want that first seed, as Coach Niles says. And as we get into draft number 1 of our first day of a very, very fun Super Week, it is the Varus band to start us off towards that bot lane of Spawn.
And goodbye, Zoe. So that, and then again, no surprise there, as the Blue Water, Samikin, I believe he's only dropped 1 competitive game on Zoe. It's a crazy record, but actually kind of surprised to see. Of course, we did tease that Shen for Quacker. All the Shen buffs that we do have making an appearance in the pick ban phase here, and I gotta say, with Zoe and Shen being taken away, I feel like these are 2 more niche champions for Blue Water. It leaves a lot of meta picks up on the table, Mazel.
It does. There's a big first pick looming here. Yeah, I mean, the Gwen is open. We have a lot of choices still. The Nefiri, we could go with like a skirmish-heavy jungle matchup. Yep. I know Music has really liked this because this is the kind of composition they love to put together initially with the Shen. Obviously not available here, but trying to find out what else works here. Maybe the Orianna comes through, things along those lines.
Yeah, it has felt like Music, a little bit more weight to him to try and be a bit more of a carry on this team. Again, his most played, Xin, Viego, Nefiri, Lilia. The Poppy, Skarner, Sejuani, Vi, he's only played once. The other champs I listed, he's played more than once. So it really speaks to Blue Water trying to find this identity by playing through and around music. So as we
clear
dive...
draft strategy. Again, that's like what I've really appreciated for, even if execution hasn't necessarily followed, they're trying to give themselves the best opportunity to win.
Well, they feel like their best opportunity to win comes with music on a carry, that's for sure. Also, another one, Rovex, of course, on Engage. So Kaisa comes in, likely Zaya here now for spawn on the back half, I gotta believe. And we'll see if it ends up being a Rel or Nautilus for Rovex if you want to secure support here.
I do wonder if they're actually going to be able to find anything to kind of pair up with this. Yeah, you could. I like the Kaisa, though, for Levitate. It's been the comfort for him so far as well. The Rel giving them a ton of lockdown and engage potential.
All right, ends up being the Rel. You could take the Zaya now if you want to. I think grabbing mid for Toasty and actually throwing some bans and maybe protect them also an option that is real for me. But Zaya, I mean, you have Rel, the Fury, Kaisa. Feels like you have a lot of value from the R if you do go Airborne. So we'll pick up here for Dark Zero Dragonsteel in the sub squad, as both teams going to look to find their solo laners in the back half of draft.
I kind of like that we're leaving solo. Usually we're seeing bot lane picked up in the second half, typically, but both teams opted to go in, maybe give some more bans that way, as Quacker's definitely going to get some here as he gets his Olaf banned away, but it is solo lane focused.
I know that Samikin does like to play, like he has picks he can play into Azir against Samikin, loves those artillery mages.
Yeah.
Obviously the Zoe we see banned all the time. Hui, another champion you got to be worried about.
Win is still open.
Yeah, Talia, another champion that we like. I will say Gwen did fall off in priority a little bit on this patch.
She's still ridiculous,
still
man.
Yeah, she's still strong.
Still ridiculous.
But they nerfed her armor. They nerfed her Q, which is a big deal. So yeah, I do think that at least her damage was taken down a lot. I still think it's playable. Yeah, honestly, setting up for Cassante here for Tenacity. The Olaf and Udyr bans kind of screamed that to me, as Quacker did show he can still play that Udyr. As last split, Quacker really worked to expand his pool. As last split, we did have full Fearless in NACL this past summer. And Quacker, by the end of the split, really added Udyr and Rumble and was drawing bans for those champions. Rumble, another champion, actually, that's still on the board that I would not be surprised to see Quacker actually pick up here.
I'm just going to shout out, I know the Rise, the control mage from the mid lane, but the Rumble is locked in on the other side for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, so they're going for more that team fight oriented style from Tenacity as well.
Yeah, I thought that the Olaf and Udyr bans were kind of setting up to grab a Cassante, give over the Rumble maybe, but instead it's going to be Rumble for Tenacity, and not a champ that he's exactly known for, but...
He's been cooking in the scrims.
Yeah, he's going to try and do some cooking too, as it's going to be Quacker picking up that Ambessa. We'll say Tenacity's Ambessa did look quite good in the series against the airport, so Quacker getting his hands on this one. I would be shocked if Samikin locks in a Kali. It's probably going to be a mage for Samikin.
Right? I mean, it's been such a good combo with the Nefiri.
Yeah, I don't mind the Ori. Again, that Rise ban kind of was a self-ban with, for me, one of the better pairings against Nefiri. I feel like Rise would have felt pretty good this game. Yeah. But for Samikin going for that Orianna. Gonna give Toasty counter pick, and we'll see if he can cash in on it. That Rumble could set up for a Yone, which it wouldn't be surprised to see from Toasty here.
Yeah, and this is, for me, a battle of prodigy mid laners, potentially next generation mid laners in the LCA, right? Like, it's literally Toasty versus Samikin, two guys that have garnered big names, big focus in the tier 2 scene here over this last year, and I know Toasty not getting that starting spot with NACL, but getting a chance here with Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And now on the Yone game number 1 against Samikin. A lot on the line from this mid lane as well this time around.
Yeah, I mean, as you called out, both players debuted last year in NACL. They were our 2 rookie mids, and a lot of focus on them. As it's funny because like back then it was kind of, watching both of them grow and to see who can end up being the better player. I think now consensus is that it's actually Toasty, who again is not in NACL, but Toasty, has the ability to play more of the melees. I really like Toasty's POV, like his camera control as a player is legitimately really impressive, which is something that I pretty rarely say about players at the tier 2 level. But I think it's really helped Toasty just be able to absorb more information and improve faster as he grinds out this game. As definitely a player that does have the gamer gene. I know my first conversation with Toasty, You know, common question you ask, why'd you go pro in League of Legends, right? Pretty rare that you have a player start with, well, I wanted to go pro in Valorant first, but I had to wait till I was 18. So I believe that he was immortal in Valorant, then started playing League, thought it was more fun because, of course, mistakes add up throughout the game. So enjoyed that aspect of the game, and now we have Toasty here playing League and playing at a damn high level. So see if Toasty can bring that today. Of course, did play the Yone in that second game against Near Airport. I know it was a loss. I thought he played it rather well, and the opportunity for him to cash in on the Yone here with the 5 pick. So we can make do.
Yeah. And I know I like to look at things outside of the game more so than the analytical aspect of it. And I think both these guys I talk about it all the time for Samikin. Don't get to talk about it as often, obviously, with Toasty. But both these guys have such a good improvement-focused mindset coming into NACL and how they improve themselves to get to that LTA spot in the future. So just something where those are intangibles. Having a good mindset is so hard to find in League of Legends. So nice to see 2 of our sophomore players now having a little bit of focus here in this one. Getting to face up against each other, that's the biggest thing, but a little bit different in the pressure from both sides. Again, we remind that Blue Otter need every series win that they can possibly get to potentially get themselves a playoff and also stave themselves away from the promotion relegation tournament.
Yeah, again, the scenario here for Blue Otter, if they win a series, they control their own fate, they're out of that relegation conversation. So Blue Otter, of course, they have AMI later on in the week on Thursday. A little bit of a weaker team, so I think opportunity there to make sure that Blue Otter can remove themselves from that relegation conversation. But putting themselves in the playoff conversation would need to really start with a win here.
Would indeed. Now we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on the Rift, because both junglers starting from top to bot. We could see a little bit of early bot lane focus. I've seen some trades going down on the minimap in that bot lane early. A lot of priority gained by Dark Zero Dragonsteel early here, there. But on the other side of the thing, solo lane's definitely going Blue Otter's way.
Yeah, I mean, I think a 3v3 bot here would actually be kind of poor for Blue Otter. They would really have to blow someone up in order to make this one work. Just think that the Zyrakan Xin is just the stronger champs across the board here early on. So I think we're going to see Music head towards the top crab and go from there.
Go with the reverse.
Yeah, probably going to. I mean, it's going to be forced to do it. If not, then he's going to get double crabbed here. As bot prio is in the hands of Dark Zero, and Kryra has that crab in his own hands here. So it's scouted out by a nice board drop by Music. He dropped it clearing out the Raptors. So
he's on vision.
Yeah, Samikin should know.
I'm playing. Yeah, I think he'll be out of vision on the back at least there. But if you're wondering, you know, oh, Yuji's not here. What does Dark Zero Dragonsteel look like? Shiver actually looked really good in the last series too. What does it look like now with Kryra as well? Obviously, having been on this Dark Zero Light squad,
what's it look like as
he's also
5 different players himself.
Yeah, exactly. But Kryra's also been a part of this program for a decent while now. I even remember back at UFES last year. Us getting to cover Kryra a little bit with the squad, but he's no slouch when it comes to jungler. I think this is a guy everybody has their eyes on as potentially being that kind of next come up in tier 2, and getting that opportunity now.
Who was Kryra with last year at UFest? I don't think he's an MU student.
He was? He played with them. I remember we talked to him.
We?
Yes.
For MU?
Mm-hmm.
It was Iconic. But no. Iconic was there the last time we were there. It was not Kryra playing.
Well, maybe we'll check with Niall.
Yeah.
See whose memory is better.
All right.
In the end, though, we're going to be looking at this first objective setup. Do you feel like the difference now with the map state is going to make the prio on Dragon go a little bit higher?
Oh, I mean, yeah, for sure. It's the only objective up for 3 minutes. So I think you're going to see less rotations from teams. They're going to rotate out if they don't want to contest the Dragon and maybe want to get themselves a little bit of a reprieve in the bot lane. And with both junglers clearing top to bot, yeah, this is the window where you can look. So I will say Samikin did TP back first, and Levitate is on the wave. Kryra would have to drop the Gromp if he wants to go for this, and Crouchin's on the top side of the map. So just feel like Blue Otter have this first Dragon in hands, and honestly a bit of a surprise here for this Dark Zero squad, because I really feel like their 3v3 or 4v4 on the bot side is stronger for them early on.
Yeah, I really like the early 3v3 and early prio now. I mean, yes, is a little bit after spawn, but still way earlier than I feel like we had Prio going normally, I guess, before the map changes. Sometimes we did have some teams go for those early dragons to kind of put pressure over the grub spawn on the other side of things. But now we will have those grubs spawning in just a couple minutes. Again, you remember, it is only one spawn of the grubs. There are 3. That buff, as Azale had put it on LTA so many times, it's better than getting 3 of the original grubs, but it's not better than 6.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good way to look at it. I don't mind the fact the grubs were tuned down just a hair, as I feel like there's a pretty appropriate spot. And I would say it does get caught out. Nice rip there from Spawn. Very winning trade here as Spawn did opt for that lethal tempo on the Zai. We have seen some players actually opting for the Conqueror on top of the Ghost. Seen some of the top tier 80 carries over there in the East playing around with that. Did see Pays play that last night with Viper and Def playing it a lot in solo queue. He's doing some homework on that one. But of course, lethal tempo early on against the Kaisa, you have a little bit of that that advantage as the Zaya with those feathers. That W can have a lot of control over the wave and over this 2v2.
3 pickaxes early for Blue Otter. They're all together on the same wavelength at least, and they're going to need to be.
3 pickaxes and then Rel's just like the chicken jockey, you know, playing Minecraft over here.
Chicken jockey mentioned. Oh, God. But I do think it's curious now that we are getting this swap. It's obviously a little bit later than before, but it is still trying to get Prio over these grubs. Do you think it's a full-on 5v5? Because we do have everybody kind of positioning around here. Obviously, TP is not available for the top laners. Looks like Tenacity wants to reset towards bot lane, so he will not be a part of this. Maybe giving a little bit of favor to Blue Otter.
Ooh, we'll see. I think that if we're able to sync up, you know, Cryogen and Toasty, it's still pretty good for Dark Zero. So for me, you know, with the strength of Spawn right now, just took another reset. Of course, did take a pit stop for the Cole, so has denied that BF sword start that you really want to see when you're going for the Unpulse.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was surprised to see the first dragon go so convincingly into the hands of Blue Water, because I really feel like this 3v3 or 4v4 is positive for Dark Zero. So good on them to group up, and they got Spawn top first. I think that was really big, and make sure they had Prio for that wave, and you know, that ended up granting them the 3 grubs.
And sometimes, obviously, still getting used to the map a lot for a lot of teams. Sometimes I feel like 3 grubs giving over it, at least, feels a lot worse later than you actually realize in the moment to a lot of teams. We have seen a lot of teams lose with 3 grubs, so it's not saying it's like an absolute win condition, but my God, you can absolutely burn down some turrets later on, especially with this composition. So we'll see if that actually leans out to anything for Dark Zero to kind of utilize that pushing power to get that bridge into the mid to late game.
Ability for Toasty, of course, on the Yone. Star landing can be really important.
Very
so
true.
he was able to cash in on that. As we're expecting to see Toasty get to the side lane here, I'd say kind of soon. Interested to see what ends up happening, though, for this Dark Zero squad. I really feel like their team fight, that shotgun, you know, when they cast those R keys, it needs to be big, it needs to connect, and there is a lot of mobility on Blue Water to try and get around that and play around that. So definitely something to look out for.
They like kind of long fights as well, getting all those plasma stacks and things. We're getting huge adaptation from both teams going towards this top side. Is going to peter out to nothing. But this is also where we can kind of check in on jungle matchup, because I will say Nefiri is a damn good dog. All right. Oh yeah. But it is a dog that I feel like needs to get the engine running a little bit. The Xin Zhao feels always good with the utility he brings to team fights. Do we feel like it's okay to be 0-0 with no real impact so far from music on the Nefiri?
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Okay. When you pick up items on Nefiri, I feel like you feel better as you go on. It's gonna be the Shojin rush for music to this game, as that's a really big item. And the dog's been big in this league. Not only has it been big for music, who is 3-0 with a 52 KDA on the pick, but also it's 13-4 in NACL overall, which is a pretty stark win rate. I do feel like when Nefiri was first changed, we had some players or teams, you know, letting it through. It took a little bit longer for NACL to figure out that, okay, yeah, Nefiri in that state did need to be permabanned.
Yeah.
But even like in this latter state, we have had a lot of good Nefiri play. I mean, just
Absolutely.
right off what Music's been able to do on the champion. Spica's been a fantastic Nefiri player as well. So
Crazy what happens when you give skill expression to people that have hands. When you have the double untargetable huge. Now in the 2v2, now turning into a 3v3, a 4v3 in favor of Blue Otter with the TP coming down. We'll see the instant engage coming through from Blue Otter. Kryra popping that Crescent Guard. I talked about the utility. Going to dissuade any further follow-up from Blue Otter. Toasty will get advantage in mid lane.
That's a pretty big win here for Darkseer. I know that nothing really happened. That's substantial, but yeah, as you called out, the mid lane doesn't only go in, but that's a lot of tools burned in a fight that really got them nothing. So that's going to turn into this dragon that should be going over to Darkseer for free. Don't expect to see Music go for anything else besides maybe a look at a steal. Again, ults are down across the board here, and Toasty is the only one that has that ultimate available. Do you think Xayah can be quite big in this fight? Do you have a TP coming in?
Oh,
Tenacity's TP's late.
Fight. Yeah, he is, but he's still going to make it here. Toasty a little bit low. He does have a lot of health to realign this front line. Dragon goes over to Darkseer Dragonsteel. And Kryra was able to secure that one. Now Blue Otter feeling a bit hesitant to keep going here. Music is down on the puppies. And we'll back away. Nobody else dies. We're still 0-0, 12 minutes in, but you can feel the change in momentum, the change of control in Darkseer Dragonsteel starting to assert dominance on the Rift.
Yeah, I don't know. For Blue Otter, like, the conditions there were not great for them.
Cracker's in trouble. Now Tenacity. We'll have to back away because Rovex was right there to back him up. As you were saying.
Again, the conditions for that dragon fight, just I don't think were great. Like Sanakin with no shockwave and the items that he's on. I mean, like, Orianna can only do so much. Toasty was the one person that had the ultimate up, and the health bars after that bot lane skirmish, despite it being a 4v3 in favor of Blue Otter, it was Darkseer that came out with the better looking health bars. And for me, that really ended up snowballing into that Drake and Toasty picking up a wave or two as Crouchin. Sneaky little cancel here, but Music and Rovex are both rotating to help out Quacker.
See now with these first items coming online, if that changes pace at all. I do think that these teams are really looking at those kind of 2-3 item spikes as well. So maybe changing a little bit is that static shiv rush, at least for Levitate. So a little bit more lane prio to try to help with the clearing that Spawn's going to have.
So for me, like the Xayah Kaisa matchup, it's changed. Like some of the items have changed a little bit. I still think the theory of it though, of Xayah driving home an advantage at the 1-2 item mark before Kaisa gets to 3 items is big. Xayah can be that big auto attacker later on, but I think ability to play this game, Xayah feels decently good, except against Orianna. Because that ball, that zone control, Xayah can be range limited later on, so we'll really be on Darkseer to try and buy her the space. But for me, I would love to see, again, Darkseer just find that big ultimate fight. Like, you have Rumble, Yone, and Rakan. If you find a 3 Talon Strike knockup and you're able to chain CC, I mean, that's going to make life tough for one opponent with Xin, but real chance to wombo here.
All right, we're looking at topside, though. Blue Otter want to make a play ahead of the Rift Herald spawn, go in with the public execution. They're a little bit belayed on this one, but the instant killer instinct, they'll get the pick, and Levitate gets first blood for Blue Otter.
Traded out.
Got the fight going. Music goes in. Oh no! He will instantly flash away. So really nicely done to get away from that extension. As Samikin wants more fighting. Cryogen right there to back everybody up from Darkseer Dragonsteel and get out. But that's a massive turnaround play from Blue Otter. They're looking at first turret too.
A good win for them on the top side as their play connected. They find that feat as they knock down the first brick and are able to at least survive bot side. So taking Tenacity off the map, going to be a bit of a win as, again, the 3-man dive here. Tenacity was trying to hold the wave, doing so successfully, just broken by the Ambessa, and Rel dies for the sins of the dive, but still a trade up, taking Rumble off the map.
Was well timed. This steps back. It's just unfortunate. But, you know, hey, the trade back will be worth it in the end because they were able to get that big amount of gold to keep up with Darkseer Dragonsteel. Now they are the ones starting up the Rift Herald here as well. Will be classic switcheroo they'll have a lot of standing gold they can scoop up, especially looking at this mid lane. Could use it as a distractionary tool as well ahead of an important dragon. About 1 minute and 15 seconds for that next dragon. The first of the Mountain Soul coming through here.
Curious, again, Kryra answering by taking some bot camps away from music. Good call. After the rift was taken and
Robex is in trouble.
Gets canceled.
Yeah, that's really tough. Spawn finally getting in range. Gonna blade collar him, root in place, and those feathers, they sink deep. As now TP coming in from Quacker. He wants to take the fight here. Does have a little bit of patience in this fight because Toasty's getting 1v1 by Samikin. It's so close. Toasty's gonna get away. The rest of Dark Zero Dragon still recombining and refighting onto music as Toasty goes down to the solo bolo to Samikin and the rest of his team. Now he has to pick up the slack, tries to get spawn. Barrier comes out, a double kill from Samikin. He said, my time is now, as Tenacity gets his own kill, but Samikin's gonna run down for a triple kill.
Samikin, man, huge play in the back half. Frankly, saves the play for Blue Otter as it's a 3 for 3, but Samikin picked up all 3 kills on his lonesome. I need another look. I didn't catch how he actually was able to 1v1 Toasty there, but a huge step up from Samikin comes up big.
And that's somebody I really wanted to focus on tonight. Obviously, a lot of stakes on the line for Blue Otter, but Samikin has been having better series, but this was the shining star. It feels like a Blue Otter successes at the end of 2024, along with the team, and finally getting to see him rise to those expectations, especially against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, feels real good. 3-0 start, now almost on second item. They have a lot of power packed into this Nefiri and Orianna comp.
Again, that Shockwave combo could be big, and that Shockwave up again for this Dragon fight. It's Toasty, though.
Toasty wants a little bit of revenge. Misses the fade sealed in the end. Does end up taking a ton of damage there. Samikin gonna fight right back. He doesn't have the Shockwave anymore, and Toasty gets the kill right back on him. Revenge is a two-way street. As now Robex is in trouble. Does flash away from the wind, becomes lightning, but that dragon will be Dark Zero Dragonsteel's.
Yeah, the Tempered Fade, it didn't, the Fade Seal didn't connect because the Shockwave displaced him. So that's...
Tenacity is in trouble now, too. He's caught out by himself. Music gets the combo, and Quacker gets the kill. Dark Zero Dragonsteel tried to pull off to save him, but he will go down as payment for this dragon number 2.
All right, a little bit of desync there from the Dark Zero sub-squad, but still able to pick up the dragon. Should be able to clean up that bot turret as well, as Toasty answers back. Samikin, of course, big triple kill, but Toasty finding the flashless Samikin there and able to take him out of the fight early on, ends up making the dragon a no contest in favor of Dark Zero. So well done. Each of our mid laners making a couple of big plays. And Toasty answering off the big play of Samikin, of course, found that triple kill in the last fight. Yeah,
I think showing what can become of this Yone. Yone obviously still a game-winning champion, it feels like, especially on that 3-item mark. But yeah, I do wish we could have seen that solo bolo give a little bit of praise to Samikin in the end, but Toasty quickly ended that conversation. And I guess, yes, Orianna does have some scaling. Does feel like you have a little bit more in your hands as Toasty here, though.
And you can see Toasty as the hover from Cryogen on this side lane, going to be able to clean off that turret. Again, does have the grubs to help. Nice little boon there for Dark Zero.
I feel like that's their win condition now. You can see them playing towards it as well.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, the ability for Yone to side lane this game, they could hunt the Orianna in the side lane. That could be big. I think punishing Samikin when he is down flash. We started to see Orianna sneak back into the meta a little bit. I think that she is a really strong champion. Lanes well. And of course, just the threat of the ball, the creativity, what you can do there. There's a reason that we've seen so many Orianna plays and players throughout the years in league. It's a champion that just has a good kit. But you are vulnerable in the side lane when you are, especially down flash, and you are pretty immobile outside of your W. So those can be pretty easily punished by this Dark Zero squad again. If you find that point-and-click engage, whether it's the Xin Zhao or the Rakan, piggybacking off of the Zen with the quickness. Ability to execute on the Samikin going to be a key here for Dark Zero as this game continues to evolve.
A lot of good vision being played around. You saw it earlier, talking by our observers. It's been cleared out a little bit, but still a lot of plays being made around the spot side of the map. Now Music going to go into the Rift Herald, get the charge off, take down this outer turret. He's going to get them some of that standing gold we were talking about. The last outer turret there for Dark Zero will be in bot side. There's really no objective to speak of besides the Atacon. Neither team really feeling confident to go for that just yet. But we are on second item completions. We have that second, the Leandries for Samikin. We also have that IE completed for Spawn and the Guinsus for Levitate. The cycle sword second, by the way, for Quacker.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen this on the Anvasa. Definitely ability to take down squishy targets, and a game where there are quite a few squishy targets that he can look to focus on. Dark Zero not going to be the biggest health stackers. So, I don't mind it this game from Quacker. Definitely ability to use that one. And if he gets in the back line, could do some serious damage. So, we'll see if him and Levitate, again, the ability to attack the back line for Blue Water, quite significant between those two.
There's a bit of an item advantage for Blue Water. I wonder if they feel that right now. I mean, some pings coming down to the Atacon. Maybe they just want to get some of this vision cleared out, but soon that item differential will not be there. Looks like Blue Water not going to take advantage of it for the time being. Yeah,
I don't want to fight Zaya on this break point, so I think that it's a pass.
Now you're just waiting for what, 3-4?
I think 3-item Kaisa is the magic point, and also if you're able to pick up a little bit more on the Orianna, I mean, potential for a Seekers here could be nice, just being able to go golden and survive maybe this Rakan, Rumble, Yone execute that Dark Zero is looking for. I think could be important for Blue Water. So I do think that them, again, like playing around Otacon at this point of the game, that the first 2 minutes that it's alive, if you decide to hit Otacon, you're going to take a lot of damage. So I feel like just playing for the control, playing cautiously around that, the right call. And we will see this next Dragon fight could be big. Soul point on the table for Dark Zero, and any big fight for either team with Otacon being on the bot side of the map could lead to 2 objectives.
Good indeed. Blue Water looking to be a little bit more aggressive. Rovex tried to go for the play on the Tenacity. Do end up getting his flash ahead of this objective. There's about 40 seconds till that dragon does spawn. And we're going to get the walk down by Toasty as he's not going to pop his TP just yet. They did have vision on him coming down. So it looks like the fight will be over Prio in mid first and foremost.
Did like the look there from Rovex. I know it missed, but I think he'll have... Should have that cooldown. Oh, no, that cooldown's not going to be close to being up.
Yeah,
what am I saying?
Not even close.
That said, I mean, yes, Nasty's down flash, but he always preserved his health bar. So might be okay in terms of playing this one out. We're going to see Quacker.
Oh, Cryogen. Okay, he's got a grand entrance. That's the shockwave used. Okay. So we got a couple big ultis down on both sides, or at least on Blue Otter's side.
Yeah.
A lot of tools available for Dark Zero Dragon Steel still.
I don't think they can fight without Shockwave. I did not like that rip from Samikin. Cryogen, he's got the quills, he has the shield, and he's going to do his best to heal back on off. And I think a fight for Dark Zero here with 2 ultimates being down for Blue Otter could be scary. They're stuck in the choke. We'll see if they even take it.
He's in the pit. He doesn't get it. Goes untargetable. Doesn't have any way out. Going to jump out now as well. And that'll be Dark Zero Dragon Steel securing soul point for themselves. Blue Water still looking for a fight, maybe catching some stragglers on the back end of things. I'm still hovering.
I don't love the looks from Rovex and Samikin there. Again, I just think that like what you're casting the ultimate on, if you kill Rumble, he can still TP back and be a part of the fight. And then using it onto Rakan, that shockwave, like it's a single target on a Rakan, does that really matter? Of course, Cryogen was able to sneak his way on out of there. Didn't even have to burn the flash to escape that shockwave. So for me, just like 2 ults burn. I mean, that's one where before these objective fights, there at times there is a real argument for flashing out of these big engage ultimates to save your health bar. Yes, you lose flash, but if you're flashing early, you at least will save your health bar and have that flash up for the upcoming dragon fight.
Okay. And I was wondering, Blue Water have just been sunk up like a meatball for this entire last like 4 minutes. I was wondering what they were going to try to do with it. It turns out it's Atacon. It burns down. There's no more roses to go, and Blue Water will take the permanent buff.
That's nice. Now any takedown for Blue Water, I believe it creates a slow field. Yeah.
Yep, and an explosion. Slow
field explosion, some damage. So ability to help snowball through a fight could be really big for a dive comp. That was a good take by Blue Water.
I was wondering what they were going to do. They looked like they needed, like they were so desperate to make something happen here. Maybe they are feeling the pressure of those 3 items, and we've talked about that for both sides now. So I want your definitive answer. Who's got the better 3-item spike on either side?
I mean,
How many 3-item spikes is better than the other 3 items?
the Kais is nice. We'll leave it at that. I actually think it's blue water, but hold on.
Okay, well, if Rovexi's cut out, maybe it makes a little bit of a difference, as he will end up getting away with his flash. Has the Hex Flash coming back up, the blue buff will be secured by the entirety of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And we'll back out, though, maybe leaving Toasty in the side lane. Skryber realizes he probably shouldn't leave his mid laner there by himself when the entire team was up here. Not going to do too much there, trying to take that down that last outer turret.
We'll say Tenacity has that TP up, but is not on the bot wave. Instead, they're going to actually tickle the Baron. And I gotta say,
bold.
No, music just reset.
I like it.
I know that it's pretty bold. It's very scouted out. Well, we gotta see. They're gonna at least get the TP out of Van Basten. I think that was it. I want to say that's all they were trying to play for. Is Cryogen is able to uniquely use that extra range and the Rakan Zaya interaction to get out. And it burned down a little bit low.
Oh, Spawn just
forward. What?
Going forward here off his levitate. Gonna get the flash right back out. That's the equalizer down. Cryogen explodes, and that means Blue Water want more. They found their precious gemstone, and they want more. They want to keep everything. As the Otters 3-4, they're gonna turn right onto the Baron, and third time's the charm apparently for Samikin catching out Cryogen.
That was very awkward from Dark Zero. I know it started with a spawn flash for flash.
Toasty. Okay, well, the Baron is secured. He almost gets the kill on the music, but that Baron will be across all 5 members of Blue Otter.
For me, it's got to be the Rakan that pulls the trigger. I think that when Spawn flashed in, maybe he was hoping that Cryogen could use the second cast of E to hop onto the Zaya and then get onto the Kaisa, who doesn't have a cleanse, so a quickness grand entrance combo would actually ring true. But just a split fight from Dark Zero, because he had Cryogen. Obviously, he went down early, wasn't able to use his tools successfully. Spawn was on Levitate, and then the rest of Dark Zero was on that top side where they weren't able to find enough of the ultimates that were cast. So, and of course, we didn't have the sync up of the Rakan combo with the Rumble, with the Yone. Like this combo that we've been setting up all game. We really have seen Blue Water again. They do have a lot of mobility in their comp outside of the Orianna, and they've been able to play their way out of it decently well.
I don't know, man. Ease of execution has been the bread and butter these last couple weeks of Blue Water. Feels like their comp.
Yeah, but like
pretty straightforward.
It should be pretty straightforward for Dark Zero too. We just haven't seen them put it together.
Yeah, it should be. I'm not gonna lie. I had to second guess myself on the flash for Spot. I was like, is that a visual bug? I'm surprised he flashed there. I kind of like that initiative, but obviously not getting the play out in the end. But now we have hit those 3 item spikes, majorly for Blue Water, since they are in a pretty advantageous position. And Kaisa is online now.
Oh yeah, Kaisa's big as Nasher's in the inventory. I will say that in this game, like when you go in as Kaisa, you got to make sure that it's the right time and make sure that it counts.
Okay, public execution used immediately. Toasty under turret still, though. Gonna shield up a lot, though, from that shield bow. Gonna go right back and just get obliterated. Toasty goes down to a solo bolo to Quacker. Dragon goes over to Blue Water as they stop the stacking from Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Things are starting to fall apart, and Blue Water will take that all day. Remember, this is an important series for them. They need every win they can get.
That couple of weird ones here from Dark Zero in the back half, as it really feels like I mean, some unforced errors here. That was a nice play from Quacker, but of course, Toasty trying to melt that inner. Going back in, just not necessary. Ended up going down, of course, does have flash up. It's a nice step by Quacker to make sure that he caught the Fate Sealed, which kept him under the turret. But, man, this, again, like, we just haven't seen Dark Zero be able to play their comp out the way they want to. And I will say that, like, one change, this is a comp where for Dark Zero, like, in the past, level 6 for Yone, level 6 for Rumble, that 6-minute grub fight is, like, uncontestable if you're Blue Water on paper. I really feel that way. And we didn't see Dark Zero, like, at least use the bot priority to get that first dragon. Keep that in mind. I think that's a big one. But also, we haven't seen them actually, like, find that 5v5. They're able to press R and stick it all up. And I know that the grub fights with those objectives spawning so quick, so early, can be really big for a comp like this who really wants to use that powerful level 6 and some of the big tools they have to make sure that they make their mark felt early. And we just haven't seen Dark Zero be able to sync up and really put these ults together. need to see, you know, Cryogen, Cryo, Tenacity, Toasty actually play together, like have a big engage where Spawn gets to walk forward and feels unthreatened. We've yet to see that, so definitely still a lot of things we're hoping to see from Dark Zero.
But that's where I got to give some serious praise to Blue Otter, who have been playing pretty well together. Again, their comp, they run with music at you. They find a big ult with Quacker, but they layer down Samikin's ult on top of it, and it's been working out really well. Now that Levitate has more of a say in this one as well, his entrance super important. We have the Serpent's Fang completed for Quacker, so he's cooking to get rid of some of those shields that Dark Zero Dragonsteel would be a plenty of. But it's a Blue Otter that knows that they need to find plays together. Again, they spent that like 4 minutes playing together, walking around looking for a play that led to the Atacon. And I think sometimes if it's not working, if you're not finding a way through, just stick together and with this kind of team composition, and it does work out. I mean, they find themselves almost 5,000 gold up.
Yeah, I know the Blue Otter share like the last couple of weeks. They feel like they've started to put things together as they figured out the way they want to play. I definitely think one step towards that is playing comps that play 2 lanes.
Yeah,
that I think that's been a big part of the Shen's success, right? The fact that they can't group as 4, play a side lane with Quacker on the Shen and have him join. We have seen a lot this game as they're really trying to play these 4-1 setups. I think that's really nice with the Orianna. If you are able to find these big plays, of course, we have seen Samkin catching waves low, so it's not like he's fallen behind. But if you catch it by your turret, then you're avoiding that side lane threat that we talked about that the Yone has against that Orianna. And the reason why we don't see as much Orianna as we used to see, right? With people able to catch her out in the signs and make plays there. So I know that, like, I feel like there is a little bit of strategy behind the stacking of Blue Otter, and I quite like it. As again, they got top lane in deep, so now just seesawing the map. Gonna play mid to bot and try and play this 4-1, this condensed setup with a potential group here.
And you've got now Zanya's completed for Levitate. He also has the elixir in hand, realizing that time is now. Strike with the iron is hot. This next fight can be a deciding one.
Blue pot
in terms of really holistically giving over the lead to Blue Otter, even if they are already.
Interesting with the blue pot. I gotta say that if Levitate gets on any turrets for that as the Kaisa, I believe it still gives you some bonus damage on the turrets, which Kaisa can really use and abuse. So both teams gonna catch these mid lanes as high as they can. Dark Zero, though, they're first here, and they have control. It's 50 seconds until this dragon spawns. So how frisky do Dark Zero want to get with this Baron playing from behind? I will say Tenacity is yet to be spotted. So that's for sure a positive here as these Void Seekers continue to connect for Levitate. He has the Evolve, so that cooldown is reduced.
We need to see that big combo, Cubby.
Yeah. It's a good job from Samikin. They're walking up. Really like how play that aggressively. Again, continues to find chunks on Cryogen.
Oh. Music gonna lose a couple of his puppies there. Not that big of a deal. They will be respawning. Blue Otter utilizing their poke very well. I think Tenacity was just spotted. They go in. Cryogen is going down. Yeah, you got that explosion coming through as well from the Atacon buff, and immediately Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they're out of the fight. Music wants more. Levitate going on to Toasty as he gets all out, and there's that instant engage from Quacker as that's gonna be full on devastation right towards Dark Zero Dragonsteel as Music trying to find the kill. The Featherstorm gonna come out now. Music's gonna go down. Tenacity getting the counterplay on a Quacker. Now Spawn is gonna go down himself. Levitate gets the counterplay, and Levitate, the rookie of the split in summer 2024, will put down the entirety of Dark Zero Dragonsteel straight to the mid lane and straight to the game 1 finish for the Blue Otters.
Samikin was fantastic this game as well. He found that triple kill, and outside of the comeback from Toasty to get that answer of the upcoming dragon fight, his ability to chunk this Rakan and keep Rakan out of these fights, I think, was significant in preventing that Rakan engage into the stacking of the ultimates from Dark Zero. Really where their comp thrives. Blue Otter was able to take that away thanks to some good play from Samikin and find the game 1 win.
Samikin with the clutch plays, but the ease of execution leaning towards Blue Otter, and they find a way to do it again.
I don't know, man.
Early games, man. Like, it was so calm. They played it so reserved.
Again, the ease of execution thing, it's not really a hard comp to execute if you're Dark Zero. We see Rumble Yone all the time. I don't think that it's like one comp is really easier to execute than the other. I just think one comp actually executed what they wanted to do and prevented what the other comp wanted to do. Is again, we never saw like Rakan, Yone, and Rumble stacking ultimates. And if you're drafting those 3 champions, that is what you need to do to win, is you use the quickness current entrance combo to stack those ultimates, whether it was Crouching getting chunked or caught early, or just disconnect from this Dark Zero sub squad. We never really saw that combo come into the game, and if you can't connect with those, games should look like this, as Blue Otter took care of business off the back of a really good performance from Samikin. I thought Samikin was fantastic that game.
He definitely deserves some praise for that one. The Orianna comes out on top of Toasty, and Blue Otter get a much-needed win in Game 1. Need to find a way to close the series, though, as we're going to send it to a little break. We'll be back for Game 2. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL. We're here in week 7, the final week of regular season. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. We just saw Blue Water take down Dark Zero Dragonsteel Light, and they did so in stunning fashion. Obviously starting off with a 1-for-1, but still, Blue Water found a lot of success with a very tried and true composition. The Orianna for Samikin comboed with the Music Nefiri, coming out big yet again.
Yeah, and again, I thought Samikin was fantastic this game. This fight, we kind of missed the 1v1 that he had against Toasty, but Toasty ult this. Samikin was able to connect with a Shockwave, connect with a solo kill, and ended up finding a triple kill in the back half of this fight as he really isolated the carries and took them down. A lot of patience here, and then a proactive flash over the wall to find spawn. Love this from Samikin, as his movement there is fantastic. Again, Samikin, I always say he's known for his artillery mage play. I feel like what enables him to be such a good artillery mage player is his movement. A lot of those champions, you have to be really solid, really sound with how you move. Some really nice clicks from Samikin there in that fight, which again, this was pretty much the only mistake he made in the game. Besides that, this game for me was really dictated by Samikin, because the chunks that he was finding in these setups, the Dark Zero were not good at dealing with that. And when Blue Otter set up first, we had Samikin really focusing to take down Cryogen, take down that health bar, and that really prevented Dark Zero from finding that Wombo combo that they drafted for and just weren't able to find in the Rift.
Yeah, honestly, if Samikin listens to this, or if anybody wants to make a reel for it, just take that first clip that we were just heavily highlighting and give that to him, because what a hell of a series of plays from him. But that it didn't stop there, right? And I think this is where we get down to the execution conversation, because as you said towards the end of it, like, both teams did have easy to execute compositions, just in different ways. Blue Water definitely had the hands checked this time around.
Yeah, I think Honorary mentioned a Quacker too. As we dive through these replays again, I feel like it was a nice game on this aggressive and Vesa build that Quacker was able to put together. As Blue Otter, again, I've talked in the last couple of weeks about trying to find that secret sauce. A lot of it's been trying to find that style that they actually do want to play when it comes to League. And this was a team that they have not experienced the same success that we were expecting and what we saw from them in last summer, but they have started to put together better games in the back half of the season, and threatening Dark Zero Dragonsteel, this sub squad like this, it's been a good look. It was a pretty nice game one.
And we remind everybody, because it's important to talk about every single time, Blue Water, they're right on the cusp. They can tilt 2 different ways until they get a win under their belt. They can either fall to that promo relegation side of things, or they can get into playoffs with that last spot still on the line here in NACL.
Yeah, and again, a series win here would remove them from that relegation conversation and insert them straight into the playoff conversation as 3-5 with their last matchup being AMI. Frankly, on paper, looks a little bit better than where Winthrop's at 3-4 with near airport and the Dark Zero squad to play. So, got to see what ends up happening.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. So now we can talk a little bit about the draft setup. Obviously, some very big power picks taken off. Shen's still a conversation. Like, I think the bans still have to be the Zoe Shen for the side of Dark Zero Dragonsteel, but now looking at the next iteration of an easy-to-execute composition for both sides, honestly.
Yeah, again, for Blue Water, it really feels like playing these 4-1 setups and having Quacker beyond these, bigger, tankier characters has been that identity, been a part of that secret sauce that they, keep on talking about. Obviously, that's what they've got going on behind the scenes. We kind of have to sit up here and guess what it is, but it feels like that has been a real key for Blue Water in the back half.
Giving Music aggressive picks, too.
Exactly, right? Because when you get the tanky top laners, you get your jungler a carry, and then, man, it feels like I'm talking about WE all over again. With Cube just playing the tanks and Monkey being able to pop off.
Incredible. As we're gonna be getting into game number 2 here. Blue Water gonna be on the blue side. So Dark Zero Dragonsteel taking that red side here after taking the L.
Wow. It's a red side pickup.
There. Yeah,
that's a rarity. We have not seen a lot of that. Again,
at all.
My theory is that the further down you go in terms of like level of gameplay, the stronger red side gets. Because like at the highest level, you should be able to like play your blue side blinds like at the highest level where you can win. Whereas when you go down, sometimes counter picks matter more. Just throwing curveballs matter a little bit more. So this is interesting. We really have not seen a lot of teams select red side. I mean, I really can only name a handful.
Tenacity bringing out a carry pick.
Who knows? Could be, but at the moment, the bans are the same as Aurora removed, and we'll see what Blue Otter wants to first pick. I know that it's not going to likely be a Hui first pick, but Hui definitely a big pick here for Samikin. He's got Hui up, he's got Talia up, the champions that Dragonsteel should be aware of. I would like to see an earlier Azir pickup for this Dragonsteel squad, as I really feel like Azir is just a good champ for Toasty. Okay, well, Vi's first pick, so that's going to throw a lot of that out of the window. Do we see a Gwen Mazel? We saw Gwen really slip through the cracks in the last series, so do we see a sneaky Gwen here, maybe?
Yeah, I still think very powerful. I know we talked about the nerfs she's assumed, but Gwen is still a dirty champion. It is the Ezreal locked in, so some safety for Spawn. Also a very classic pick for Spawn, and the Maokai locked in too. Some flexibility there.
I like the Maokai. That champion's still really strong. Not the most common pick that we see in the Vi, but Dark Zero Dragonsteel definitely showing some scaling early on with that Ezreal and the Maokai.
Do you wonder, are you automatically locked in with the jungle Maokai, or do you think there's still some possibility for support, Cryogin?
They can hold it for the majority of draft if they really want to, but I think it's going to be jungle Maokai.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's another tried and true combo, the Talia Vi, something we see oftentimes in pro play, but as well as across the competitive sphere of League of Legends, and I really like it because you know exactly what this combo does. It is tried and true. You just have to execute on it, and that's the question we've been asking of Blue Water all day long.
Yeah, interested to see what Toasty goes for now, because like you would think a Tristana setup with the Maokai is actually quite good, but Jace is banned, the Maokai pairing. Yone is off the table, so might have to take an AP mid laner, as Ahri, Azir are on the table for Toasty, and if he wants to drop other picks available in the Talia, I mean, if you want to get really creative, we have seen Lissandra be quite effective. I don't know if Toasty has that in the pool or not, but I do like that matchup in the Talia. Will be the Scion, though, as he's going to try and tank up this Tristana.
Gotta ban Yorick here, right?
Yorick got nerfed going into this patch. A little bit,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so...
I still feel like we've been seeing it wanted to be picked into the Scion matchup, though, haven't we?
Yeah, we have, but I do think that Yorick's power is quite a bit less on this patch.
Oh, the classic Quacker fans. It's got to be Olaf then next,
Okay, Darius is correct. Yeah, Darius is correct. Actually, no, they only nerfed the damage to monsters. What am I saying? You should ban Yorick too. We'll see. I don't know if
then the Olaf is still open.
Good point.
It is Quacker what Olaf. Do you do? We're back to 2024 Blue Water, right? Like you have so many things you have to deal with on the comfort sphere of things that it's like it's so difficult to pick them apart. Westrise is going through all the iterations in mind right now. There's the Olaf fan.
I think that's correct. Like Ezreal, Maokai, Scion just cannot deal with Olaf. Yeah. As they're going to take away the karma for the Ezreal again. Rovex likely to play Engage yet again. As we'll see if they end up... It should just be a mid pick here so they can R5 support. I don't know if there are any supports they want to prio take away. I mean, if they pick Alistar here, I think it's actually doable. Okay. I'm a big fan of Alistar, but... Oh, okay, Corki. But that's like the 180 mid laner that's left up, so they're just going to lock that one in. I think that's fine. A little bit of escape from the Vi Talia, but still that combo can ring true in the mid game. Yeah, the Valk plus Flash is going to be required to escape that, and there are still worlds where Talia can close the gap even while that's going on with just the Vi combo coming out. So the double marksman showing, of course, Tristana will be big, but I think Tristana as a champion... Tristana late game can absolutely just break the game, right? She can be massive, but also have worlds where, I mean, you're trying to get through a Maokai and a Scion. That's not exactly the world that Tristana wants to live in. So that a little bit of potential there for Dragonsteel, of course, have the tankiness, have the range with this Ezreal Corki to try and really poke down that Tristana. But if it goes really late, we have seen the strength of Tristana because just the range, the damage, the safety that she brings to the table can be really tough to deal with.
A Mordekaiser gauntlet draw. We're going to have a beefy soup in the top lane.
Dude, I like it a lot. We just talked about Tristana struggling to get through one of these tanks. What happens if you just press R on the Scion and be like, hey, Trist, you know, you got a few seconds here to try and melt through the fight before the Scion gets back out of the rift. That's a creative one from Quacker. But into that top side of Maokai Scion, Mordekaiser feels really good. So we'll see what else it's able to do.
Then Uncle Phil's cooking today, man.
It is Crouchin. We have seen Nico
like
again,
this.
a champion that we like. I mean, you've seen it in the LPL how good the Nico can be. One that we just don't see as much at this level. But Crouchin going to be willing to play it. Double range matchup with the bot lane, so going to need to get ahead in the waning phase early down there.
And it feels like Crouchin has been willing to try out some of the, obviously the last time we got to see them, they only got the 2 games, but he was willing to play Fiddlesticks down there. And to have some of these kind of more personalized at least picks coming through, the Nico giving him a lot of ability to be a playmaker, as we've seen time and time again with Nico in the recent meta. So I love that they're trying to go with a couple different options. I still think the composition was a little bit of an amalgamation of what they truly wanted coming into it. And it does feel like Blue Otter have a very strict, very, very good draft for themselves in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see who the Mordekaiser ultimate target's going to be. That said, Nico we've seen be really big at the support position. That Pop Blossom is a game-changing tool. We'll see if Robex can hunt to try and find any way to disrupt that when Crouchin goes in. But I think uniquely, some really positive interactions against Tristana, who can have trouble buffering, you know, that knock up into the stun. It's a little bit of a different window. Of course, Buster Shot could be big in removing that from the fight as well.
Headbutt too.
Will place one from Levitate could change things too, but really curious because like I see the double marksman, the Scion, the Maokai, I'm like, holy cow, that's a lot of scaling. But Mordekaiser's ability to remove one of them from the fight, and then just Tristana, who again is late game Thanos, is gonna like make for a bit of a unique game.
Yeah, it's gonna be real. Like the team fights are gonna be so intense. If you remove the Scion, what happens to the composition of Dark Zero Dragons? If you remove any other part, what happens to the composition? As Blue Otter are on the verge of taking down Dark Zero Dragon Steel, one of the 3-headed Hydras, one of the parts of the 3-headed Hydras, at least here in NACL. And it's a little bit of a different take. It's a Blue Otter who are on the verge of either being in that promotion relegation tournament or being in the playoffs. Very 2 different future scenarios for them as we get into game number 2. Can this sub squad of Dark Zero Dragon Steel make it happen?
Oh my, Tenacity, what do we have planned here? As it is Longsword refillable. And there's no Dorn Shield going up against the Mordekaiser. I gotta say, if he's able to proxy any of the waves, I feel like that's very advantageous for his build. And of course, health stacking into Mordekaiser. Not the best, not the build that you exactly want going into Mord, who, of course, has a lot of max HP damage with that passive that Mord brings to the table, and is a tank shredder. You know, wants the Leandries, wants the Riftmaker, wants to build the items that get you going through those tanks. So, curious if we see Tenacity maybe take some inspiration from other, you know, famous Scion players that might play for streamer teams in other Tier 2 leagues to maybe switch things up into this Mordekaiser match. See how much homework he's done on this Scion.
I like it. Well, we'll see. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt as well.
Actually, you want some lore, Mazel?
All right, let's hear it.
I'm reaching way back. When Tenacity was playing on 100 Thieves Next
yes,
in
the
2020,
good old days.
This guy, he was out-handsing everyone pretty much back then.
Absolutely.
I think that the one thing that I'll really give Tenacity back then is that he really knew his matchups like from before level 1 onwards. And one of the picks he actually used and abused and was willing to blind was actually Mordekaiser itself. I remember a couple games where he was playing Wits and Rush Mordekaiser. Keep this back in Season 10 for context. But like he was able to play out level 1s and play them well. So definitely some familiarity for Tenacity when it comes to this champion.
Yeah. I missed having Tenacity in the league. I think he's has had a very interesting trajectory, but I'm glad to see him making his renewed presence in Tier 2 here. We'll see if he can cook it up.
I remember last spring I had him in my All-Pro voting, and I felt like that was very deservedly so. And then I had Coach Niles in my DM. Like, why am I gapping these guys on the Rift throughout playoffs? As he ended up being right.
Call yourself out. I like it.
Yeah,
we got to keep ourselves accountable here.
Self-burn. It did happen.
Self-burn. Boom. Appreciate you. But I will say, even with his influence, I think the rest of the map is going to be more important until we get to those big team fights. Taking a look at the junglers, it is going to be top to bot yet again between, okay, I said that, and now we're going to get the full play in top. Quacker, Smackdown waiting to go, and Tenacity, he's going to be right out of range. Must have been just a little bit slow on the cooldown there. Very close.
I mean, not bad for Tenacity. Like, he wins out on the flash trade. That said, he doesn't have a Dorn shield. which is really going to help in terms of health regen, which is what we're concerned about right now is Tenacity.
He had sub 20 health, that's for sure.
Wow. He's going to get canon experience.
Yes, that's good. That's great.
And a TP back.
He's going to TP back.
A Cole. All right.
He knows. He's a knower. He knows what's going to happen. The problem is, you can get all the tanky you want. Again, it's Tenacity, but you always have the chance of just being pulled out of any fight you're a part of by Quacker. We'll keep an eye on that. That'll be something we check in. That'll be like the nightly news segment we check in later on. But I want to check in on the map state here because it is going to be a Vi that can be pretty proactive against a Maokai who will find a lot of utility once he hits level 6.
Yeah, of course, goal for Kryra going to be to farm up a bit on this Maokai as Maokai, a champion that I very passionately talk about on the co-streams. You talk about on the VOD reviews because every point, every level you get, every point you put into ability on Maokai, it feels fantastic. This champion scales so hard between just what you get from every point you put into your abilities, what you get from your passive, and what this champion brings to the table. His kit is very powerful. And definitely a jungler that we have not seen quite as much of. I think that the prominence of Lilia has not helped, for sure. But one that we have seen, you know, still played by some of our NACL teams. And one that I'm always happy to see, one that Kryra is always happy to pull out is Toasty. Might have to flash here.
Okay.
Okay.
Rocks. He'll be pretty reserved. Oh, first blood just happened at topside. Okay, Tenacity. And Kryra
baby.
took out Quacker.
I mean, Quacker was flashless, and Kryra, of course, was done wrapping up his first clear, went back, was able to impact the map on the second one.
Tenacity burned his flash. That must have been a play through them.
Yeah, like, I mean, with the ease out from Mordekaiser, you can just flash and charge up that decimating smash. It's pretty tough for Mordekaiser to escape. Kryra didn't look like he needed to burn his flash, but that's a nice win on the top side for Tenacity. But again, on this Scion, went for some creative items early, gonna go for a bombies later on, and I think that the real key for Scion in this matchup is you don't want to play the 1v1, you want to play the wave as...
Oh. I guess he needed a flash in the end to get the final part of the kill. Yeah, there you go. He flashed it with the shield.
Music was there. All right, well played from Tenacity. I mean, secured himself first blood, secured himself a Bomby Cinder, and secured himself a potential winning match against Quacker. I'm really want to look out for now. When or where do we see Tenacity try and proxy? Because, again, the 1v1 against Mordekaiser, I know that Tenacity is doing well so far. It's not a super positive one as time goes forward for the Scion.
We talk about something positive, though.
Yeah.
Bot lane, up like 20 CS. This poke, this prodding. I mean, bot lane for Dark Zero Dragon spawn and Crouch and having a wonderful time of it here early on, and that's going to lead to the Dragon Prow going their way ahead of the Grubs, too.
I, again, talked about the scaling of Tristana, but early on, she does struggle, especially against an Ezreal. Looks like Spawn's played this one out quite well. I know that when it was old Ezreal and your W went through the waves, this was a matchup that, like, Double Diff felt really passionate about, being unplayable.
Uh-oh, we're getting that play. Level 6 hit by Samikin into the Dragon Pit. It is secured by Dark Zero Dragon Steel. They will end up getting Kryra pop as Levitate gets the reset now. Robek's going to join him, though, as immediately trades across the map now. Gyojin going down to Feats of Warfare, secured by Dark Zero Dragon Steel. Levitate trying to get the resets there, but Spawn has been untouched this entire time, has picked up 2 kills, going to flash for it, gets the Essence Flux, just needs 1 Mystic shot, and a triple kill for Spawn.
Blue Otter taking that fight was a bit of a surprise for me as they end up getting melted in that. Props to Kryra. He was able to secure the dragon and bought a lot of time. I know that he went down, but I feel like that really helped enable the rotation that came out from Dark Zero, and they closed out on that fight as it's a pretty resounding 2K gold lead now for this Dark Zero roster.
That's a massive lead to have. 7.5 minutes in, by the way. Red side pick is working out for them so far. Turns out if you just have prio on bot side and take a good winning fight, it leads out to good payouts in the early game. Now, we are going to be getting closer and closer to that Trinity Force double spike by Dark Zero Dragon Steel, and that's going to be a massive item spike they can play around. But we have to think about this grub spawn that's coming up now.
At the moment, we do have Tenacity on this side of the map, so we don't have a swap coming out. The priority of the Ezreal and the Nico, you got to believe, could lead to a grub, but if they wanted to swap. But at the moment, it feels like the priority for Blue Otter is to actually get their bot lane out of this matchup. So they will put them mid. Should be able to be somewhat answered by Toasty, and a 1 grub snagged away by Music, but I think it's going to end up being a potential trade. That said, there's a choice now for Darkseer. Do they want to rotate Cryogen up, or maybe use Cryogen to try and force this Mordekaiser out of the bot lane? As again, Mordekaiser at this point of the game going up against Ezreal plus Nico can be a little bit scary. Real chance for that Darkseer bot lane to poke out that Mordekaiser, and with Kryra on the Maokai again.
Oh, they're going all the way in. They got the rocket jumpers too as Toasty flashes out. Nature's Grasp did come across. Levitate can instantly cleanse out of the CC from Kryra. Bot lane, Quacker is in the death realm here with Cryogen, trying to take him down. Gets the kill, the solo bolo. Come to my realm, and I'm taking your life, says Quacker.
Well, that's one way to get out of the 1v2. Just turn it into a 1v1. Support gets melted. And the find, I don't know exactly what happened there. It looks like Quacker flash Ard onto Cryogen, and that's a really nice play on the Mordekaiser's part, as he wins out of that 1v1 pretty easily. Now Spawn should be able to, you know, maybe chip Mordekaiser out, but if Quacker's able to absorb everything under the turret, that's a big win for him as he finds the kill. And Blue Otter find the 3 grubs for themselves. There was no contest that ended up coming through.
Yeah, after all that initial contest by Darkseer, still all 3 grubs going their way.
Ults were down for nothing too significant on both sides, and it felt like Darkseer was still, I guess, comfortable to farm this one out. So,
are you comfortable with that though, Cubby?
I think so. It's kind of a weird game because I think Tristana has trouble getting through the Sion Maokai front line, even if you are Tristana later on. You have Corki Ezreal and like really nice scaling on the Darkseer Dragonsteel side. I can't say like a one comp, you know, heavily outscales the other. What I can say is that I do think this mid game important for Vitalia to actually find some executes. It was big that Toasty escaped the first one. Again, the damage of Vitalia at this point of the game early on, if you are able to find the combos, it should lead to one-shots. So the first one-shot was escaped nicely by Toasty, but of course he's down flash this time around. So I expect Blue Water to look mid again.
Still think Quacker might just be Thanos in this game. The legend is still to be told. We'll see if it actually becomes it.
I mean, he's going to win some 1v1s, that's for sure.
That's for sure. That there's one thing we know.
I don't think you can deal well enough, though, with Corki Ezreal later on.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. The armor shred and stuff will be really difficult. As we are getting first items, it is Leandri's completed first by Kryra. So go with that stop off for the AP here early. So we're getting a little dance fest going on top side. You know, it is an island. You have to have the good vibes.
And Sion has elite emote spams too with the axe drop.
He really does.
That is, if you're picking Sion and not utilizing that spam, then you're doing it wrong.
You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here first. It is, though, a little bit of preemptive setup around the dragon. About 10 seconds for that to come up. Darkseer Dragonsteel got the first one. It was a little bit contested. Blue Otter seemed to want to contest this one a little bit more. Still a massive CS differential in that bot side. Stop off of the boots for Levitate, so he might have a little bit of fighting strength, but could see some setup by Darkseer Dragonsteel to go to their second dragon of the game.
If I could draw on the screen, I would point out Toasty's flash being down and all the tools being up for Blue Water, but that bot lane priority and the strength of the bot lane of Darkseer, not enough for Blue Water to decide they can fight. They see that and they're out. That said, maybe a play on the back half is Music lying in wait.
They want to try to make a play here. He is holding. Just have the Vault Breaker into the cease and desist. Gonna go for the flash plate. Everybody goes in. Big Pop Blossom to deny everything. True Shot Barrage back across 2. Cryogen is now the focus. Reset coming out for Levitate. Kryra's a little bit late now, and it is a 2v4, so they'll back away. You had Toasty coming down, but Blue Water execute a play on bot.
All right, again, Vitalia combo in the mid game. You got to find some wins, find some fights, and that one's going to be found here by Blue Water. As they pick up
the kittens,
a trade
too.
kill. Yeah, always important there. As is it a Maokai skin?
It is.
This game as well?
Well, it's Meow Alistair.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Meow Alistair.
We're supporting our kittens.
Yes.
As Toasty.
It is, yes, we have to. It is important to think about, though, in terms of how this successfully works out for Blue Otter. They have to continue finding plays like that, right? And if you can catch Dark Zero Dragonsteel in these in-between moments, because once you get the 3 items, these things are going to be so much harder to find. So I definitely feel like the onus is on Blue Otter, even if they do have some scaling of their own, right? But like Toasty and Spawn are looking to come online once they get 2-3 items.
Of course, those mirror mana spikes going to be significant. And they've done a nice job of keeping this Tristana down, so I really feel like the Dark Zero comp, and they can fight, they can force right now if they want to. And just interested to see, you know, how quick they want to push the pace on that. As you can see, first items completed or across the board. So it looks to be a first item Rylai's for Quacker, yet do have some options as the Mordekaiser. Oh, good side stuff by
Speaking of, full L Tenacity, the TP play in. Death Realm will be popped. Quacker still holding on to the shield. Gonna be just fine for now, as Deathmane Smash will just go a little bit wide. Tenacity with the TP play tries to get the better of Quacker. Quacker should be able to just reset and get his own TP back. Levitate looks like he might just lose this outer tower, though. Maybe honestly a boon for them, as they've been harshly losing this bot side fight. He's gonna try to get some of these minions before it does go down, but that first turret will go the way of Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Yeah, you can see that Tristana is continuously getting poked, getting pressured. As Trist Alistar lane against the Ezreal Nico. That's a tough one to play out, and Spawn and Crouchin play this one out well enough to have a really significant lead in this bot side. We'll say the top lane fight between Tenacity and Quacker was well played by Quacker to break that shield on the Scion. I think if Scion gets the shield pop off, maybe Quacker goes down. Didn't see where his W cooldown was at in that instance, so...
It's got Rylai's now.
Yeah, rushing the Rylai's, of course. Sometimes you can go Leandri's first on Mordekaiser or Riftmaker first. But Rylai's really big, and a lot of your percent damage comes from your passive, which also procs Rylai's, so... that little spin and slow and circle, you know, you got a little mobile Anivia ult now. They have the Rylai's on you, so... we'll see what Quacker can do. Again, Quacker, his ability to interact with the front line.
Oh, no.
Always good for Mordekaiser, but you always struggle interacting with the back line as Mordekaiser. I think it's going to be really tough for him to deal with the Corki Ezreal. So again, important that the Bai Talia combos get something early on in the fight, or else Corki Ezreal will run the back half of these fights.
I do like Quacker backing off there. I also really appreciate Dark Zero Dragonsteel putting so much pressure on that top side, because now they can just snowball this into the Rift Herald take for themselves. Continue getting some of this standing gold with the turrets that are still available on Blue Otter's side of the map. Now, about a minute until that dragon. This is so point for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. We did see Blue Otter put a little bit of contest in those dragons last game and offset some of that timing. But so far this game, Dark Zero Dragonsteel have been fully committed to getting this stacking going.
It's been really nice objective control coming out from Kryra, as he's done a nice job with Mordekaiser. Spawn.
Really nice reservation from Spawn, and a really overzealous play by Blue Otter. They are immediately punished by 4 strong members of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Levitate also going to be escorted out of the mid lane. Toasty, what's the kill? Toasty gets the kill. He's going to get popped, though, as the turret does serious damage. Rovek's going to get the shutdown, so maybe the gold not going to the target you want, but the turret also going to go down in favor of Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
That's a good play from Toasty. I mean, he picks up the kill. That's going to open up a dragon if the reset comes in fast enough here for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and gives the shutdown over to the Alistar, the one candidate who you don't want to have the shutdown on if you're Blue Otter. So I like that play from Toasty. And again, Vitalia, you got to get stuff done. The look on the Spawn, it's tough to get on the Ezreal, and they didn't see Cryogen lying in wait as the Pop Blossom blew up that play.
Really well played through the vision that Dark Zero Dragonsteel had on the top side of the map. Now they can come redeploy, go towards bot side, start up this dragon. And this, again, would be sole point for them. Can Music get into steal? Cryogen can do a massive chunk of damage with that belt completed now. Music's going to go around the side, though. Maybe he finds an entrance. He is paired up with Samikin. Samikin does have the Weaver's Wall.
No
Dragon getting low. Music getting in. Music not able to get it. Cryogen gets soul point for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Big size, big shot, but now Samikin is completely caught out. And Toasty smells blood. That Corgi, he's bloodthirsty. And he takes down the kill. A solo bolo in exchange for that first game solo that Samikin had over him.
No flash from Samikin. He goes down as the Corki shreds the Talia. And this game getting out of control now for Blue Otter. As Dark Zero, man, I know game one, we weren't thrilled with their lack of ability to really execute and be aggressive, but in a comp where we need them to be controlled and that aggro needed to be in the laning phase, at least towards bot lane. Dark Zero's been able to pull off Trojan.
Gotta count the minions, although Dark Zero are getting turned back on. Spawn still kicking, still going, untouched in all of it. Death Realm will get Quacker the 1 kill, but it's playing out just like you said. He gets the one, but can't deal with the others. Rovex, the final one to fall, and Savikin coming back out of base. Has some nice little Scion Speedway moves from Tenacity, but that'll be lasting damage done and an 8,000 gold lead for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Big Pop Blossom, and man, Cryogen, again, NACL has been a pick that we've seen be really heavily prioritized in other regions, but not so much in Tier 2. I do think that there's quite onus of execution. You need to be dominant in the laning phase so that you get ahead on the map and then can make plays like what we've seen Cryogen do in this game. But for me, he has been the player of the game so far because every Pop Blossom that we have seen has, besides the one where he was in the Death Realm, has led to something very positive for this Dark Zero Dragonsteel team.
It has indeed. It's really difficult to deal with. You can offset a lot of the gank priority that Blue Otter had, but you can also be aggressive with it and get the engages. So Cryogen having a massive performance to try to pull this series back for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. I think also Spawn and him having such heavy lane prios, getting Spawn all those early kills. Definitely a good combination between the two here.
It really punished this bot lane. With, again, Ezreal, Nico versus Trist Alley. That's double range advantage. As I believe early on, Nico is like almost close to outranging the Tristana too. And Trist just really struggles in the early lane phase. If you do get tough matchups, Nico against Alistar are going to make sure those matchups are tough. As Tenacity.
Okay. He's a little bit caught here.
Start.
He will get the flash over. They're still going to try to follow him. The rest of Dark Zero are on their way. Is this worth it? As Toasty's coming around.
Tenacity.
Big triple knockup. Get the shutdown over to Quacker, but Quacker's not going to be locked out. Cryogen again with the 3-man, as that's going to be a double kill over to Spawn. The veteran of Spawn paired up with the newness of Cryogen. You love to see it as another triple kill for him. He's got a triple-double today, as now it's going to be that game 2. Full control, almost 10,000 gold up by Dark Zero.
I think he has a triple-triple. I think it's his third triple kill there. Spawn going legendary here off another big Pop Blossom from Cryogen. For me, though, that play was made possible by Tenacity, who did a great job stalling time. The 3-man decimating smash into the ultimate. Not only bought time, did a lot of damage and set up for Cryogen to make sure that he could pop off in the back half of the fight as Blue Otter, they overreach a little bit on side. You can really see them reaching in this game. They understand that they're miles behind where Dark Zero Dragonsteel's at. And honestly, this look for this roster again. We've seen the sub squad now in 2 series, Mazel. This has been the best game that they've had so far, and frankly, a little bit closer to the expectations that we had. I know that feels weird for fans at home that we have high expectations for a sub squad, but again, this team, like some of these players, were getting LTA North tryouts, LTA North looks. This music, he's gonna go down.
Music is just dead.
Maybe.
And some of them have some LTA experience as well. I mean, looking at Spawn specifically, and that's why I really wanted to highlight these two. As it's really interesting when you put a combination of kind of more veteran presence with a little bit of a newer player, but it's also just seeing a kind of resurgence from Spawn, who had some really good looks. It feels like coming into Tier 2, then going into Tier 1 and not having the performances maybe he wanted.
Yeah, the Tier 1 performance wasn't what Spawn wanted, as he was getting smoked in the laning phase. But we have seen Spawn, like throughout his career, be that pretty solid team fighter, but also to find ways to be more aggressive. I think that his Ezreal this game has been fantastic. As not much more to ask out of him. But again, like, it feels weird to really have high expectations for a sub squad, but I can't emphasize enough. We talked to coaches behind the scenes. We prepped for their series against Near Airport. Half the coaches in the league, we took a poll. They ranked this team anywhere from 2nd to 5th, as they really thought highly of this squad. And I mean, shout out to Maryville, who again, when I was casting 5 years ago, the question was, hey, would Maryville's B team be top 8 or top 4 in CLOL? Now it's is Dark Zero Dragonsteel Maryville's B team, potentially top 5 in NACL. The coaches feel that way, and this team trying to prove it. Of course, game 1 didn't go the way that they wanted against Blue Otter, but Ocean Soul, another step towards a pretty resounding victory to push this one to game 3.
I don't know if you ask one coach in particular, he will give you a positive answer on it. Niles believes that this team can get their first seed lock in here this week through the back of a new squad coming. I guess not new necessarily, but it is a much different and better performance from them comparatively to that game number 1. And also, again, they chose red side. So this is all off the back of that one. And now they actually just look around as a group. This feels very dominant, obviously, but it's really nice to see these players finally. I mean, again, this would be the first map win of this squad. Obviously, having falling 2-0 to near airport.
It's time.
Oh,
We're getting
tenacity. Okay, let's see. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna be like watching a very, very, very big wall of paint dry, but it's still going down a little bit faster. True Shot Barrage came across. Tenacity does fall. Big pick there. Nature's Grass coming across now. Nobody can really follow it through. Rovex will be just fine. Blue Water find the pick. Let's go.
Beep. Stop the count.
You know, it's only a 9,000 gold lead now.
Yeah, I don't think that this game is winnable. I mean, of course, there's always an Elder Flip if you do manage to get there.
True.
But I think Ocean Soul is a really tough draw if you're in Blue Water shoes this game, because you get that % missing health back. The health being stacked up, obviously, by the Scion, by the Maokai. And you're going up against a team that can poke you out between Maokai and Corki Ezreal. Pretty nice poke identity. So if things get really bad for the Dark Zero Dragonsteel squad now, they can always lean on that Ocean Soul and the poke to try and get a health bar advantage over time. Which, as long as there's no Vamp Scepter in Levitate's inventory, that's something that's very doable for them. So, again, lead continues to be massive for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. It is a 3-level lead currently for Spawn going up against Levitate, which really speaks to the damage that Cryogen and Spawn did. And honestly, a big bounce back game for Cryogen, who I felt like did not have a good game 1, was really getting poked out and not able to have the setups that you need in that comp as Rakan in order to, find the wombo that his team was looking for. Good comeback game this time around on the Nico as Cryogen showing up on a lane dominant pick and playing well.
And just to take a second on the Blue Otter side of things, it does feel bad to lose the momentum from game number 1 in a series that maybe feels winnable, in a series that's super important for your season. Again, a win gets you away from the promo relegation conversation, and now potentially having to go to 3 games, the stress of a full another draft, all the champion bans. It's a tough thing to come over the precipice of as Dark Zero come over to this dragon, or a Baron rather, purple dragon, as it's already going burned down.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much they can do about it. They'll try to get in, at least usually taking the fight on Tenacity, but Tenacity is winning that fight as Baron goes the way of Dark Zero Dragonsteel now. Big seismic shove coming in. Crowd gets 3-man again, and like you said in the draft, you can't get out of that one, even though Levitate will walk away. It's still Cryogen coming up with another game-breaking play. He will end up falling to Quacker, as he's a very tough cookie to handle. And he still goes down to Toasty in the end. Music gets out alive. Still will just be that 2-for-1 trade, but the Baron goes the way of Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
I think Cryogen's pretty happy with that. He did his job, found the big Pop Blossom, and that's a convincing fight win again for Dark Zero Dragonsteel as they put the finishing touches on this one, Mazel. And honestly, just curious to see what we get out of this game 3, because I felt like game 1, Dark Zero Dragonsteel were just scared, so I didn't make the plays necessary to win. This time, a very different composition, one where you can lean on some time, you can wait and see when it comes to the scaling, and it has been some nice plays from them in the back half off the back of Cryogen. I feel like biggest difference from game 1 to game 2.
I completely agree. Cryogen has been the biggest difference maker. Giving him some playmaking tools as Blue Otter overextend. They tried to make a play on top side. Tenacity was dancing on him, by the way. That's why I was giggling. And now they will just dance all over Blue Otter as they are just taking them down one by one. Spawn goes legendary, 11-0. And there you go. That's now the cats have been unleashed by Dark Zero Dragonsteel. They'll try to take down Quacker one last time. They'll get another kill there. And now over 10,000 gold. Almost 12,000 gold up. Dark Zero Dragonsteel just putting the finishing touches on this one. And momentum has shifted. Dark Zero Dragonsteel, even with the sub-squad, look ever dominant. And those expectations, they've finally been realized. As this squad will finally take their first win in NACL. Feels real good for them as slowly but surely they'll come to the end here.
Nice game overall. Shout out to Tenacity. I felt like played his match quite well on that top side. Was able to help turn things around against Quacker. And man, I mean, top, like, he does that. Mid's nice for Corky. You just get to bide your time against Talia and be okay. And then while that's going on the top side, you have an Ezreal Alistar that ended up creating a 30 CS gap. It was like 55 to 28 at one point. And from that lead, Dragon in full control, able to rotate really effectively as Dark Zero to make sure that all those were secured, and made that game feel rather uncompetitive as we find ourselves in a competitive series.
Yeah, at least the series overall competitive. Maybe not that game. And even with the Grubs, you know, they so far 100% win rate with the Grubs. Anyways, it is all right. They count the
100% loss rate. I think Grubs were 0-2. Yeah, the 3 Grubs were 0-2.
In the end, I do really want to keep highlighting the cryogen point you were talking about, because I think when you give this guy that kind of bonus, and when we talked about him in that first series against the airport, he was willing to go with that Fiddles, just go with something a little bit different. This time the Nico definitely pays off a lot more than the Fiddlesticks did in that first series, but I love to see a performance from this guy as well, making a big performance for Dark Zero to get this series back under tow. We'll see if Game 3 does go their way, or if Blue Water can pull it back after a short little break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL as we are in our first day of our final week of the regular season, week number 7. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. And now we get a tied-up series in our first one of the day. Blue Otter versus Dark Zero Dragonsteel, tied at 1-1.
Yeah, a pretty resounding comeback victory here for this Dark Zero Dragonsteel sub-squad. As the draft from Blue Otter, I just don't think it worked out in the end of the day. Yes, Mordekaiser interacts well with the front line, but really tough to play into the Nico, Ezreal, and the Corki. And also just the Blue Otter comp, like, not able to really use that Vi Talia to get Tristana to the later stages. And again, we've seen what Tristana can do at later stages. When you get set that far behind by the Ezreal Nico early on, and then, you know, your front line that you're going into is Sion, Maokai, and then Nico has good interactions with Triss too. I just think it's a really tough setup this game for Blue Water. Definitely didn't call that one out early on, but we definitely saw that as we went throughout this game later on.
Toasty had to get the solo back, you know.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a challenge here when it comes to the Blue Water comp. But hey, you know what? Blue Water, they took a swing and a miss, and that's okay. They won game 1, and we get ourselves to a game 3 where they have side select. So we'll see if Blue Water goes for blue side yet again.
Yeah. I think on paper, I did end up liking Blue Water's comp, but yeah, execution is the name of the game here in the end, and I still really like some of the looks that we got from Dark Zero Dragonsteel in terms of how they were playing the map, but specifically, I know you already highlighted it, but Crouchen just having a Wonder Star performance on the Nico. And again, this team, like, I know Dark Zero Dragonsteel have a lot of wins in the season, but this team finally finds their first map win together in NACL at least, so feels really good to finally put it all together. But now another complete different question comes in game number 3. You have all these picks already taken off the table, 20 bans going into it, and then 10 more bans on top of it. So really gonna have to start digging deep into some of the pools here and figure out what we get from Blue Otter specifically, who really like going with these kind of easy to execute comps, even if they didn't have one as much this game number 2.
Yeah, we'll see what the draft has in store for us for this game 3. I gotta say, the lack of Lilia prio has been interesting to me in this one. I know that I think that the changes kind of nerf Lilia a little bit, because she is someone that can be kind of strong at like the first or second grub fight, and also takes grubs really easily. As again, I think that the timer is being pushed back, and then one last objective does make it for, like, when you have a jungler that's able to interact with lanes, you know, it just goes up in value a little bit. But man, I know that you're you're always the LPL enjoyer, Mazel, and we have seen how dominant that champion's been in that league. So definitely something to look out for in this game, and something that I know each of our junglers play here.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to what we get. Again, also though, going back to what we really talked about in game number 1 for Blue Otter, is they have gone towards these kind of carry performances from music a lot of the time to build off of that. So trying to find that in game number 3 that is definitely more important for Blue Water. I'm not going to say it's not important for Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Obviously, first seed is super important, but not only for these players to have a good performance, to give themselves as much stock as they possibly can. As a season-wide thing, Blue Otter, they're definitely on the burner right here. They've got to find a win in any way possible to keep themselves away from that promo relegation slot.
Yeah, and again, like, this is to control their own destiny. Like, at the end of the week, I would be pretty surprised if it ends up like being a Blue Otter being relegated.
I would be too.
Yeah, we just don't expect that. And they're sitting at the best spot in the standings, like outside of playoffs, right? They're 7th. They have the most games won when it comes to the bottom 4. And for me, they have more of a potential to actually sneak into the playoff picture, as you're teasing, than actually sit in that relegation mark. But again, a win here, pretty meaningful for both teams. Dark Zero Dragonsteel still trying to lock up that number 1 seed would be significant. And then, of course, we do have Blue Water, who, if they win here, they control their own destiny. They're out of relegation and really put themselves into that playoff picture. So, really important game 3 we have coming up.
Yeah. And we've asked about consistency issues for Blue Otter, trying to figure out what they want to have between this kind of mid-jungle synergy that has been super important for them. Dark Zero, we're wondering what we get between this squad that has been playing all that scrims, has been practicing together, but are known as the Dark Zero Dragonsteel Light Squad, coming into play for the main squad now. Dark Zero, I did get word, did choose that blue side this time for game number 3, or at least are on blue side rather.
You mean Blue Water chose red?
Chose red side rather.
Yeah.
It is still going to be
Wow.
those couple bans that Dark Zero Dragons will have to go for with their first 2.
Will say there have been a lot of pocket picks being taken away in this series, which sometimes leaves up more of those meta picks. So
It does.
just curious to see if Blue Water can find a lot of strength again. Gwen did see a pretty heavy nerf on this patch, but it still managed to slip all the way through the draft. So something that we'll have to look out for is, I know that's a champ that, I mean, I would like to think the teams are practiced on it, but also that champion was probably permabanned for the last couple of patches of scrims, you know, so it could be the case too. But yeah, we have Varus and Callisto taken away, so ban's actually going to be staying the same for Blue Water and staying the same for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, even though we have a side swap. And now that first pick, I really think that Lilia is a champion that I'm on the lookout for. So just curious to see, you know, if we end up seeing that one at either point, as we start with a first pick Misfortune. And I gotta say, Mazel, that opens up for a team comp that can counter an MF. And MF, you know, there is a lot of strength in MF in terms of her early game, her ability to rotate, the Bloodthirster, right? The ultimate. I think that Grubs being pushed back does inherently nerf MF because she is really strong at the Grub fight and rotating for that. And now, like, first picking that, like, there is a real world where if you are Blue Water, you can take 5 champions that MF doesn't like to interact against. Again, lacks range, struggles in the tanks, and seeing that Levitate going to go towards some comfort, pull out that Zeri.
Is it the Braum here? Like, do you go with the Braum? Is it important enough to go for that blocking and that setup?
Potentially.
And Leona's still there as well, though. Like, maybe this is just a portal lock-in for Blue Water.
You can't blind Braum this early, so we're not going to see it. I will say this kind of dissuades Lilia for me.
There we go.
Okay, we're going to have a way for Samakin. Going to hold space again. The champs that we were teasing for Samakin were Zoe, Aurora, Hwei, Talia. We have seen all 4 in this series, as Zoe and Aurora have sat on the ban list. And Talia in Game 2 didn't go the way the Blue Water wanted to, but we'll see if the Hwei can be better in this Game 3. It really dissuades an Azir pick from Toasty too, as that is a bit of a counter. So I'm just kind of curious to see what Toasty ends up going for into the way here. As the big one is, like, if you are willing to play Syndra, there's a real potential there, like find a burst, but of course you're stuck playing someone pretty immobile in the mid lane. So could just be a Rise and try and drain tank things if Toasty wants to go for something like that.
It does feel like Music is going to be on more of a facilitator here. I mean, they could go with something carry-oriented for him as well. I know the Hwei brings a lot of utility to that mid-jungle duo, but the Leona is going to be swapped away from
now you can
at least Blue Water. Now you can Braum.
Now you can Braum if you want it. Of course, out of the really big engage supports that we have left, Nautilus is on the table too, if you want to find that point and click, but it would bring some main engage as well, which is lacking for Blue Water. I mean, Sejuani, Leona, and MF too. Is that just enough to slam the ult off? I guess for Quacker it is.
They've been hovering. I love that everybody hovers a Quacker champion for him every time, but he is going to go with the Olaf. It has been consistently banned in the second phase. They say, we are going to give as much of our tools, as much of our resources to the guys that we know can carry. They give Levitate a pick, they give Mr. Sammy Kid a pick, and then they give Quacker his pick. So now, putting Music and Rovex on the back burner, the leaders of the squad, to find ways to pull this composition together.
All right, Jack's taken away. Wondering if we see, or what we see for another ban. I will say, I think Akali, actually not the worst ban here. You're going up against a Sejuani comp. It's something that Toasty's been playing for a long time. Also, if you want to get really, deep in your bag creatively, you can play Akali top into Olaf. It's actually one of the better matchups for Akali if you want to play in the top lane. So, opportunity there.
Tinfoil hat on, I like it.
Yeah, a little bit, but we've seen it in the past. So, curious what other bans we get, though, because, of course, a few players know the Olaf as well as Quacker. And I will say that with no Feistal and no Philip in the league this split, I feel like Quacker is really the last Olaf player standing, as he did survive Ragnarok.
That's a good call. That's a good call. I like it. The Camille is going to be banned, so take it away. Maybe some of that solo lane potential for tenacity here. I mean, the final ban away is the Lulu. Camille
Sedge against Olaf, if you do find your way up there pre-6, can be quite deadly. I like the Lulu ban a lot because there's no Rakan on the table for Rovex, which is Blue Otter's favorite pairing. Really good champion for Rovex, and does give Zeri those shields. Lulu's the other champion that can really abuse that. If we want to go for a Yumi here, this is not the worst Yumi game.
Don't you put that even into existence, Cubby. I don't want to hear that. There we go, Robeck.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
No Yumi in this house.
I've watched enough LCK to know it's back, you know.
Shut up. Shut
Yeah,
up.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I have a responsibility to the audience to talk about what's available, you know.
Cool.
What
The hero that nobody asked for. The Braum pick is going to be there. So you do get that really good combo. The Garen is locked in for Tenacity. So he's going with some tried and true ones. The Scion as well now into the Garen working out.
I will say Azir, it's not the best matchup in the play. However, the mobility is going to be quite nice for trying to escape this Olaf. My concern is that it's a comp that Olaf can like actually abuse, which is nice. I do think the Garen does bring a real scaling aspect to this Dark Zero Dragonsteel squad. As Tenacity
Skarner not just go hard here, by the way?
Gonna need some time, and it does.
Okay.
Okay, it's a good call. I like Skarner a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think back to your point though, the kind of interest is giving these players, especially a big name player like Tenacity, some more tools in his hands. And I think it's really interesting to see his impact. Obviously, Scion it's a tank, but still had a lot of impact from that top lane in the last game. But this composition looks pretty good from Blue Water.
I gotta say, I'm a big fan actually. I think that the ability for Skarner to be that main engage for the Braum follow-up. I know this is music not on a carry, but they have Quacker carrying this one on his Olaf. We'll see if he's up to the task. As the Garen itself, again, the real like late game scaling aspect, but I don't know if it's gonna matter because for me, Misfortune is like only so valuable this game. I do feel like again that first pick MF, it is vulnerable to a lot of different options going for this Zeri. You do need to create space and find a way to dogpile. It's really going to be on music to create that space himself. And then for Blue Water to kind of catch and capitalize off that engage. So we'll see if music's up to it. Again, mostly carries for him. It hasn't been the facilitators, but definitely a right game for Skarner, as you called out. Mazel, we'll see what music can do.
It's an important one for both sides. A little bit of pride and a first seed position for Dark Zero Dragonsteel if they can finish out this week strong. And on the other side for Blue Water, stayed themselves away from that promo relegation tournament. If they get a win here, they did it in game one. We know it can happen. Blue Water just lacking and looking for some consistency here as we crest into game number 3. An all-important one as both teams looking to scrap with these compositions. See if all of that confidence in Spawn in that first pick Misfortune is going to pay off.
Oh boy. Went in. I know it's a game 3. We've really done I think a decent job, not to, compliment ourselves here, but setting up some of the stakes that we have for how big this game 3 matchup could be against each of these teams. And you know what I see when I look top lane? Combat. We have an Ignite on Garen. Combat summoner spells is, man, that's something where
whoever wins wins.
Spawn get caught. Yep.
Oh, he's 100% caught. This first pick was fortunate. We put so much pride on it. We put so much onus on it, and it's just going to go down. First blood for Levitate. Really well done for Blue Water's bot lane.
I mean, if Spawn wants to check the red buff, he could walk around that wall instead of the fast way to red buff. As Rovex lying in wait, utilizes that Braum level 1, and that's first blood going over to Zeri. I think one of the last people you want to have first blood on, as we'll see if Tenacity
tough.
See what he does here.
By the way, Tenacity has like that Dark King Garen skin, and it actually looks so sick. I haven't seen it before.
Fan?
It looks. I'm a big fan.
Not
big
a fan.
Big fan. I have to look at the lion because obviously he has a lion. I have to see what it looks like. That's my biggest part. I need to see what it looks like. But we'll see. We'll see if we can catch it back from him.
All right.
Anyways, to get into the actual matchup stuff, it is going to be for the first time in the series opposite side jungle starts for both of them. So different focuses on both sides. This level 2 got claimed by Cryogen because of that solo lane pressure, but it will be answered to immediately by Blue Otter, who will take lane prio.
I mean, it's still a cute little trade that we have here as... Oh, no, just a little bunny running through the forest.
No bunnies here. It's rabbit season. Is that a good reference?
It is. I can't even say it's duck season. Well, I guess season's... I guess that's for when Quacker dies in the top lane.
There you go.
This was rabbit season, though.
Elmer Fudd enjoyers unite, I guess. First blood does go over, though, and that's pretty big for Blue Otter, just because it gives them a little bit of presence in this bot side. We've actually seen bot lane pan out to be a pretty important factor in both of the games so far. Definitely more so in that last game with Spawn having the pop off on his Ezreal. But he's going to get a little bit of love from Kryra on the early path. We'll see if that does lead out to anything, especially with the new map state that we have, where junglers get a little bit more personalization in what they can do after the first clear.
Yeah, I think this pathing again, this top lane matchup, Garen is the scaler in this one. The goal is to get the farm on each side, but like as time goes on, Garen with that Q can be impervious to the axe though of Quacker. Of course, if he picks up the undertow, can get more, but that's what you try to use to control the space in this matchup, and both champions can kind of farm the wave. Garen always has that passive to rely on, so I will say the Ignite was a little bit surprising.
Oh, the undertow. He's going for it. Ghost has been popped. You talk about those combat sums. As Tenacity going to get visited by his good friend Music. Perfect installs impact into the wall. And that'll be a thumbs up and second kill to Blue Otter.
I mean, for me, like, you know that your jungler is pathing away from you. I didn't see how that, like, full lane evolved. But being stuck at that point in the lane for Tenacity, that hurts. And keep in mind, we got a little bit of a solo queue battle in this top lane with combat summoners being taken. I do like that a lot on the Olaf. A lot of value in the Ghost and the Flash. You can get a lot of wave clear from the undertow. Likely to be, I know Quacker likes to go for that Ravenous Hydra too, instead of the Stride Breaker, which I like the Stride Breaker better. It brings more to the team fight, but the Hydra can be very, very nice in terms of wave control and that 1v1. So yeah, you can see Vamp Scepter already in for Quacker, and that's going to be a tough lane now for Tenacity. As any trades are just going to be pretty much sustained through by this Olaf, and Olaf has a nice lead now on the top side.
He will indeed. Music will be spotted out being on the bot side as he clears that ward. Dragon is coming up here soon. We have seen teams, at least in this first series on this patch, putting some early prio into those dragons. See if that does become the case here. But I will say Music has had a lot of activity early. Kryra will start getting active now that he's getting closer to level 6 and really looking to be that frontal engage for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing about that first Blood Mazel is this bot lane, you know, you'd expect to have the MF Leona have some of that early priority, just given the strength of some of these champs early on. I think it's going to be a top lane death for a dragon trade here, as you have Music showing his face up here. Should signal Kryra going over to that dragon, but
yeah, it's going to take a little bit. Tenacity does have that level 6.
Got a phase
Might be
rush.
looking to get out phase rush. Oh, he got slowed down though in the end. As another undertow will hit, they'll be able to slowly run him down. Kryra is taking that dragon, but that'll be a trade of the feat of warfare over to Blue Water.
All right, well, it might be a while until that Garen scales here. This game is out.
Might be waiting a little bit. Might be, you know.
Maybe.
Are we there yet? I'm gonna be the annoying kid in the car. I'm gonna say, are we there yet? Over and over again.
Tenacity has opted for the Swifties.
Oh, okay.
As yeah, Kryra, that's just my secure. Nothing too creative, too fancy there. As Swifties in for Tenacity means that again, ability to control a little bit more space against the Olaf. It has the Swifties, that slow resist, has the phase rush, that speed up and slow resist. So there are perks to this build later on, and the Garen does scale hard. But man, I'm not an expert on this matchup, but I feel like, you know, with how far behind the Garen is, you aren't even going to sniff threatening the Olaf until like past level 13 at least.
Yeah, that's a lot of time for Quacker to do his work, which we know Quacker can do on the Olaf. There's a reason why Dark Zero had banned it in 2 games prior in the second phase. But this is also what I really like in terms of talking about how Blue Water approached this game through. They know how important it is, obviously, but they have been willing to be really flexible with their kind of picks. This time, they just go with the big power 3. They just get Levitate, Sammy, and Quacker, their picks. Let's get them game-winning potential and then see what we can build between that. And I think that's a really interesting approach here when we've seen them kind of trend towards getting Music more prio in the draft.
Yeah, I will say that you know, grub spawning soon as we get into this game. You gotta believe that with the top side advantage for Blue Otter, I say topside advantage, but somehow Tenacity... I guess Quacker missed a wave on that kill. So Tenacity's actually up a level. Or a little bit of XP. It's like actually even instead of Quacker really being up. I mean, again, Garen can scale into this matchup. Like, the more levels you get, the better that passive gets. I don't think that things are necessarily terrible. Or at least as bad as it seems in that top lane right now, even with Tenacity being 0-2. It's not like he has missed out on a lot of CS and XP. But still, the Grub fight, I think, is going to be a little bit scary here.
Toasty going to dash out with the shifting sands. Going to be just fine. The Grubs had been started up by Kryra. He doesn't have much movement. He will get the one.
I mean, that's big. The fact he got one, I feel like, is big.
It is. The two still does count as an objective towards the feats of strength, but it's obviously something very small. As bullet time actually got popped in the bot side. Flash got used by Levitate as well. And it looks like Cryogen burned his flash and Ignite too.
Well, I mean, I think this is still okay if you are Dark Zero. Again, the scaling of this game is going to be interesting because, like, we have this Garen that can really break games as time goes on. As yet, you're going to see, again, Tenacity has that XP advantage in the top side. Up a level on Quacker and has more creeps to kill. But you also have, like, the MF that I feel like is really going to struggle against the composition that Blue Water has. And MF, a champion that has trouble getting through beefcakes. And I see a Braum, I see a Skarner, I see an Olaf. That's a pretty beefy team with a Hway's area behind it. MF should be under threat for a lot of these fights. So, honestly, kind of curious about this one. You know, the game with the new patch, some of the changes and what we have. Maybe a little bit of a scientific, hypothetical approach, Mazel, to see who might be stronger early.
Oh, really quick flash from Samikin. End up throwing the Spiraling Despair right back to Toasty. Actually gets a nice little health trade there. So that'll be ultimates and flash for Samikin down.
And Samikin, artillery mage specialist. And really feel like his movement is what sets him apart on these champions. But good to see the reaction speed there as well as he schmooped his way right on out of that Shurima shuffle. And has opened up a small advantage for himself in the mid lane. Also understanding this matchup, it looks like he went for the triple tonic. Definitely something that not all mids go for, but something that I am a fan of. The 3 pots, they give you some power when you pop them temporarily and then give you some gold. And speaking of gold,
they want it.
Garen's dead.
All right, maybe trying to make him go 0-3. Stalls impact. Not going into the wall. Is going to miss out of the impale. Now Music still tanking as the Ragnarok coming through. One more swing of the axe, and that'll be the dive completed by Blue Water on top side.
At least Tenacity was able to take both sums off a Quacker, but still he goes down. Still working his way towards that stride breaker, but Quacker continues to take more and more steps with Music to try and find and build this lead on the top side.
And that feels really good. He's about to go drop 2,000 gold back at base when he goes back, having scooped up a ton of that in the top side. Obviously now they lead a little bit there, as about 1,200 gold up, even if stats are a little bit low. Garen still gonna take a while to see the light of day. Do still have the Dragon number 2 coming up, but because Dark Zero Dragon still took that earlier one, they're offsetting some of that scaling that Blue Otter could have gone for early. So that should just be the commit over there by Blue Otter to take this Dragon, as they are already on bot side.
I think we're going to see Tenacity look to proxy, which he's going to see Olaf, which is kind of bad news. But again, at this point, play the waves, not the matchup. It's the right idea. He's at least going to get a plate out of this. So I know Tenacity continues to go down, but it could be worse. As phase
He's
rush
gonna get the undertow
Quacker's
here.
waiting on the undertow to still land the slow.
Oh god, oh Tenacity's in trouble. Ragnarok is not up, but he don't even need it. Swing those axes, boo! As that's a killing spree for Quacker's Olaf. And now we go into the dragon fight. It is Dark Zero starting it up. Big bullet time.
Oh, nice.
He waited, and the dragon is secure. Dragon number 2 for Dark Zero. As I said, they needed to wait for it, but they wanted the fight. Rovex is already out of there, as Music has to burn his flash too. They make the play on bot side, but lightning crashes, and Levitate looks for it as he's in trouble. Now Samikin all by himself pops the Spiraling Despair, but he will be taken down, and Toasty gets the kill in the end.
Good fight there from Dark Zero as they pick up a kill. I know topside's a bit of a disaster, but at least there, the Sejuani plus Leona ults did connect, set up for a good bullet time as Music wasn't able to get his ult off in the fight. And yeah, I don't know if he didn't have it up from the topside play or he just didn't get it off. Regardless, trying to fight that dragon without that tool, I think was pretty dire. And then Samikin got stuck flashless there in the choke too, a little bit too far up, as Dark Zero find that second dragon and able to find a kill with that as well.
God, we have such interesting developments so far. Like the other 4 of Dark Zero Dragonsteel, they have a really strong fighting chance, right? And Tenacity's trying to scale. How much does this lead when it comes crashing into this fight? When this Ragnarok is pumping, Kid Quacker, like, he just does work, right? Like, he absolutely just runs them down.
And the gold lead is literally just on Quacker, right? It's 2k gold up, and Quacker's up pretty much a full item on this Garen. So, yeah, and Tenacity, okay. He's flashless, and Music has ult, so Tenacity should be dead here.
Gets the impale. There he goes, as he's not going to have enough speed to get away from this one. Has the phase rush, but the Ragnarok is popped. Another undertow, and there you go. Quacker knows exactly what he's doing. As Rampage goes through, Samikin in trouble, though. The counterplay from Dark Zero Dragonsteel will be pulled off in bot side, and Toasty gets another kill. So trying to scale up this Azir as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I still think the gold allocation here, if Azir can get big, that is something that can kind of deal with Olaf. Again, Emperor's Divide ends up being terrain later on, which Olaf has to get around, regardless of Ragnarok being, you know, active or not. And the Azir can rip through the Olaf, but man, your top laner is kind of non-existent. I was saying that things like, I was trying to cope and just be like, hey, things aren't as bad as it seems, right? Like, things are kind of okay. Well, if we're losing an inner, that's when things get really bad. These last 2 deaths from Tenacity have made top lane explode. The Quacker, he has Ghost only up. He just popped it, and he will Nas his way on out of there. So the look from Dark Zero can't be followed up upon. And Quacker going to continue to go back. And man, does he have a second item like in his inventory when he gets out of here?
He might. I would love to see a gold toggle if at all possible from our observers. But yeah, he's not going to get to back because Tenacity showed his face and now is going to get ran down. Phase rush about to fall. Undertow connects here. He's going to try to use the Q to get out and does end up doing so as he sheds the movement impair. As back to pings over towards the Rift Herald. Go Blue Otter.
I know the Quacker's on the top side here as they want to try and play the Rift, but I'm just wondering when they're going to shift Quacker into that bot side. I feel like the game plan, again, just continue to play for him. Kind of a weird game with Hui on sack side and everyone playing towards this Olaf. Not exactly what you're used to seeing, but what happens when you get a game with only 1 TP on each side.
Quacker's finally in the fight.
Dark Zero wants to fight.
Oh, Quacker waiting to come in. Dark Zero just pulling the fight already. Nice impale coming through though onto 2. Quacker waiting, not really willing to commit to this as now Samikin's coming over, but they've already lost Rovex. Smiling Despair's gonna hit. It's not gonna be enough just to get crouching down. Samikin's going down. Quacker finally gets here, pops the Ragnarok. It's going for the kills now. He's swinging ham as he gets 2 there, and that is the influence this man can have. But he waited so long that they lost some bodies, and Dark Zero will try to take Pry over mid. Emperor's Divide goes through. Music in trouble. Music goes down. Spawn gets the kill in the end.
I really like what Dark Zero did there, just fighting away from the Olaf. We saw like the terrain of that fight. Olaf was on that top wall of the Rift Herald, kind of rotating down. Dark Zero, they forced the fight away from the Olaf, continued to fight away from the Olaf, and yes, Quacker got some work done when he popped the Ragnarok and burned the flash, but I think that if you're able to fight around Olaf like that, we have seen the rest of the map. I look at how fed Toasty is on this Azir and the items he had going into that fight. You can see some of the strength of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. It's real. And if you can avoid this Olaf, that is a way where they can play out. And keep in mind, Olaf is TP-less, so really going to be on... Oh, hold on.
Oh, now Samikin's in trouble. Again, this is a 3-0 Toasty, and Samikin caught in transition will just be taken down as he goes on a rampage now. And I'm so damn happy to get to watch this guy in NACL again, as he definitely deserved to be here all split long, but finally getting another opportunity, at least in the second series here on the main stage.
Also, I mean, Coach Niles said that he believes that this squad can secure Dark Zero the first seed this week. So, of course, another match for Dark Zero later on against Winthrop. There might be a scenario where I think this team might be playing in that one, too, based on that comment. So, we might see a little bit more of Toasty, who, again, a tale is 2 sides of the coin here when you look at our solo laners.
Yeah.
This Garen, miles behind. Quay also miles behind, so it's going to be a bit of a carry war between this Azir and the Olaf. Again, Azir, not the best matchup into Hwei, but definitely something that you can play into Olaf. as a lot of the champions that are good in a way don't interact well with Olaf. So Toasty choosing this one and choosing to be proactive as the focus from Dark Zero onto Samikin to kind of answer the focus from Music and Quacker on the Tenacity, I think it's going to pay off. Because again, you can set this Garen miles behind, but if Garen gets to level 16, gets to 2-3 items, I don't think it really matters just given his kit. You drop that R on someone's face, if it's the right target, can do 1,000 true damage and lead to some trouble.
I gotta ask then, are they kind of shooting themselves in the foot by taking these drives? They're on soul point already. I mean, maybe they just give up the next one, obviously, and give themselves some more time. But if you take the next one, then you're on an Elder timer. And things start to boil down there where Blue Otter actually have a lot of fighting strength when Quacker is in the fight. So it's a weird combination of things, but I do like that Dark Zero have gone for that Dragon priority here in a game number 3 that means so much.
I mean, again, it's been a tale of two sides of the map. We'll see if Blue Otter can kind of answer back, but I feel like Toasty has gotten a little, like almost is as out of control as the Olaf. And again, Toasty on the Azir, he has the teleport, so ability to always be in the fight, whereas I think there's real potential for Dark Zero to try and play away from this Olaf. And they did a really nice job of that in that Rift Herald fight, and again, did secure themselves that soul point, Lennon. So if they can continue to play away from the Olaf, and you got to believe the Quacker's going to be at every dragon that spawns now, as they really want to deny that Hextech soul, right? So I don't expect for him to, you know, not be there for that. But again, you have options as Dark Zero. If you can give a dragon, it's okay. You can play for some free farm on Garen, maybe play to get him an inner, right? Buy some space, buy some time to scale up. So strat book definitely going to be opened up here for Dark Zero.
And it does seem like there's still some standing goal for Blue Otter to play through this Rift Herald. They still do have that choice available to them, though Music and Rovex, again, the leaders of the squad looking to set up around this bot side, get some vision out here. Still a lot of gold going their way. About 1,000 gold up. Again, this Rift Herald play could open things up even more. Do wonder if they want to wait to utilize it around the dragon spawning or how they want to play this one out. But Dark Zero definitely looking for some plays as Samikin go deal with Tenacity in the side lane now as they send Olaf down to the prio side of the map.
Also, send the strength and Olaf down to the turrets that he can take, but also Toasty is there.
They try to find the engage. Oh, really good CC there. That will be the solar flare down, though, by Cryogen, but at least he will not fall. Quacker.
Olaf is wrapping around. If he gets
Splinter
spotted...
Cell.
I mean,
he's going to look for it.
Could be dangerous.
We get a zoom out here. They're trying to find the flake here with Quacker, but he's been spotted out now. And Toasty's got free shots over the wall. Yeah, Toasty is a lot of big trouble here as Quacker's out of the fight. That's your entire gold lead. Tenacity tries to chase him down, but now Demacian Justice is in prio here. Quacker doesn't have anything to fight with here as Samikin will have TP'd in, reinforcing the front lines of Blue Otter, but it looks like nothing else comes of it. That was very dicey for both sides.
A lot of flashes were burned there as Dark Zero, of course, their bot lane had to flash out. Tenacity also burned a flash, but a Toasty over that wall was able to get enough damage down where, again, Quacker sent back to base. Keep in mind, well, actually, no, he's going to try and stay on the map. Of course, does have the life steal with the
he heals up
Hydra.
A lot.
And that could be important because it feels like, with him being a little bit low in Ragnarok withs and some withs, the threat of Quacker really goes down.
It's coming back up.
It's
actually about to come back up now.
No flash, no ult. Like, a lot of your power from Olaf does come from those summoner spells as well. So I think there are options in terms of how to play this one out. That said, Samikin getting some really nice poke down on the Cryogen might be enough to dissuade Dark Zero from hitting this anymore.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. As they'll back off here. Atacon will be there another day. The Rift Herald got popped, and they're going to go towards mid lane with it. Try to take down this turret.
You can't really see, like, obviously this was a unique game with so much gold being in this Azir and in the Olaf route, but you can see the value of Azir, why it was picked for Toasty, even if it's not the best lane matchup into the way. The fact that, again, Azir has been focused, they targeted the artillery mage. Really, openings were created by how Blue Otter, how aggressively they played around that Garen too. Spotting the jungler up there. Cryogen were able to get involved in mid lane and pick Samikin a few times, especially when his flash was down. Did a great job of punishing that. And it feels like Azir's lead, it just matters more.
Positioning is going to matter so much. And speaking of, caught out our Blue Otter. Return fire of the Spiraling Despair as Crouchin should fall too. Supports have been traded. Frontline has been traded. And maybe that opens things up. Toasty preemptively using the Emperor's Divide. Gonna shifting sands away. Another undertow will go a little bit wide. Toasty spacing so well against Quacker here. And that's the dueling fates that we see. It's Anakin, it's Obi-Wan, it's 5-0 carries as we're getting set up for a potential soul for Dark Zero Dragonsteel.
All right, first off, Dueling Fates was movie 1, all right? So, you know, let's get that straight, as we're just coming off of May the 4th, Revenge the 5th.
True.
Second off, we'll say Toasty down Flash now. A lot of Flash's targets for Quacker could be big.
Oh, they're in trouble now, though. Tenacity has found them. They're going to go in for the fight, though. Blue Auto repositioning in this choke point as bullet time comes down across Spawn, waiting for his perfect moment. Finds a big difference maker there, but the Glacial Fissure is going to pop, and now Levitate's looking good, too. He gets a massive shutdown on Toasty, and now he's feeling good. Ultra Shock Laser will go a little bit wide. He's still got the cleanse, still feeling confident. Dragon is still pulled by Blue Otter, but they'll back away. Dark Zero Dragonsteel also will, and the Dragon survives for another moment.
That fear from Samikin was so big.
Oh, the Solar Flare, the big knight! Oh, the shielding, I think it's enough. Yeah, he's fine, and now Crouchin gave his life for that one. Spiraling Despair, it's Samikin! He puts on his cool guy sunglasses. He'll back under ward and still get the kill.
Big deal, too, because he can TP back to the fight to be strong. So it'd be a 5v4, and that's going to be enough to drop the Dragon. It goes in favor of Blue Otter as I was really surprised they took the fight in the choke, but the bullet time ended up being massive. I think the big key, the fact that Toasty went down, there was a fear that came out from Samikin that caught Toasty mid-dash that enabled the ultimate from Rovex to connect with the Azir too when he went down. Yeah, I think if Toasty was actually able to follow that one through, could have had a really big fight, and at least would have traded out Samikin, but now with Raojin still coming out of the base, Quacker's here. He is spotted, but this Otacon's falling.
Yeah, Spawn's not even anywhere near. They were relying on Toasty here. It's literally the 3-man that's just going to try to contest over this Atacon. Kryra maybe looking for an angle over the wall. Has the setup here. Glacial Prison will be used. So the Atacon has been secured. The trade of Music's life into the Solar Flare Ragnarok combo by Quacker. He's going to make his way out. Kryra waiting to try to find that engage. Does have the Arctic Assault, but not going to go for it. Just going to pick up the scraps in Blue Otter's jungle. And there will be a delay as now Atacon is going to be a pretty big buff for Blue Otter.
So really nice pick up for Blue Otter, denying that Otacon too, as they get that buff for themselves is a nice one. Of course, it does impact the Dragons and the strength of those. So nice deny here as they pick up one on their own. And man, whoa, we're doing Baron? Really?
Yeah, we are.
There's
Toasty's got the damage, apparently.
Okay.
Okay, well, Rovex has already found the flank now, as he's in a little bit of trouble. He does end up getting the attention of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Blast Cone away, but yeah, Tenacity is just going to chase him down with the Stridebreaker. Rovex gives his life for the attention of Dark Zero Dragonsteel, as he puts a deep ward there, too. That will end up pulling them off of Baron, though, and that should mean they can't restart it up. Or does it?
Are we sure?
No, I'm not sure, honestly.
I think they started up again.
All right, round 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Yep. Yeah,
it's like Blue Auto were not ready for them to start it back up. I'm just going to say that.
I mean, that was a questionable one from Rovex. Again, though, Quacker has that flash, has that Ragnarok, and has an angle. He's yet to be spotted. Eyes on him.
He's looking for it as he can find so much value here. The Baron getting lower. Crouchin has found the angle on the other side. Samikin still has really good poke here with the Severing Bolts from distance, so Dark Zero Dragonsteel back away.
Yeah, I feel like Dark Zero were very timid in how they wanted to approach that Baron. They didn't want to flip. I don't think they need to flip it, though, so like that's appropriate. Again, I think that where they're at in this game, just having the 3 Drakes, I know they're down a little bit of gold, but we have seen how valuable this Azir is. Toasty's basing, he completed it. He's got a TP back, and now it's Blue Otter's turn to rip it. Let's see what kind of angle Dark Zero can create.
Quacker,
I don't like this from Blue Otter either. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a little bit interesting from both sides of things, as Ishtal's impact will be used by Muse. Oh, they turned the fight on Crouchin, though. Okay. This is a little bit bold from the 2-member combo, but it's a Quacker or Olaf going ham. Off of that, he just says, let's go. Hits the go button, and Crouchin goes down. Now Levitate's in trouble, though. Tenacity had a good angle. Spiraling Despair will go wide as well. Big tool down from Blue Otter. Samikin not having a lot of mana. After all is said and done, the dust settles, and Quacker just takes the kill he wanted.
He does, but again, down a flash. I will say, Tenacity kind of fun in the back half. We saw the fear and the phase rush. He just zoomed his way on out of there, you know, running headfirst into the dark night. As this game has kind of devolved into a little bit of chaos here, Mizel.
Yeah, it has.
I feel like the big beneficiary out of all this has actually been Levitate, who now sitting at 3-0-4 with a Bloodthirster is a real threat.
3 items. Feeling real good. This is just hilarious. I actually did not expect it, but Quacker just pulled the trigger, and Robex follows him. I love the combine of these two.
Yeah, I mean, baited into a bullet time. Quacker was able to maneuver his way out of that. And of course, Cryogen dropping that Solar Flare onto Quacker. Ragnarok was still going, so, you know, the shades were on, not blinded by the light, able to make sure that he was able to escape that one. As folks, unfortunately, are back in our faces and blinded by our lights, is we have a pause, and we're gonna have to wait to see what happens. I can't hear you, Mizel.
Oh, hopefully you can hear me now. Yeah, it was muted. I was fixing something with my mic, and I didn't want it to pop, but apparently I forgot to unmute myself. I was saying we're blinding you with our, combination of white and gray T-shirts. The matching aspect. You always have to match with your friends. But it is hopefully getting through this tech pause rather shortly. Figure out what exactly is going on. But I'm just happy it's a contested game 3, baby. We get everything we wanted to play out in this game 3. We have such different combinations of champions as well, different approaches and how to kind of play them out. And we're seeing both of them, even if it's a little bit sloppy on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I still really favor where Dark Zero's at. I think that Azir is going to be a little bit too difficult to deal with. And for me, it's just eyes on Toasty to see if he can carry this one out. That said, we've seen good plays from each. Seen good plays and sloppy plays from each team. You know?
Yeah, you have to correct yourself.
Yeah, it's something where, again,
it's a tense stress game 3. What do you expect? Like it is. It's a lot on the line. I mean, not only are we getting these kind of Dark Zero Dragsteel light players coming in to try to secure first seed for Dark Zero, but it's more so the stress and stuff on Blue Otter's side of things coming into this Celeste game, and they only have one series after this.
I mean, again, I know we're going to pause here in a close game, guys, just while we have a break to establish some of the stakes that Mazel's hinting at. Blue Otter really pushed themselves officially out of that relegation conversation and officially into a real playoff opportunity with a win here against Dark Zero, as it would put them above Winthrop in the standings based on wins already.
There's one slot left.
They face AMI too, a weaker opponent compared to Winthrop, who have to go through this Dark Zero squad and near airport in their last 2 series. So a tough task for Winthrop. But still, Winthrop with 3 series wins, they've also taken themselves out of that promotion relegation conversation. So still looking to try and qualify for playoffs. And then on the flip side too, Dark Zero playing for that #1 seed, and the #1 and 2 seeds do receive a bye in our playoff format. So big deal there as well.
Yeah, a lot of things to gain from the information of that extra little buy, but also just giving yourself as much time to prep as possible if we're going to be seeing more changes to the roster and things along those lines. But it is really exciting to, first of all, see these players get the opportunity. Again, this is a squad that definitely should have been in the NACL. And it's good to see them. I know Niles talked a little bit about, trying to utilize these guys, give these guys as much opportunity as they possibly can. So nice to see them get some stage win at least. They got their first stage win together in NACL, which feels good, and trying to follow that up with another.
I mean, a series win, right? That's what matters in the end. It's not just about the games. We want to find the series, but again, still getting worried that we're investigating the tech pause, and unfortunately, Mazel, I can mention it now.
Don't do it. Nope, don't do it.
We're cursed.
Don't do it. Stop.
We're in the curse. It's not like I mentioned it before and then it happened. Mazel and I are just a terrible combo. We probably should never be put to cast together again. I think the last 2 series we casted, we had a 2-hour delay.
It's been 3 weeks of stuff.
We've had a 2-hour delay. We started the year with an hour and 15-minute stall that we had for LPL. We talked for literally an hour and 15 minutes. That was lost to time, fortunately.
It was.
And now we're going to have to see what happens, as unfortunately, Bazal, I'm getting worried that we have to take a break to try and investigate.
They're gonna take the old shepherd's hook and take us off stage here, as they want us gone.
This is scolding.
We are gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna go off to a little break. Hopefully we'll get the tech pause figured out, and we'll be back soon with gameplay.
I believe my favorite season was season 10, because that's the first season I hit Challenger, and that's where I like decided I wanted to go pro in the LoL history. I gotta say my twin brother, General Sniper. I think he's up there for sure. He's the best and the best looking and the best player, in my opinion.
Good question. I'm not sure I have a favorite season. I really like the release of the new map, but like 2 seasons ago when they remade the walls and all, like I thought that was really nice, and I wish they'd do that more in the future. Like I think they're planning to, but I think that was really refreshing to have the map change like that. I really enjoyed it.
It's hard for me not to pick the ones where I had the most success as a player, so I would probably say season 8 and 9. That was like peak League of Legends for me, but it could even go, you know, as far back as like season 2. Pretty much any season where I think like 80 carries are really fun, that's gonna be my favorite. So season 8 and 9, I think it was a pretty fun time to play to carry.
Oh, it was the Damon versus EDG finals. I don't know which season it was, World's final, and I think I liked the season a lot. I mean, because I think it was season 10, season 9. I don't even know, but you could play different styles of champs on jungle. You could play the carry champs and tank junglers.
For the most fun, it was for sure like season 8 or 9, because during that time there were a couple builds and champs that I really liked. For example, like Manamune Kaisa with the old Nashor's Tooth and the old Rageblade was so good and so broken. I also liked playing a lot of Kassadin and Vladimir, because those champs, when you get to the certain points back then, it was like you can't lose, you know. So like there was a period in my time in season 9 where I was like a Vlad Kassadin 2-trick, just playing the mid lane and just, you know, trying to win every game through late game.
Welcome back, everyone. We're back into the game, getting things sorted out here as we get back into it. Skipping around just a little bit, but here we are 28 minutes in.
Yeah,
As,
I think we're going back. I see Cryogen dead on my timer, but I see him alive on the map. So we're gonna trust that one, as it looks like Dark Zero fighting for mid priority. Again, Dragon looks to be spawning soon. Keep in mind, Dark Zero on Soul Point, and that is a Hextech Soul in this game. Very powerful, and some of the Blue Otter is going to look to deny. Yeah, exactly that. And it's really important to reset some of the stakes. Like, this is an important match, a very important series for Blue Otter to win. And they already did win game number 1. Game number 2 definitely didn't go their way. Dark Zero Dragon still getting the better of it. But now a hotly contested game number 3 on the line. We've seen a couple different things. Obviously, the big standards are Quacker and Toasty. Looking at how their entrance into these fights is coming back into it. Samikin is full lockdown. Is he getting low? Levitate's going to pop that lightning crash. Exalt Impact into Cryogen now as well, as Samikin is joining the fight. Cryogen is left out by himself. Bullet time to try to save him. Big bullet time, by the way, but it's still the kill going to Quacker. And now it's a 4v5 in favor of Blue Otter. They want to try to go forward. Winter's Bite will not connect, and Ashley's still big on the side. If they can stall, if Kryra does Raptors and they can stall this one out, they might be able to get Cryogen back and then fight Quacker with no Ragnarok and no Sums. And take it as pull a face rush. Will be popped as Dragon is still up. It is Soul for Dark Zero Dragon Steals. They did lose that last one, I believe. But Dragon, denial of that would be huge. I mean, it is a Hextech Soul. So in these team fights, even better. Dark Zero Dragon still can grab this one, but Blue Water are going to start. This is an awkward start. They have half health bars here. Tenacity's not spotted. Toasty was doing a decent job of trying to hold the line as Dragon now at half. He's spotted now. They're going to take the play. Quacker looking for his own angle. Ragnarok is not up yet. Rovex goes down. Dragon secured, though, by Blue Otter as Cryogen finds Quacker. Ragnarok just got popped, and he's walking away now, trying to get away. Toasty's burned, and Cryogen's Ignite is enough. They take him down. Music in trouble now as well as he's trying to get away the other side. Cryo finds the Arctic Assault, but won't follow through with it. Toasty was coming back across, but Toasty's might is starting to be unfolded here. And Dark Zero Dragon Steel, they'll lose that dragon, but they're starting to win the fights holistic. Shutdown that went over, unfortunately, the Cryogen on the Quacker, but I think that's going to be enough to start up this Baron for Dark Zero Dragon Steel. See if they can just burn this one down. Again, Toasty is so massive. He's on 3 items now with the Void Staff completed. They don't even need the juggler here yet as Kryra's running his way here. I think they realize better of it as Toasty's getting chunked now. And Music around the corner, maybe looking for a 50-50, maybe looking for a steal. Cryogen has to be that buffer, has to be that front line, but he's got those concussive blows stacking up onto him. Big Glacial Prison at least over the wall there trying to get him, but this is dicey for Dark Zero Dragon Steel. They know it, so they will back away. Really good defensive posture from Blue Water. Yeah, I'm still like a bit surprised that Dark Zero aren't as willing to rip the Baron. Again, Music obviously alive and well, but they have tools to keep him out of the pit. Thinking of Azir, thinking of Leona, right? Going over the wall and trading herself to make sure that Music can't get in. So I really feel like Dark Zero, again, this MF, Azir do struggle into the range of Hui, and by trying to push past the objective and go in the Blue Water, we're seeing a few moments where, you know, they struggle, they aren't willing to get that objective low enough. I still think the game is very much in their favor, so I can see Dark Zero not really being willing to flip, because I think that at the end of the day, this Azir is going to be what runs the map. It's going to be so hard to deal with now. He's also got that, like, the buying of time that Toasty's going to be able to do in a lot of these fights is going to be so difficult to micromanage. You have 4th item there for Quacker as well, Sterix, and everything else on top of it all with the convergence. Baron is up on the table. See if either team wants to try to contest over that yet again, but it is so hot and heavy in here, Cubby. It is tension you could cut with a butter knife. As Dark Zero Dragon Steel trying to make a play down. I thought they were maybe going for a back. Looks like they're going to stay on the map here. A little bit of pressure on the top side by Tenacity. Against Tenacity, down a full item against that Olaf, but you are Garen. As the game goes on, you get pretty happy. That R can still do 1k damage to someone. Yeah, he is level 16. So we'll see. Again, this game being played out pretty slow. A very significant game. Again, reminding people the stakes at home. A win here, a series win for Blue Water means they're out of that relegation race and honestly favorites to make the playoffs as that 6th seed, just given game score and schedule. Whereas Dark Zero need to win this game if they want to try to continue that race for the 1st seed. So everything comes down to this. Kryra going to start this Baron up again. Let's see how aggressive Dark Zero wants to be around it this time around, as Samikin will spot it.
Everything available. A couple flashes down. Definitely in the favor of Dark Zero. Dragonsteel is down to half health. Music is still on the backside here. Lightning Crash has been used. Rovek's getting low as he's getting chunked by Toasty. They just take the fight out. Samikin is gone. Sniped out of the backline by Tenacity. He's trying to make away like a bandit, but unfortunately Quacker has his name on his axes and Levitate takes him down. It'll be Quacker looking to move forward now with that ghost pop, but that should be all she wrote. Top laner for mid. Solo lane trade from both sides.
I think it's an okay trade overall, taking the way out. I mean, the one-for-one's okay. The summoner spell usage too, not a lot of sums burned in that fight. So Tenacity does lose access to HIDs, but of course did tease that R can do a lot of damage to a single target, and that sword, well, it befelled Samikin there as he fell.
We did end up getting an update on the bug. There was a bug in the team fight seconds before the pause. Apparently it was decided by the judges to continue the game. Okay. So maybe we'll get more info going forward. But this is the state of things right now, and a very, very big dragon on the table. It's been 2 times that Blue Water have denied that soul from Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Can they do it a third and then also a fourth?
Hey, we'll see. I think the Hextech Dragon's kind of adding up as feels nice on the way.
Especially for Zeri.
Yeah, that too. And I mean, quietly, Levitate has gotten very fed this game. And if anyone's going to break this late game Azir, at this point, you got to believe it's going to be Levitate. Who, if Toasty, gets caught, you can see Toasty doing a nice job of sidestepping a lot of the things being thrown out from the way there. But if Toasty were to get caught, Levitate can melt anyone that falls into the impale or the claws of Blue Water.
Couple different team fight setups. A lot of hesitancy to collapse into the Dragon Pit here. Looks like Prio trying to be gained by Blue Otter. They'll move over there in a big choke point, and Toasty can get some free pop shots
Toasty's
here.
Doing nice.
They are doing a lot of work onto the tanks here. That extra damage he's providing. Rovek forced to burn it. And they're trying to get into the pit, but the bullet time is going to be blocked by the Unbreakable. Into the Impale, into the combo. And now Samikin is full health. Spiraling Despair might have just hit the entirety of Dark Zero Dragonsteel. As Blue Otter find picks. Now they're looking to deny that dragon again. Can they get it? Can they steal it? Dragon on the line. Music trying to wait for the smite. He's going to get it the last second as it came up. Installs impact into the big carry by Levitate, and now Toasty going golden, buying time. Big Emperor's by Toasty. That's gonna be a double for Spawn, and Spawn finds the final kill. A full ace for Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and Toasty's on fire.
What a play from Toasty on the Azir as he was able to go golden, flash, Emperor's Divide, buys the space, buys the time for Dark Zeros. Their 2 carries are still up, and it was a hell of a dragon deny, a hell of an impale for Music to buy the space for Blue Water in the first place. But Toasty's Shurima Shuffle just might be the step that Dark Zero needed in order to try and secure that first seed.
No way they're looking to win this game right now. Get this man a damn starting roster in NACL quick and get him on a big team because Toasty deserves it. And now they're looking for this finish off of one bell swoop, off of one big team fight win. It's Dark Zero Dragonsteel Light getting the 2-1 over Blue Water.
What a big play from Toasty as that Shurima Shuffle changed the series. Again, every dragon was denied. They got the first 3, but Toasty was the one who was fed early on, and Toasty was the one who carried that lead through later on. It's a huge play from Toasty to get that win for I was going to say near airport.
Dude, it is a wild finish to what was such a back and forth series. And a back and forth game. This was the game I was promised in this matchup, and this is the game that absolutely paid off. It is devastatingly heartbreaking for Blue Otter. They will still be in the conversation of promote relegation. They will still have one more series to go. They needed this win. But the Dark Zero Dragonsteel Super Squad, Super Sub Squad comes in and gets their first series win together as well on the NACL stage and continue that run for Dark Zero.
And honestly, at the end of the day, I think really appropriate that it was Toasty and Spawn standing that ended up toppling the Nexus, because in that second game, that third game, those were the two that really consistently were the carries, positioning so well. The bullet times, the positioning from the MF in this game, I thought was fantastic from Spawn. And of course, Toasty was the one that was granted a lot of kills when they attacked that play in the mid game, ended up carrying it through. That was a crazy play. I hope we get a second look at that Dragonfly.
I would love a second look at that.
That was a banger.
Absolutely. We'll be taking a look at the game later on, though. We're going to send it to a little break. By the time we get back, we'll have our interview ready to go.
Going into NACL, I'm expecting our team to be like top 4. I don't think that there's that many good teams, and like one of the big reasons why I decided to role swap too was because I looked at the supports and I'm like, wow, these guys are like really bad. Like there's not even that many supports left that are good, because all the decent ones in academy have all like either retired or stopped playing or just chose not to play. So I'm like, you know, like if I do anything, decide to role swap, then I'll for sure be able to make at least top 4. And then with the flexibility on our team, I think it's just like I'm expecting people on my team to be able to blind and be able to counter really well with our champs. Like the people who blind are going to be comfortable with their matchups, and the people who give counters are going to like be able to not smash but do really well in their counter picks and make that useful. So then we're just a threat in all different directions with everyone. Yeah. So the teams who we're going to play, I think that other than like near airport and well, there's 3 teams. There's LG, near airport, and Dragonsteel or Maryville that are gonna be good competition. But you know, we're not scared of you guys, and it's gonna be a pretty free win if you guys don't lock in. So yeah. And then shout out to my teammates. Everyone's been working hard in their own respect, and they've been trying to, you know, accumulate their schedules to make sure that we can scrim and can play. And I know some people have like other obligations that they have to attend to, but thank you still for making the time and effort to, you know, try and play this NACL. So I think we'll do good.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL after a thriller of a final finish to our first best of 3 of the day. It is Dark Zero Dragonsteel with the super subs coming in and taking a 2-1 victory over a heartbroken Blue Otter squad who went down fighting, at least. But it is a full-on Omega performance from Toasty himself. Again, this mid-lane matchup is something we really wanted to focus on, and it paid off.
Yeah, you know, Tenacity took Ignite and sadly got the top lane solo queue experience starting at 05. But hey, all that time pressure that was used, Sandakin lost the flash, and you can see in the replays was punished really nicely. Toasty was the big benefactor off of a lot of these kills. And my God, that late game fight, I've watched that thing a few times from Toasty. He played that so
Despicable.
damn well.
Yeah.
Just like, again, the instant flash into the ult. I cannot wait to get a second look at that as Toasty was the one that, again, was granted a lot of the kills early on and played that game out really well, emerging as the big carry with a good support system with Spawn in the back half, too. I think Spawn very quietly had himself a very nice game, too.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these bullet times just got a lot of value. Spawn positioning very well, stayed safe against an Olaf, and that's not easy to do.
And we were naysayers.
Yeah.
We were naysayers. He definitely pulled one over on us.
I'm still an MF hater. It's fine. Spawn played well enough. It's all good. But, man, I just cannot wait to get to this last fight because this game was really back and forth. Shout out to Blue Otter, who I felt like played a nice series overall. I do feel like this Dark Zero Dragon Squad teal team.
Oh, we don't get the fight. No.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
I'm sad.
Well,
check Twitter. Shout out to our socials.
Yeah, go to our socials. Go check it out.
NACL. Go check out the play that Toasty made, because if you missed it, it was a banger team fight. They came back.
A play of the year so far. Like,
yeah,
absolutely.
It was up there. That was a game and series decider again. For last half of the regular season, we got a Super Week. Yes, we have NACL up on a Tuesday. And Toasty made sure to step up and take another step forward, subbing in for this Dark Zero squad to make sure they can secure that first seed.
Yeah, it was an important series for them as well. I know Niles having a lot of confidence in this squad to secure that first seed. Again, first seed does come with it a bye, which is going to feel really good, first and second. So going to feel really, really nice there at least. And it is important to think that this roster is a team that should have been starting in NACL to start this split off. And obviously getting them an opportunity in this one feels really good, and to perform and take the win. As we do have our interview ready to go, it is Dark Zero Dragonsteel's Toasty. So we get to talk to him a little bit about his performance on this Azir, the clutch matchup, my man, wearing the jersey and everything. My dude, that last fight, walk us through it as one of the fights of all the entire year so far. What was your thought process? Did you know you were clutching out? Like, if you can, walk us through moment by moment, if you don't mind.
I mean, honestly, like, I thought the fight was pretty doomed. Like, the start was, like, really hard. So, I mean, going into these team fights, like, you really can't be thinking about too much, or else you're just going to overclog your brain, and, you know, you're just going to get hit by spells you're not supposed to get hit by. So, I mean, my brain was kind of, like, empty. It was just ready for anything. So, I mean, once I just saw the opportunity, you know, I just went for it. I mean, I had to clutch up, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
you did.
the Zanya's into the flash ult where the Zeri couldn't react. That was really clean, really well played, Toasty. I know for you, I mean, this year been a bit of adversity. Obviously, wanting to compete in NACL full time, finding yourself in this position. What's it been like, you know, taking the backseat? I know you guys are actively scrimming behind the scenes. Maybe for the fans at home that may not be as familiar with you guys, what's that process been like? How often are you guys practicing a week? And what's it been like getting help from people like West Rice, like Draxler, as you guys try and improve and scrim behind the scenes?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you want to go into the split playing. And I was pretty disappointed when that was taken away from me. But, I mean, honestly, like, I didn't really get in my head. I just, like, put my head down, and I knew I had to work hard and make my way back, and I knew I'd have another opportunity. I didn't really think it would be so soon, so I'm pretty grateful to the people at Dark Zero and Maryville. But I mean, honestly, I think this is the most improved I've been, especially throughout a split, and I'm just like pretty surprised because I haven't been playing matches. Like, I think I've been really grateful to the opportunity I have and the people I've been able to work with. And I mean, I think I've just been able to grow so much as a player. So
speaking about that a little bit, then what would you say is the biggest growth moment you've had, like in terms of your gameplay? What has been a focus that you feel like has paid off in that growth?
Yeah, I mean, like Hubby said, we've been working with some good coaches, West Rice, Draxler. I've been able to talk to Niles. I think Draxler's been like a pretty big influence in my growth. Like, I've been working with him, I think, the most out of everyone, I'd like to say. So, I mean, I just think that like I was able to give myself like more structure in the game, and I would be less confused, and I like my overall confidence of like just what I think is right and what I think I should be talking about, because I think I've definitely been like a pretty big vocal lead on this team, whereas like my last year, I was pretty quiet. I was like the rookie, but I think I've like been able to take that leap of like, you know, being someone like that my team can rely on, especially with two newer players.
Yeah,
I mean, hey, the carry in the back half of those games was reliable. You were fed on the Azir, able to carry that one through. Toasty, I know for you, you're someone that a lot of us have kind of alluded to, you know, might be looking at LTA North in the future. Like, we have hopes for you moving up. I know that two people that you've worked with in the past, Yuji recently, and then Coach Ido also just got promoted this week. Any shout-outs you want to give to your teammate and Yuji? And then also, you know, what are your goals for this upcoming year? As it feels like teams aren't going to shuffle really as much anymore going into Split 3, so it feels like any LTA look we're going to see for you is going to be in next January. Like, what do you want to go like in order to get yourself prepared for those tryouts, like for that moment, and maybe join some old teammates like Yuji and Ido on that big stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think the two people that in my career that I've worked with that have moved up, like, they really deserved it. They're really hardworking, so I was just able to like use them as like a good role model, you know, how to always work, how to stay consistent, how to like look at practice the way like I guess people who are successful should be looking at it. And honestly, I think being with Yuji in person, I never really talked to him like that much, like in depth, because you know we weren't on the same team. But I mean, I always like hung out with him like in person, and we went to the gym like a good amount of times, so it was just like a good role model for like what to do out of game and like how to keep yourself healthy and like keep yourself right, you know?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Good role model. Really quick before we let you go, anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to shout out my team. I think we have like a lot less experience compared to a lot of these teams because I mean it's only our second match. Cryogen, our last match was like his first ever tier 2 match, so like I think we should just cut these people some slack. Like I was seeing a lot of hate, but I mean, you know, like this is the end of their season and it's just the beginning of ours. So the fact that we're like winning and I mean, I guess showing some signs of life, like shouldn't be, we shouldn't be put down for that, you know? I'd like to shout out the people at Dark Zero for giving us this opportunity and being able to play and improve. Someone's trolling me in the background. I'm in the kitchen. I think it was Shimmer. Like, what is that guy doing?
You're playing for the kitchen?
Oh
yeah,
my
because
God.
they had scrims today, so I gotta move out while they're scrimming because it's like, get out of here, man! What are you doing? Okay, I mean, I'd like to shout out the boys at Maryville. They're pretty supportive. They're watching our match and you know giving me helpful tips, and we scrimmed them a bunch before. And I'd also like to especially shout out my friends, my family, whoever's watching. And shout out Milan for going for the death record on his Garen game. I appreciate it.
The love blow, my dude. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you,
Alex.
man.
Good to see you, man.
See you
Good to
soon.
see you.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna take it from him. Love that. Tenacity is gonna get after him.
Shimmer making like the surprise appearance and then shouting out Milan for the death record. That's some good vibes coming out of Toasty. Good to get to talk to him. Congrats on the win. It was a big carry performance from him on the Azir in Game 3. And a big difference maker in making sure they got that first seed. Another step closer to it being secured.
Exactly that. And I do believe we have our MVP to give out now. And if I remember correctly, I do think it was going to be Spawn in the end. And he does with the KDA of 8.8 on the misfortune that we doubted. Comes in big with the big last second performance alongside Toasty there.
Yeah, I thought Spawn was really consistent throughout the series, frankly. Like honestly, I know Toasty made the game-winning play in the back half, but Spawn really big Ezreal performance. I mean, he had the triple, right, with 3 triple kills there to kick off that one. And then the MF was first pick, a pick that I know MF has been under a little bit of scrutiny across the board. Definitely a pick where it feels like you've got to be able to execute early on. Okay, hold on, we're gonna pause. I know this is Spawn MVP tape. Watch Toasty, guys. We got the replay. If you guys missed out, this is one of the better plays we've seen in NACL this year. It's Toasty out of the Zanyas. Flash, Zeri cannot react, finds the way on the back half too. We missed the earlier part of the fight too, where Toasty was doing a really nice job spacing it and autos down on the front line. But a huge play from him to wrap that one up and get Dark Zero the win.
Exactly that. And now they are on the march. We'll see this team yet again one more time this week. We already talked about it a little bit, but both teams have a little bit more breathing room here with their final games coming up. Winthrop for Dark Zero Dragonsteel and AMI for Blue Otter. That one going to be a banger, an important one. But let's go ahead and move on to our second series here, because this one You thought this first one was a banger. This one's going to be a giga banger. It is going to be a fun one between Luminosity Gaming and Conviction. Luminosity, one of the heads of the three-headed Hydra. We've seen two of them now today. We'll see if they can come online on this one and finish out strong, because this team has been a dominant one. Again, they are on a 5-win streak, but 4 out of those 5 wins are 2-0s.
Again, I think that this is an interesting match for me because, of course, Luminosity Gaming has been one of these three-headed Hydras that we've been teasing in NACL, as it really feels like the Dark Zero main squad, of course, with Yuji, who, if you missed the news, was promoted to TL, so we won't be seeing him in NACL anymore, but that team didn't drop a single map near airport. Of course, a lot of familiar faces here on Luminosity Gaming. They've been dunking on the rest of the league. But that said, the two teams that have looked to be the most competitive with them have been CCG and Conviction. Conviction did drop near airport and Dark Zero, so this is their last chance to take care of business against one of the three-headed Hydras that we have. Definitely lack the experience in terms of, what we're looking at with Conviction's roster, but they've taken care of business. They've taken care of pretty much the rest of the league outside of CCG and Luminosity Gaming. So honestly, a hell of a last week schedule for them to really show that they are battle tested and ready for the playoffs.
That guy's a beast. Fear the Beard is alive and well. Zazel has been a monster on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Again, even on that DSG squad, even on the Shopify team that didn't go too well. A lot of this stuff and the direction comes through Zazel, and I know we got to talk to him in the interview earlier in the season, and definitely reaffirmed a lot of that. But he's gonna have a lot of impact tonight. He's gonna have maybe a little bit of a run for his money with the other side. Manui on Conviction, having himself a heck of a split as a support role swap.
I gotta say, Manui has really started to scale into his role. He's willing to take creative picks. He's played stuff like the Soraka, like the Zillion, in scenarios where I think it's really good for him and his team, and has added some nice flair to this team. As again, I feel like recently Manui has been really stepping up in terms of his play, but throughout the entire split, Hoarder has been the highlight for me in the top lane as a rookie. He is really my front runner here for Rookie of the Year, as he's been nothing but fantastic at the top lane, having some highlight plays. A few Rumble games that he might want back, but outside of that, it's been a really great showing for Hoarder in his first split, and he'll be under a test against Fake God, who, again, the Luminosity Gaming team, we lovingly call them the LCS reject team. This is a team where historically these guys do play in that, at that level. And this is a team where the last time that they were at this level, the last time Insanity was here, he was in a final and he lost to Fake God, Tomio, and Zazel, who won back-to-back finals to make it onto that Shopify Rebellion squad. So them continuing to play together, this is a very strong team that we have in NACL. One of the favorites that we have to actually promote into the LTA North at the end of summer if they stick together, and will be a challenge for this young Conviction squad.
As you saw there, unfortunately, we didn't get to talk about it, but Manui, obviously another big factor to the way that this team from Conviction plays. We're going to take a look at the predictions here as well, as trying to see if there's going to be any kind of difference between us. Okay! We have one, and it's you.
I feel like I'm signing up to walk the plank with this one, because I actually think that Luminosity Gaming win. But someone on the team had to say Conviction, because this series should be closer than just the Luminosity Gaming 6-0.
Well, it looks like it might have to be decided on the Rift, I think. Maybe you'll be the one. Maybe you'll be the one. The destined, the chosen one to carry that Conviction flag forward. But Luminosity
it was a content prediction, Michelle. It's a rarity from me, but
there you go.
We had to make an exception this time,
There you go. Okay, we'll take exceptions. Luminosity has been a different beast. Again, one of the heads of the Hydra here in NACL. We'll see if they do so again. Big eyes on Tactical. I called him probably the best ADC in the league, but everybody knows that he's damn near close to it, and really want to see if we can get that kind of performance from Chrome that we've been getting out of him in recency for Conviction. Into the draft, though, Luminosity are going to be on that blue side. They ban away the jungle prio and the Nefiri and the Zinzao. Right now, it also is solo lane prio for Conviction on the red side, with the Yone and the Rumble ban.
Seeing the bans that are coming down early on, Tomio has played a lot of Vi. And Vi being on the table with these power pick junglers being removed as another jungler banned out. That's definitely targeted at Kisno, as Luminosity Gaming is begging for a Vi ban here. But of course, other power picks on the table. Varus was untouched in the last patch, still really strong. And we'll see what kind of trade we want, as they're going to take the Azir away from Insanity. Ask for that Vi to be first pick from Luminosity Gaming, and see what they can trade in the back half, as we'll see if it's that or the power pick Varus that has still been really big in this league.
I'm interested at bans towards Insanity because the man has played 13 champions so far uniquely in the season, and there's not that many weeks, not that many games. So I love to see maybe a little bit of that hyper focus there, but it is the Varus in the Nico locked in for Conviction. We saw the Nico come up big last series.
This is a really lane dominant pick. Also, it kind of dissuades the Kalista Renata, which Kalista into Varus is a matchup that a lot of people are willing to play. It's really tough to find a bot lane that can match Varus plus Nico. So Conviction slamming a lot of power and priority in the early game down there. As well as some good CC. We saw what Nico could do as Cryogen had a nice bounce back in that game too. Played a really good Nico game. We'll see if Manui is up to the same task.
Yeah, Manui, last time he played this pick, it was earlier in the season, but did look damn good on it. So we'll see if he can find those big combos. The Rise is locked in, so we have our solo lanes and the kind of top trio already ready to go for Luminosity, as it will end up being that Jace Vi Rise combination.
I do like the Scion pick here for Hoarder. We've spent most of our split seeing Hoarder actually play the carries, but Scion into Jace and Rise, you are really beefy, really tanky. Rise doesn't want to go for that early Magic Pen, just doesn't feel good in this kit. And we've seen the Scion versus Jace matchup a lot this season. Scion's able to pretty much catch the poke and deal with it. And it's going to be a really big front line for Varus. Also, does open up a world where we could see on-hit Varus if Scion's able to buy enough space. True. I don't want to see that right now. I still think this should be poke Varus, but I just want to cover our bases as I like the bans here from Coach Bach and Conviction, denying a Lucian Millia lane, and also denying like something like an Ezreal Karma or some other Karma picks. As Karma, one of the few picks that can actually contest a Nico in lane, and those shields can be pretty nice for kiting a Scion. So very true. Do like that ban. Definitely dissuades an Ezreal Karma lane, which is one of the few lanes that can actually contest the Varus Nico.
I like the Maokai ban here from the side of Luminosity Gaming, taking away some of that space buying potential there as the lock-in does go through, so we will get that flexibility for the Nico, and it'll be the victor in mid lane.
I wonder if we just see a Kisno Wukong in the back half here, as it's one of the few champs that are up that he's actually played. And I don't think it's a great game for Sejuani either, because if you pick Sejuani, you're kind of asking to be a pincushion. As I did say, the Kalista Renata lane, again, like that's been up, but I feel like it was left up on purpose by Conviction. Again, we've seen this matchup quite a bit in LPL, especially Mazel. And the Varus plus Nico, if you go double Comet in this lane, the poke war, you should be able to win. But of course, notable to say that it is Tactical's Kalista.
It is,
which that is definitely something that is important to say. Tactical really made his name early on in his career playing this pick and has always been a good Kalista player, as it does end up being that Wukong for Kisno. And Mazel, shout out to our production team. I think we're ready to get in the game instantly.
I'm so excited. Game, or at least series number 2, rather, kick it off here. It is Luminosity Gaming, one of the terrifying heads of the three-headed Hydra in NACL versus Conviction. We're looking for a last opportunity to take a shot against one of those big three. And it's going to be a banger to boot. Luminosity Gaming trying to extend their win streak to 6 wins. And again, the last 4 of their 5 wins have been 2-0s across the board, taking down CCG, a team very akin to Conviction on the standings. But Conviction are no slouches. Their 3-win streak is on the line here, and they have some big competition in this final week of NACL.
Yeah, and a win here could really shake up the playoff standings because, of course, the top 2 teams do get buys. Conviction not in the race for that, but Luminosity Gaming certainly in the race. They're a little bit behind in terms of the plus-minus for game score. So a 2-0 here would really matter for Luminosity Gaming in terms of trying to race to get one of those buys. And then Conviction in terms of posturing in the standings. I mean, you say it's the last chance to go up against Luminosity Gaming, take down that 3-headed Hydra, but we got playoffs coming up.
Yeah, we do.
It's a great opportunity for Conviction to really prove their might, prove their worth, and prove that this young team can go up against an experienced squad. As again, this team has taken care of business of the rest of the league, everyone below them. But now we're going to have to see if they can punch above them and find a win here against Luminosity Gaming.
Buckle up the standings a little bit more here with this one. And again, LG still a little bit more important for them, trying to get that 1st and 2nd seed. At least one of the 2. But we are going to see prio gained by bot side, by LG. The Kalista is absolutely going to have a lot of strength early on into this one. You're hoping some of that poke can come online later.
This isn't exactly how you want the lane to go. If you are Chrome and Manui. Like this lane, if you get in first, you can start poking. that's the case, but it looked like they got in even with the Kalista Renata, which meant Kalista got access to the wave early on, and you can actually kind of contest, get level 2 first. That's a really big deal for that bot lane matchup. So I feel like it's already kind of a little bit of misplay there from Conviction. Also Chrome, start the Q, not the E, which E uniquely against Kalista, of course, those can help deal with the hop skips and the jumps. You always have to be wary of. But
Also, heal cut.
Yeah.
Very little known factor of his. But anyways, we're going to have the same side starts for both junglers, so pathing up towards top side. See who gets the better of this top lane matchup. If it's just going to be a trade, or if we actually get a little bit of advantage by both junglers given to those top laners, is probably going to be contested over in mid lane as well.
Insanity's
He is.
It's very surprising to me. He did go D ring, so it's not like a tier where, of course, tier.
Oh, he's going to try to stop him too?
A little bit less mana regen. Well played from Darklings. It was a real war in that mid lane matchup, and it's going to pay off with Darkwings picking up an extra wave. And honestly, he might even be able to walk back from this base. Insanity has the TP. I'm curious to see if Darkwings walks, as that could be a really big advantage.
You missed the cannon.
He missed a lot.
Unfortunate.
That was a really good delay. Really nice walk from Darklings. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a rise. I can understand that. So can get back and try and be strong.
Yeah, that's it for this first lane. It will be, in the end, Kisno seeding pressure on top side to go for the bot scuttle. They should know this one is coming through because LG do have a ward faltering out, but not much else going to come of it there. And this is also another iteration because, again, this is the first day that we're getting this new patch for our teams here, and getting a chance to see how each team kind of approaches it differently. Obviously, if you're just joining us for the series, it is very different from just last week when we were playing, because there is only one grub spawn timer, and it is at 8 minutes now, so it gives a little bit more onus to the bot side fight. And the Rift's blue. Yeah, there you go. That's the pertinent information. I like it.
You know, I had a joke where it was like Riot just summoned like the blue light, which could have gone really hard if it was like 2 years ago.
True.
Blue light crap and controversy. But, you know, Riot brought it out for the Spirit Blossom Rift in Ionia, which we'll say it's a bit bright for my taste, but definitely a different flare than the Bonsier Rift, for sure. Going from that kind of darker shade to the lighter shade.
And there's like that mid transition where like the ground was still a little bit darker, but then the like towers were a little bit different. And now we're in full on Ionia mode.
They really saw like summer approaching and just decided that they wanted to be a little bit brighter. They redo the home decor a little bit.
A little bit bright for Manui there in the bot lane. 2v2, I'm just going to say. Maybe somebody turned down the lights a little bit, as 2v2 definitely going the way of Sazel Tactical. A premier bot lane in NACL as a whole. Again, I still think Tactical probably the best, if not one of the close to best ADCs in the league so far, but he's right there with his right-hand man in Zazel, who's got a massive impact for this Luminosity gaming team.
Priority with the Kalista going to lead to an early dragon look for Tomio. And I mean, Kalista Vi, your ability to take down these early dragons is pretty unmatched. That said, if you can stall this out as Conviction, again, the poke from the Varus, the poke from the Nico can add up. But I think that Q and the Ren from Tactical is going to be enough to dissuade Manui and secure that first dragon.
He wants to steal it. He wants to get in there. He decides not to, but it was close to wanting it. Will be first dragon going the way of LG, though.
Not a bad pickup. Definitely some use for Luminosity Gaming with that. A couple characters definitely do benefit from some extra shielding, and Tenacity going to feel all right going up against Conviction. Darkwing is out of mana. He's going to try and use this to get this in.
I think he's in trouble now. He's going to have to flash.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, early on for me, I really feel like a couple of these lanes are going Luminosity Gaming favored, and not because of, like, just being ahead of schedule. Like, Ryze versus Victor, yes, this is a matchup that Victor can scale into, but Darkwing's wasn't able to kind of manage his mana well enough. Does lose a flash, and then Chrome and Manui being behind like this. Again, not how I think the matchup's supposed to play out. If you get in the lane first as the Varus and a Nico and you're able to poke, it's big, but looking like at the level 1, doesn't seem like they were able to really get that priority and poke out this Kalista Renata. So
yeah,
a little bit further behind on the schedule to where they want to be. That said, this is where when 6 comes in, you can really threaten the one shot onto Kalista. So curious to see if Kisno spends any time in trying to shift down there. And Speaking of shifts, looks like our lanes are going to stay where they're at. No bot lane shifts to try and prioritize these grubs yet.
Been an interesting adaptation. We did see, I guess in game 3 of the last series, it was a little bit contested, but
no E for Fake God.
Yeah, this is a little bit of trouble for Fake God. He's going to get decimating smashed and slowed down. Will be the ultimate out of Hoarder, though. As
he got the
TP.
fruit.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get the fruit, I actually like that play a lot for Hoarder. The fact that he did get the fruit definitely means it's a little bit more in favor.
Oh, this feels bad for bot lane, though.
It does.
Like, how do you get out of this?
It's not how the lane's supposed to go. You need brush control. Also, I think Chrome has to be a little bit careful with some of those Qs. Like that one just caught the melee creep, and I know it's a small thing, but there's a world where if Kalista Renata can freeze on you from a head like this, can be pretty difficult.
Yeah.
Kids no pathing away, though. They're going to look at the grubs. Again, Hoarder on this top side on the Scion doesn't have an ult. But if Wukong gets on top of the Jace, real potential to try and make a play.
And I talked so much praise about Tactical and Zazel, which will obviously be important for LG, but Chrome and Manui have been on fire for Conviction as well, and a lot of their wins. Yes, we're seeing a lot of team play. Darkwings has picked up a lot of side. Hoarder has been having some incredible influences, but I've really appreciated the combination of Chrome and Manui and how they think about the bot lane, how they approach the bot lane in this meta as well. See if this NACL can really be that saving grace, just like we saw it be earlier in this first series of the day. But as of right now, no contest from Conviction. They will just go down 0-3 in grubs.
Well, that's a nice little win there for Luminosity Gaming, as the first couple objectives do go their way. I will say, scaling-wise, I still feel like there's real potential for scaling on this Conviction squad. I mean, I'm looking at Scion, the Victor, the Wukong. Real potential to do some damage later on. I think my big concern is just the fact that, for me, bot lane of this comp's kind of like that bridge to have some strength early and then get the scaling pieces to, you know, comfort zone later on. And those pieces, they're behind right now. So we'll see. Darkwing.
Oh, the flash play from Insanity as well to Darkwing. They get him down first blood to Insanity. Pop Blossom coming in on a 3. That's massive. Insanity is still there. Finally goes down to the Cyclone to Kisno. So it'll be a trade 1-for-1. Manui having big influence. Shock Blast not going to be enough to take down Kisno. But that's still big trades in mid lane from either side.
I actually didn't see the bailout there from Zazel. I don't know if it went down onto a different target or he just wasn't able to get it onto Insanity. I really like that flash play from Insanity. I feel like that could have been a bigger win for Luminosity Gaming if Bailout was able to connect. It was a maybe there.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a replay of that one and see exactly how it went down. But yeah, very close.
I don't think he gets another
things.
kill, but might have been able to get enough damage down to like actually threaten Kisno, who did end up getting low.
Yeah.
That's interested to maybe take a second look at that one.
But as things kind of peter down, we are going to take a look at that first blood. See the flash play from Insanity and the follow through.
Yeah, I'm going to look for the bailout animation from... Yeah, it's on Jace right now. You can see the bailout animation. It's on the Jace.
Yep.
Jace was the one that was frontlining, but the pinch from Manui ended up threatening Insanity, as the heal burn by Renata was not enough to save him. It just ends up being a 1-for-1.
Just a little chonk. As I love that skin from Nico, by the way. Really good counter pick there. Again, it could have gone down a little bit differently, but it was Luminosity Gaming looking for the preemptive take and that extra damage on Fake God. Now we come back to it. Dragon is up. Would be a second dragon for Luminosity Gaming. They are moving around this bot side, utilizing this pressure that they have through Tactical and Zazel to get the prio over this pit.
And again, these guys have just really overachieved in the matchup for bot lane. It's supposed to be Varus lead early, and then Kalista kind of slingshots her way back in later on. But Varus is down early, and they don't have a shift yet, but they have Varus in mid. Manui's here, but he has no flash. Pop Blossom is back up off cooldown. I still feel like a fight here would slightly favor Luminosity Gaming. That said, the torch being on the Victor right now, whereas the row is not completed on the Rise, might be good. And I like the fact we're seeing the Blackfire torch from Victor. Roa was nerfed a little bit on this patch, and I feel like Victor should have been full time anyway. Tomio gets knocked back.
He's in a lot of trouble. That's a flash over. They're still going to commit to it. They're bringing Insanity over. Ultimate's still available. Here goes the Fate's Call as well. They go into the big Pop Blossom. It only hits on the Zazel. Now Kisno trying to find angle on the Tactical. And he ran through, though. Clone coming in to distract his Manui.
Coming in.
Looking for a bit of an angle there. Tactical
well
getting low. Darkwings has really good space buying there, and Dragon will go over to Conviction. So they'll stop. Oh, the piercing arrow, the bailout. You're gone, son. Tip of the hat will do you. Chrome, find the solo bolo.
Again, Conviction, like we said that both teams have some scaling potential in this game, but the one thing that's for sure, Conviction, they have the ability to control the space, control the terrain. Really, outside of the hostile takeover, these Victor lasers and the poke Varus can be kind of tough to walk into. And Conviction did a great job here of, I know that we're going to get a look at the replay, but really the play leading up to this, they did a really nice job of leaning on the strength of the Varus now and that Blackfire Torch being completed early by the Victor to get enough damage down to secure that Dragon for free, get the bonus kill in the back half against Zazel too. That was a good sequence for Conviction. That was really well played.
Yeah, and Chrome picking up a little bit of gold to try to stabilize this bot lane disadvantage coming through for them. As we are going to get that Yumu's first completed there. I do have word that we unfortunately have another pause as the curse of Cubby and Mazel continues. We'll hopefully be getting back into game here rather sorely, but gotta hope that it's a quick one here because it's an important series, not alone for both teams, but also to start off so contested on both sides. It's a little bit all over the place, which I appreciate.
If we added up our time spent in pauses this year, Mazel,
we could have played a whole best of 5.
At least at this point.
At least.
I think it's an extra day that we've had spending in pauses between this and LPL English. But of course, we'll get word on that one. From the team, and hopefully get some info to you back home. But good to see Conviction showing a little bit of strength there again.
For sure.
I think that each comp, like, they have different ways, unique ways to win. Haven't really hit on the fact that Luminosity Gaming yet. There's side laning between the Jace, the Ryze, and the Vi. The ability to attack side laners is very real. Part of why I like the Scion pick, because it takes so much time to get through that Scion who can try and manage himself as well. But yeah, I feel like each team is going to have a few different ways to play out of this. Big thing for me is that if Conviction get ahead, get control early, walking in blind against Victor Varus can be very difficult. Whereas Luminosity Gaming, they ahead, their ability to snowball on the side lane and really target Darkwings if Conviction wants to play 3 lanes could be really dangerous, something that Conviction has to look out for.
You could see a little microcosm of that in that last Dragon fight, right? A lot of the space bought by Darkwings on the Victor is hard to manage for the side of Luminosity Gaming, but try to use this pretty decent 80 advantage that they have to propel them forward. Again, Tactical has been a superstar on Luminosity Gaming so far, and given the Kalista, it's something we typically see banned away against almost every team in competitive space here in League of Legends, but specifically Tactical, again, I know you mentioned it in the draft, but something he made his name on in the original come up he had.
Yeah, I feel like the strength of Kalista, again, like, they didn't ban that because this should be a winning matchup for the Varus and the Nico. So I actually kind of like the fact that Conviction, they dared them to pick that lane, because keep in mind now, that's a ban that you can drop for the rest of the series. And I know that Chrome plays it, but we're talking about Tactical Kalista, so that's probably a bigger threat, one that you want to try and deny. That is one of the strengths of Fearless, right? Like, if you give off power picks, you don't have to worry about putting them on the ban list later on. It's definitely had a unique first series with a lot of pocket picks being banned out, which led to a lot of power picks being played in even later games, Mazel. Whereas this one, a lot of power picks being used early on. We'll see how that impacts things later on.
Little shout there. That's why I really want to see Blue Otter in playoffs, man. A best of 5 in this team. Like, can you keep banning so many champions? It's crazy.
Have a bag.
They do.
We didn't see the just pick Viego and get resets part of the bag today. That's definitely a part of like every team's bag when it comes to Fearless.
Yeah.
Just like game 4, game 5, like screw it, guys. Reset comp, right? Play Ahri, Jinx, Viego, and just see what happens. It's been very real. As no updates on the pause yet, folks. You're stuck with us, unfortunately. If you're just tuning in, you missed out on a killing series with Dragons. Dragonsteel.
Dragonsteel, yep.
Darkseid, Dragonsteel, Maryville Light versus finding the 2-1 over Blue Water. Please, I encourage you guys to go check our socials at Watch NACL. There was a crazy play that came out from Toasty to actually wrap that one up. So, of course, you guys can join the conversation with hashtag NACL. But please go check that out at Watch NACL. Definitely highly recommend it. Toasty, a player that I know he's not in the league, but is someone that has gotten LTA North tryouts and looks this offseason. TL talked about it publicly. You know, we can talk about this on the broadcast. Kind of fun. So, yeah, the fact that, like, Toasty is a player that we're all excited about, even though he's not in the league, is that backup over there at
I said somebody better be picking him up.
What's up?
I said somebody better be picking him up. That's all.
We hope so moving forward. Definitely a candidate for 2026. I don't think he's going to sneak in 2025, but we'll see. Put up a hell of a play in the back half of Game 3.
Well, we're going to rezone it a little bit on this series here as well. Taking a look at the draft as we get into it. We are pretty far into the game. So if you're looking from draft, again, do you want to just go down what maybe expectations have been trounced a bit as we came out of the draft with some pretty high expectations for both sides?
The Kalista Renata's ahead, which shouldn't happen when it's the Poke Varus and the Nico. That's a little bit of a surprise. Also, the Rise hasn't been able to connect with a play. It's only been one play that's connected on the Victor, which is good. Insanity did a nice job of getting the flash out of Darkwings, and that's what you're really looking to find in that matchup. But yeah, the Conviction, it's going to be interesting because I feel like scaling, like both teams scale in slightly different ways. I am very concerned about Luminosity Gaming's ability to kill Scion later on in this game. But their ability to side lane and try and snowball the game with like Rise, Vi, Jason, create angles is something that Conviction will have to be very wary of. So like each team has a little bit of a different way to win the game, which I always enjoy because it's fun to see those styles clash on the Rift. And so far, seems like it was all Luminosity Gaming early on, but Conviction answered. They took their first objective, that second Dragon, and had some good plays leaning on their poke there that slowly got them that objective, the advantage, and a bonus kill in the back half.
It does feel like if I'm just looking at obviously the champions on, like the CC chaining, that kind of catch out potential from Conviction is a lot easier to grab onto. You have the point and click obviously from Tomio, but he's really that only engaged. Like the hostile tapers can be usually used defensively or aggressively if you find it, but they have to be able to follow through on Tomio's engage for Luminosity Gaming for them to find a lot of success. Like their team fight is pretty strong, but it needs to be really focused.
Now, a lot of single target. Folks, we got good news for you. No more pause. We're back into the game.
Let's go!
Returning back to live, of course, only 14 minutes into this one, as plates are about to fall, and Hoarder's doing his best to play defense.
We have seen the little bit of a lane swap come through here now, though. So at least trying to get Chrome and Manui away. His flash just got burned, and he's in a lot of trouble now, too. They're going to follow him up. There's that cease and assist combo. First turret might go your way, but another kill goes down, and this one's to Fate God.
Of course, Darkwings did take down that first brick in the top side. Meanwhile, Tactical and Zazel, they will respond in kind bot. So first tower not secured, but a bonus kill secured along the way. As I think Luminosity Gaming going to be okay with that one.
Just peachy. As Tactical will get even further ahead in this 1v1 matchup, at least between Tactical and Chrome. First items completed across the board now. I'm sure getting a little bit closer for Tactical as he did stop off for the boots. You really like that spike on the Kalista. Redeploying towards topside is Conviction, though. We still have a little while until these next objectives come up. Obviously, about 10 seconds till the Rift Herald, but about a 2-minute span until that next Dragon comes up for either side. Does Conviction just want to pull the trigger on the Rift Herald up here?
I don't think so. We'll see. If they spot Vi here, Tomio might... Okay, he went for the crab, not over the wards. As you see Hoarder dropping that top, bot side. If they spotted the Vi there, I think that would have been maybe a little bit of a quicker start. Just seemed like they're going for it. We're going to sack mid wave for it, though. So chance for Tactical to maybe get a little bit of work in. But, this actually handled decently well by Conviction. Never mind, I thought there was a wave of the turret. There was not. Didn't see that on my minimap. The Tactical was just hovering. It was just trying to catch it high. So Conviction get the objective. Don't really lose anything across the map. And that's well played by them.
It's the little things, especially macro-wise, that you can see. Always. Because, again, this team for Conviction, maybe not as experienced, especially at the tier 1 level, as the side of Luminosity Gaming, but it's still a team that has a lot of expectations behind them with the success we've seen from a lot of these pieces individually and a lot of the rise we've seen from especially the newer pieces coming into this 2025 year.
Again, I mean, matchup we were pretty excited for today was Hoarder versus Fate God. I think both these top laners have been playing really well. Hoarder in his rookie split has been impressive. And Fake God solid as always at this level. Really feels like the top laner to beat. As we'll see if the Jay Sion match is boring, so we don't really have fireworks up there this time around. But I'll see if that changes moving forward.
Glad you admitted it. First step is talking about it. First turn, the top side did already go the way of Conviction, but another one will fall. And now it'll be answered too, as Conviction on the bot side will take their own. And Dragon coming up in about 20 seconds. Both teams tied 1-1 on that. I'm sure we'll get setups coming through for that side of the map.
Darkwing is able to play this wave. I think things are pretty good for Conviction because they will have a bot wave almost at that +2 mark. Crashing that into the inner. Meanwhile, mid though, have to be careful.
Oh, they got the Pop Blossom play on Antonio outside of the turret. That's big, but I don't think it's enough. They get double TP in, but Luminosity have already taken a piece of warfare. Big double engage down by Conviction as they're fighting Zazel. They're fighting Insanity. It's triple kill for Darkwing.
Big overreach from Luminosity Gaming. That could have been worse too if the Pop Blossom connected as the Realm Warp landed. That was really close by Manui. But you called it, Mazel. The double TP from Darkwings and Hoarder. That dive was way too deep from Luminosity Gaming. They're going to lose a ton off that play as they get wiped. Everyone but Fate God goes down. Mid-outer goes down. The Dragon goes down. And now Fate God might be hunted. Okay, no, he gets it. Okay, no, he gets out of this one. He's got flash. He's fine.
He's going to walk away.
Yeah, he's fine.
Slowly but surely, he's going to walk away. They lose two turrets in mid lane for it. And that's a massive gold differential now developed, at least over 1,000, almost 1.5k in this very hotly contested game. Zazel, he wants to get the steal. He's not able to get it. Kisdo will get the second dragon of the game for Conviction.
Good smite from Kisdo. Huge play there from Conviction as, again, the solo laners reacting with Conviction as the double TP into that mid-outer turret immediately turned that look from Luminosity Gaming, which again, way too deep reaching for that one. Good turn from Conviction. And now, I mean, two dragons. We talked about the scaling, especially on the top side. I mean, you gotta play into a Victor, a Scion, a Wukong. The scaling on these champions is so good. I really feel like it's Conviction that are ahead in the game right now.
Yeah, even with that big lead for Tactical, Chrome will still come online. He still will be a menace, and he also has a ton of utility for the Varus on those chains of corruption in these team fights. So really good plays from the side of Conviction. See what the response is going to be from LG. Again, this is one of the top tier teams here in NACL. There's a reason why they're on this 5 massive win streak with 4 of those back to back being 2-0s. It is a team you always have to count into the fight. We are on first items now, getting closer to second, especially for Conviction, where Darkwings is almost on 3.
Look at Darkwings. I think that's the big one for me. The last 2 dragons that were picked up for Conviction, the plays before, really benefited the Victor. And if Victor gets ahead, I mean, again, he's so oppressive to deal with the laser damage that comes out and some of the inherent safety that he gets too from Gravity Field, really nice against Dive. The Q shields too, always really nice. So I really feel like this is going to be a tough one for Luminosity Gaming. What their comp does best is going to be attacking side lanes, so Darkwing's going to have to be wary about what waves he's able to take or not if Conviction does choose to play out 3 lanes. But I do like what Darkwings is doing here. He's kind of playing a game of cat and mouse, bouncing between bot and mid, so not overextending in the river and making sure that he's able to at least be around some teammates here. As I don't think we realize we're on a ward here, Conviction.
You don't say. As a little bit of ward game being played. Adicon has spawned on the bot side.
Really deep though.
I know he was spotted walking over here too, so they know.
They're playing with info. Yeah.
Reposition. Tomio will make it out there as well. A little bit more firepower in the tank as Miramana has been completed for Fate God as well in the side lane. Gonna have that Seraphs evolved as well in Insanity.
I really like that patience from Conviction in that sequence. Again, this is a young team, guys, and Luminosity Gaming, the only team that we have where all 5 members have played at that higher level and have done so for a long time. Again, a team that we're lovingly referring to as the LCS Rejects because they have a chance to play for their own spot in summer if they do stick together as 5, and it really feels like that is the plan with this team. Definitely one of the favorites to promote if they are able to take down DSG and win that tournament. One of the favorites to get in. So Conviction, again, a young team like Manui. He's been playing for a bit, but this is his first foot at support. He's a role swap from AD. Kizno making another appearance, but has not really had a long NACL tenure. His teams have been kind of back and forth between in and out of relegation. Hoarder's rookie split. Darkwing's definitely the most experienced player on this squad. But you're going up against Luminosity Gaming, where these are household LCS names from the past, and have conviction really, being this competitive and slowing this game down, leaning on their scaling and playing with this experience. It's a good look for them so far. And again, this is a team that we feel like is a good look overall, because again, it's a team that's 5-2. They've taken care of business against everyone lower than them in the standings and have only dropped series to teams higher than them. This would be an opportunity to outkick their coverage in taking down Luminosity Gaming, who of course are above them in the standings.
And there's still 2 series left, obviously, for both sides as well, and they're big ones. The CCG is the next opponent for Conviction. Imagine a world where Conviction could end out a 7-win a call of at least at the end, and it upset things.
The chance of that series playing for side select and the first best of is pretty high.
It is.
But a chance for Conviction to really shake that with a win here.
Can indeed start putting the pieces to the puzzle here, as we are starting to put some pieces around this fight. Dragon is coming up here soon. Atacon is still up on the table. Still haven't gotten that 3rd item for Darkwings, but he's got 2 Raws about to make him into a hat. But right now, it's 2 item spikes, aplenty for both sides.
Yeah, Insanity has spike too. It does have that Roa almost completed. He's pretty strong right now. I think Atacon, as it looks, still a little bit too risky and frisky for these teams. So likely to just be a look at the Dragon here. As surprisingly, Luminosity Gaming hitting that. I think that we're just going to ignore that guy.
Just let him do his own thing. The leash difference is actually insane.
Zazel didn't want to be full health, It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can never be full health. Gotta keep your opponent thinking what you could do next. Dragon is coming up, and Conviction have no time deciding what they want to do next. They just started up.
Disconnected. Oh, I would actually love to see Luminosity Gaming just pull the trigger on the Darkwings there. They might have dropped the Dragon, but could have made a play. Darkwings, he's way overstayed here.
They're still going to drop the Dragon, though, and now they might get the play. Realm Warp in. Double Pop Blossom. It's going to be onto the 2. They end up fighting the pick in the end. Darkwings is down. Faith Call going to save. Goes in. Zazel just dies, trying to get the Bree combo, but Conviction will take that fight all day long. Chrome goes on fire here as Insanity tries to get out. Can't do it. TP denied. And a double kill for Chrome. Straight on to the Atacon. I think that's a little bold, but they're going to start it up anyways.
I mean, these Realm Warps coming in from Luminosity Gaming, all the tools have been available for Conviction. You're Realm Warping into Pop Blossoms, Realm Warping into a Victor. These gravity fields, these ultimates have been so big. Not to mention the Scion, too. We saw what he did answering the Realm Warp in the last fight around that mid-outer turret, as the angles from Luminosity Gaming have not been there, and it's been Conviction bunching up, playing together, and really turning the attempted engages from Luminosity Gaming into disasters for LG and big wins for Conviction.
Really good combinations from Conviction. I think the togetherness in a lot of these plays is really nice to see.
Yeah, like the Pop Blossoms have just answered the Realm Warps. Again, look at this. Darkwings was overstaying, but look at Manui, just understanding, hey, that's a double root. Tactical has to flash out. The Pop Blossom just ruins the fight. I know Darkwings goes down, but then Conviction gets the fight front to back with Scion afterwards. All the tools that can find angles for Luminosity Gaming are gone. Burned to take down Darkwings, and it wasn't worth it.
Cyclone in the end will scoop up Insanity as he tried to TP away. And now that we come back to live, 2,000 gold lead developed by Conviction. They're on soul point of a Hextech Soul as well. Their composition are strong together, and it's been really, really nice to see them pull through that early game deficit, that monumental lead that it felt like LG had through tactical, and now coming into a more team fight focus, their composition really starts to shine.
And again, we talk about some of the scaling that we have here, like Scion scales to infinity, and what ways do we have to deal with Scion on the side of Luminosity Gaming? I don't think they're good ones. You got to turn him into a pin cushion. But Rise is going to be getting through Scion anytime soon. Jace, even with the Black Cleaver, is still going to struggle to take down this champion. So,
why is Chrome throwing up all the ancient orgs? He's got Echo Fox, he's got CLG. I wonder what else he put on his wheel.
I mean, he's playing up against the old heads, He's trying to give them some nostalgia.
The Echo Fox shout out, love to see it. Incredible.
Oh,
that's an oldie. That's an oldie.
That was I like that logo and the jackets they
I
had.
did too. The
I
jackets
know.
were sick.
Shout out to Alorum. Still, A has the jacket and swears it's the best piece of esports merch that he owns, and I have to agree.
I agree too. That jacket was so sick.
Oh,
the
those were
logo
sick.
made it tie together so
I
well.
mean, as a University of Illinois fan, it's not my alma mater, but I'm a little bit biased towards the blue and orange, I will say.
All right.
I'm not even going to mention the Bears, too. See, I
Yeah,
found a
there,
weird
yeah.
tie
See,
into a
look at you.
university
You're
anyway.
growing. You're growing as a
Well,
person, and that makes me happy.
I don't know about
Speaking of
that.
growing, we're gonna move forward from your self-actualization as Darkwings has gotten the Rapidons completed for himself. The victor is definitely online now. Gotta watch those Chaos Storms starting to ramp up as well in these team fights.
I mean, again, the first couple of fights were really big for Darkwing. See that chunk onto Zazel. The heal has to be popped, and even the Fate Claw pop. We're going to turn on the Darkwings.
They want him. They want to go for him, but the counter engage from Manui. It's just enough. Darkwings is untouched there. He's still alive. Finally, Tactical gets one. Maybe Fate got able to follow it up. Double carry's gone now. Insanity is still in the fight as well.
Oh.
Big fight, though, as Hoarder's still alive. Kizno's now looking for his own entrance here as the Seraphs is popped. Insanity's going down, and that's an ace for Conviction.
It's Manui's first step, but again, he knows his job in this game. His ults have been fantastic as they've just been stopping the engage. And you can see this interaction between the Nico and the Renata, and why we don't always see the Kalista Renata as a response into the Nico, because your ability to just interrupt, to stop any hostile takeovers by sticking you in the Pop Blossom and stopping the follow-up is huge. As the engage on the Darkwings again, some poke was taken by Zazel, but they take the book. Everyone fires down onto the Victor. That Pop Blossom tactical has to burn cleanse, and Tomio and Zazel just absolutely melted at the start of the fight to the damage that was coming down. The bailout did save Tomio and turned it into a somewhat close fight, but Hoarder, great flash ult from him, connects with two, and Hot Soup coming through. They can't stop this Scion, and Sim and Kizno take care of the rest.
Really good cleanup there, even after they were losing a lot of the main pieces that make this engine run, and it really shows that this is a team effort from Conviction. You need a team effort when you're trying to take down one of the top teams in the league here, and it's looking real damn good.
I mean, again, I don't want to overact to a game win. We need to see a series win from Conviction, but this is a team that has looked good. Like, this is clearly a top half team that we have. It was just this week to really decide, how far up are they? And they're challenging Luminosity Gaming as Tomio goes in.
Tomio goes all in on Kizno. He's gone. The engage went wide. Now Hoarder able to tank up the rest of the ire of LG, but the Dragon now maybe the focus for Conviction. This is a 4v5. Tomio has no stake in this game. There's no smite for LG. Manui's the focus. They're just going in now as well and getting obliterated for it. The hostile taker was used as a defense, but it doesn't matter. Kizno finds access to the back line, and the Cyclone that whipped away the early game from LG will continue ripping and roaring straight through Luminosity Gaming as another double kill comes through for Darkwings, and they're gonna push straight down the mid lane.
That is a clean 5-0 ace, guys. The team that has not had anyone that has had an LCS look taken down, the only team at NACL where all 5 players have competed at that level. And Conviction trying to do something that they've yet to do this year. That's beat a team above them in the standings, but have gotten off to a great start in this series with a solid game 1.
They knew their conditions. They knew they had to weather the storm in the early game. Then they unleashed their own storm on Luminosity Gaming. Match point secured for Conviction. And we'll see if Luminosity can right that ship. What a win for this Conviction team.
An outstanding performance from Manui and
Absolutely.
Darkwings too. I think that a lot of those fights started with Manui on the Pop Blossom. Again, really knew his role in that game, and that was kind of surprising for me because, again, Conviction, they are the younger team that we have out of these two. They really felt like they understood their comp, what they needed to do to win better than Luminosity Gaming, who, yes, they have to push the face forward, but when those engages go sideways, they really quickened their own demise in the back half, and the scaling of Conviction kicked in, and that was game.
Exactly that. It was a really convincing win in the end. It was so contested earlier on, but you see it was Luminosity not able to kind of take that lead in the bot side, and we knew what was coming. You said it from the trap. You said it all game long. Like, the Varus does come online, and while maybe that wasn't the biggest factor, but
Scion Victor, man. It's like,
it is Scion Victor. Yep.
Scaling of that's correct. Who can get through the Scion that trap? We saw them get behind, and there was no pin cushion available. So Luminosity Gaming weren't able to snowball fast enough. Conviction find the win, and we're gonna have to see what happens in the series, Mazel.
Yeah, we will. We're gonna send it to a little break while we get ready for game number 2 of this best of 3.
obviously, we expect to win. It may not be the smoothest path, but just because we do have a lot of experienced players, and even though I've played with most of them, all except tactical, we still have a lot of different opinions about the game that are a lot more set than rookies have, which is kind of like the challenge of getting veterans together. But I feel like we're doing pretty well at working through that, and in general, it doesn't feel like there's any problems day to day with that. So yeah, I'd feel pretty good. I'd expect to win and at least make it to the promotional tournament and hopefully win that against DSG. Thank you for watching, and thanks to everyone who supports me and my teammates.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL. We're in the final week of the regular season, and we're into our second best of 3 of the first day, as it was Conviction taking a 1-0 lead over Luminosity Gaming. And what a lead and what a game it was. Found a lot of good combinations off of Manui and executed beautifully on their composition. I'm Michelle, I'm joined by Cubby. And Cubby, what's your breakdown? What you got?
Man, I was really happy with how Conviction played out their draft. I really feel like they understood what their draft needed to do to win. And we saw a couple individual oopsies early on in the lane phase, but as a team, Conviction were able to come back. And for me, it was really off the back of just turning around a few engages in Manui's pop blossom. Saying this one was massive. Yeah. Doesn't connect onto the people that came in. But again, Darkwings and Hoarder were so quick on the TPs, and Hot Soup coming through, man. These ults that connected from Hoarder were so big. The sign could not be dealt with the draft for Luminosity Gaming once they fell behind. And this game ended up being very one-sided and very clean from Conviction.
It did. I think that's the biggest thing I'll come out of this one is they just knew how to play to their conditions, even with some of the things going wrong for them early on, and knew how to kind of just stick in it, go through some of these objective callouts and how to kind of weave between those. But also just the execution of team fights. Like, they had a really good understanding of when they were strong in a lot of these situations, which you don't often see. I mean, you do with our top teams, especially like LG, but in a tier 2 capacity, it's really nice to see that cleanliness come through from Conviction.
Yeah, I mean, again, this looks like a team. Like, just the experience difference between these two teams. And how many years of service do we have on this Luminosity Gaming team when it comes to the LCS? Whereas Conviction, that number is 0. I don't need to check Wikipedia to confirm that one. In fact, we have people with 0 years of service in NACL, looking at people like Hoarder or even Manui at the role swap in support. But again, Conviction looked like they knew what they were doing in this game. I was really impressed by how they played as a team. Felt like everyone knew their role. And it ended up like on the scoreboard being a Darkwings pop-off, but really feel like Manui was the one that was turning a lot of these fights, and liked Hoarder's Scion as well. Just feel like everyone in Conviction did their job better than their opponents and ended up being a pretty convincing Game 1 win.
All right, so then we got to talk about the brass tacks here. You're an LG fan. What is going on? This team has been on a 5-win streak. The last 4 of those 5 are all 2-0s, which is absolutely impressive. They are a dominant veteran-style team. The first game, the kind of aggressive style composition didn't end up working out for them. What do we need to see from them going into game 2?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was just, we saw Luminosity Gaming like opting into bad plays. The 2 realm warps we saw from Insanity, they were errant, right? They were straight into a Nico and straight into a Pop Blossom. Now, of course, it's fearless draft, so everything that we saw in game 1 off the table for the rest of the series. But I just want to see Luminosity Gaming take better plays, because we still saw individually they were able to get leads. Tomio was dominating the early objectives. Tactical and Zaza were outperforming that bot lane, given where it should be, right? Costa Renata should not be up in the early stages of that matchup. It should be the other way around. So still think there is potential for LG to turn this around. Frankly, they were the favorites coming in, but can't sleep on Conviction, who continue to just show growth in this league, what a young team really needs to do. And I gotta say, like, Manui is just playing so much better in these recent weeks, as that role swap support actually been pretty exciting. As I know Manui, you know, at AD, Manui, I feel like didn't have the hands to really be an elite 80 carry at the next level. But God, you look at him and what he brings to a team and his personality, he is someone that you want to have in the building. And so going to support, utilizing the solid hands that he did have to play AD, like placing top 4 in this league, bringing that to support, and then bringing his brain for shot calling, his brain for draft, and like the flair they can bring to a team there. I think that it was a swap that made a lot of sense. I feel like he waited a little bit longer to do it than what he wanted to do, but man, feels like it's one that's really paying off for him. It's been great to watch.
Yeah, he even talked about it. The time is now. A lot of the support, they're out of the contention. They're out of the running to try to get to LTA, and now is the time to try to make the push there. But I mean, I think something, a power that he even had when he was AD was his pick potential, right? The flexibility he had from the AD role, especially the Seraphine, obviously. But he brings a lot to the table and how he thinks about the game, and I know that's something you really like to highlight. So appreciate that, but now you got to close it home. You're against Luminosity Gaming. You're one of the heads of the 3-headed Hydra, where Luminosity Gaming took red side. And we'll see now what these bans come through in the first phase, because right now it's the Yone and the Lucian already, as well as that Xin Zhao by Luminosity.
I'm really interested in these red side selections. I mean, we've only seen blues so far, but hey, to be fair, it paid off for Dark Zero. Or I guess it didn't pay off. They won the blue side game.
Yeah.
It was the opposite. We'll see if LG can flip it
The
here.
new map, maybe maybe it just feels like.
I mean,
seems
again,
changed
like
up.
I think for fans at home, they're like, oh, why wouldn't you take red side, right? Like, you get more counter picks, but blue side, the map itself, it is favored in League of Legends, and I really feel like the theory behind that, the path from mid to bot is so much faster if you are on blue side, and it's very easy to blind mid laners that have push and go access spots. So I'll say a conviction that's something that they lean on. As gotta say, a ban on the Rumble.
Yeah.
I know that Hoarder's Rumble has been a little iffy in the side lane, so opting to take that one away from Fake God. Just curious to see what we end up first picking here, as a lot of the power picks are off the table. Oh, but Gwen's up. All right, so ban Rumble, slam Gwen.
Easy.
They don't care about the nerfs. I do think the nerfs actually really affected the Jax matchup, as your snips are really important in that. Of course, Counter-Strike can stop the autos, but do not stop the snips. I felt like with the original changes to Gwen, Jax used to be a winning matchup, and then we started seeing Jax like take Grasp, just get annihilated by Gwen.
Yeah.
Now I'm curious to see if we see a Jax from Fake God as a good champion for him, and if it goes like for the old build, which was lethal tempo, and then try and nuke Gwen early. That said, going to be the Ambessa. Again, the Q nerfs I think do really matter in this case. So Ambessa can try and weave her way around those. So this matchup a lot more even footing, even if Gwen is still a very strong champion that we have.
I'm really curious now what the kind of 1-2 punch is from LG. The Ambessa obviously very strong. Like, they just get that top lane matchup out of the way. But do you just want to go ahead and grab something in jungle here for Tomio, give him some more setup? Like the Lilia prio that you were talking about lacking earlier, I would love to see something go through with the Lilia here. It is going to be the Talia. So they are going to go for their solo lanes first and foremost on that red side.
Yeah, I will say, just looking at some of the solo queue win rates, does look like Gwen dropped about 2% win rate in that top lane.
Pretty big win.
Dropped more in jungle because they specifically nerfed her jungle clear as well. But yeah, the changes to Gwen, I really feel like they were significant. Talia going to bring some value with the rocks too, but Darkwing's couple of the Talia counters were off the board. Of course, Azir taken away as well. So Darkwing is going to go for an Orianna, and now we'll see if they can grab a ball carrier for Kisno. I think Pantheon's up, but I gotta say,
was banned away last game, but
a little suspect about the start. Is it time for Kindred? Kisno is he's a Kindred specialist.
It is open.
Either that or we're gonna slam
away
bot.
in the second phase.
All right,
come on, do the Kindreds.
Pant's a bit of a deny too. I think Pant's very strong. So Pant can kind of be a pseudo ball carrier. It's not ideal, but can work, and of course can't find Alistar later on. Curious choice here for Luminosity Gaming. Match the Pantheon, or maybe grab something like an Alistar now. One of those big power picks. And then try and throw some fans to support it.
Okay, so they'll give Tomio more facilitation. The engage tool for the team right now. Obviously going to try to get something going with Zeyzal as well. But right now he has a lot of the onus on him to find those big engages.
The Sejuani itself, it really does impact that top lane matchup specifically. Just given the Ambessa, the ability to overwhelm Gwen early on is very real. That Hoarder is going to have to try and deal with and navigate his way around. Is again, Hoarder, a player that continues to just be really impressive in his rookie split. Yeah. I think that people really don't appreciate like how many times Hoarder has actually gone to Korea and gotten really high up on the ladder. I'm not exactly sure where he peaked. I believe it was top 50 at least, but he's had like 2 or 3 trips over there where he's gotten good. And I mean, I had an LTA North GM talk to me like, hey, is Hoarder actually good or not? Like, we're still trying to figure this out, because what he does in solo queue is great, but also there is some concern that, hey, this guy plays carries, right? And we have seen a lot of our carry top laners at this level have trouble transitioning to the next one, where at some point there's going to be a meta where you have to play stack side as a top lane. That's just how League of Legends works, right? So that see Hoarder actually put up good Scion games, then know that he can play the carries. Like, his Jace is really good. His Ambessa has been really good in this league. The opportunity for him on the Gwen now to carry, and we'll see if he can cash in. But that last game was a really good look for him, and I think Hoarder, for me, continues to answer that question that, yeah, he actually is pretty damn good.
Yeah, pretty damn good so far. We'll see if he can continue that spree, continue some of that influence as we get the Caitlyn locked in for Tactical. See what they want to pair up with that one. But it was full bot lane focus of bans in that second phase, so 4 of them taken off the table.
I mean, I feel like you're just relegated to Jhin here.
The Jhin matchup, it could go a little bit topsy-turvy depending on who gets the early advantage.
You just blind Karma. I know Manui is very willing to play Enchantresses. Manui in the past, they actually won a game with Jhin Zillion. It was a great Zillion game, but I don't
Zillion
see
was
at that time.
a really good call there.
I don't love Rakan because I feel like if you go Rakan, then Zeyzal picks Nautilus, and then there's a real threat to actually like chain the traps as the Caitlyn. So
the Bard.
Gonna be Bard.
It is the lock-in. It
really,
is an oldie but a goodie between
it really
the Jhin Bard.
dissuades Alistar. It really encourages an Enchantress coming out from Zeyzal. We'll see if Zeyzal is willing to play it again. His role in this team has mostly been engaged, but we have seen Zeyzal get creative. He's reached to grab an Elise, which I think Elise is playable here if he actually really wants to play fast like that. Also,
could punish hard.
Shen support. Okay.
Okay. We know how strong Shen is in the top lane. Zeyzal going to try to whip it on the bot side as well. Fear the beard? Hey, question mark?
I feel like this really it's interesting because like I see Caitlyn, and it's like, okay, we want to use Caitlyn to kind of play bot, get Caitlyn a lead and play from there. But then Shen is kind of that neutralizing support that can uniquely really impact the map and maybe play towards top side. So it feels like the Caitlyn doesn't fit the rest of the identity, which for me is really attack top lane. Because you can bring Talia, bring Shen, and make Gwen's life hell in the top side. Especially with that Sejuani too. I think that is going to be a real concern for Conviction early on in this game. Also, some of the scaling for Luminosity Gaming, I think, much better in this one. We'll have to be concerned about the Gwen later on, but Talia's ability to try and hold the line and breaking the Caitlyn is going to be a lot more difficult, especially when Curtain Call's down. That said, Tempered Fate and Curtain Call against two mobile carries. We'll see if Conviction can find that setup and execute.
Conviction did take game number one pretty convincingly in the end. Luminosity Gaming were struggling to find ground to stand on. But in this second game, feels like they have a much more consistent comp. They're bringing out the Shen in bot lane. And it's got to rely on early, at least setup in that bot lane to try to get this Caitlyn into a good position in this game. Conviction themselves a little bit more dicey, a little bit more focus on that mid-jungle duo as well to pop off. But a game number two that can lean either way.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
All right. Again, I'm a little bit surprised to see the Shen support here. I'm used to seeing it. I really think it's a really good answer in stuff like Braum or Engages, right? Because you can find the taunt, and then your Q actually does pretty good damage early, especially after some of the buffs. So you can kind of win out on trades. Of course, the taunt in the trap, we'll see if Zeyzal's able to walk people into him. That is kind of nice. You can walk people around and kind of control if you are able to connect with those traps. So it will be something to look out for.
Which, I guess in all actuality, both junglers need to be a bit proactive, it feels like, because both of them are kind of setting up the win conditions for either side. But I do lean on Kisno being in a bit of advantage here in the map setup.
Ooh, I actually got to talk about this top side. Hoarder went for the grasp on the Gwen, whereas is an electrocute for Fake God. I don't like the electrocute as much, but it will probably be the like Cyclo Sword build. So the engages from Fake God, like that initial fight, will be pretty big from him. Yeah, that'll be something that Conviction has to be wary of. But for me, that makes that like 1v1, that side lane matchup, a little bit easier for Gwen compared to when Ambessa gets grasped. And can maybe trade a little bit more evenly.
It's going to be bot side star for both junglers now, so maybe leaning towards that top side and realizing it is going to be a big importance in the matchup itself. Was wondering if we maybe get some bot side focus from Luminosity side of things here with the Caitlyn, but not going to be the case of it. Just the fight over Prio as level 2 has been completed. Going to get a nice little combo there, and there's a little bit of the taste of what LG can give in the 2v2.
Well played by Zeyzal. Again, taunt into the trap. Well done by him and Tactical.
Even had time after he taunted.
Yeah, so really well done. That's exactly what we want to do in that lane matchup. This meanwhile, topside, do see Hoarder. 8 no execute trade, but still doing his best to try and get this wave in and use that to pressure Fake God. I will say, if this ends up being a top lane 2v2, I know Pantheon's stronger than Sejuani early, but if Luminosity Gaming are able to take the Gwen out first, I do think that they win this, like, overall. As the Sejuani plus Ambassa, the ability to stack up that permafrost is big. Honestly, really curious to see if Tomio might skip a camp to actually find Hoarder early, but Hoarder, I think, intelligently drops the ward and then going to hit base, just brute force those waves in, and going to get the reset, get his resources back, and take away the window where he might be weak on the map.
That was a big focus from Draft, is trying to hit the Gwen early. Will just end up being that full clear. Maybe a contest over top scuttle, but we've seen a lot of time kind of conceding either side and just going for the clear on whichever side doesn't have a lot of pressure, because now with the map changes and everything, Dragon has definitely taken a bigger hot seat in the earlier game here. Not a lot of waiting until those Dragons are sitting there for like 9-10 minutes like we did before, and maybe either team, now that we're getting the resets coming out, putting that focus on bot side.
Yeah, Manui can sadly only clear one of those wards because Zeyzal has the red point, which does feel quite nice on the Shen, as it is going to be a Guardian, not an Aftershock. We'll say that's kind of interesting. We'll for sure nerf Shen later on in the fights. Is Aftershock important for him being able to engage and actually stay alive, but Guardian really nice for the lane. And no guarantee you get Aftershock off when you're going up against Bar Jhin, so can't understand that.
Do we need to see them play towards this bot lane, or are you okay going a little bit later?
I think that you remove Gwen from the game. I think that's the right call for Luminosity Gaming. Just everything on the Gwen. Do your best to try and remove Hoarder from the game, who, if fair to Hoarder, has done a nice job of this early lane. I like that grass tech. I know it's something that Zamudo's been talking about on the Gwen, as it gives you a lot more strength early. And you're kind of trying to use the grass and the strength of Green Tree in the laning phase, then get to the later points of the game where Gwen's going to be fine no matter what keystone you have.
He's literally just staying out of lane too. Like he just backed again. Yep. Just gonna continuously just take the windows and know that you can't be punished in a lot of these situations. Being able to play around, that's really massive. Love to see a newer player like Hoarder really manipulating his top lane matchup, which he's done so many times for Conviction.
Yeah, like this is where I get excited about Hoarder as a player though, because again, newer player, younger, but he's shown that he has solo queue prowess, and then you match that with the fact that he understands this game, that he is the target. I think how he's played out this lane has been really smart so far. Just again, took away that first window where Sejuani could have looked by basing and getting the TP back, just making sure that he was strong, and then again getting the wave in, basing, make sure that he's strong, and take out Luminosity Gaming can execute what I think their comp should be doing, which is send the Taliyah, send the Shen, send the Sejuani, and make sure that Gwen doesn't have fun.
It kind of rhymed. I like it. The back will be stopped by Zeyzal there, just to keep Prio in the lane while Tomio starts up the Dragon, so good communication there from Luminosity Gaming. Kizna will be on the top side of the map, not really going to be able to find anything of it. Maybe searching for a little bit of action early on this top side, see if they can go for a little bit of an invade up there. But Prio in mid lane gained by Insanity. Bot lane already had that. The first Dragon going the way of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, and strength of the Caitlyn going to be nice here, and it looks like a Yuntal's sprint, as Tactical was able to get that first back BF sword. That is really big for Caitlyn. Again, I think the really happy spot for Caitlyn in lane, if you're BF swording Greaves, you're a very happy camper.
Oh.
Zeyzal, okay, I love this from Zeyzal. Again, Kizno and Hoarder were posturing a potential dive at the fake. I don't think that was ever there. But Zeyzal kind of doing the job of Tomio there, who of course was using his time to take the Dragon. That's the right play, but was actually able to get a hover off. And of course, Tactical can't be threatened on this wave. So really nice walk from Zeyzal.
Been a big focus, it feels like, for Luminosity, as he's going to go mid, save Insanity too with a heal. Has that Spirit's Refuge as well, and Zeyzal's just doing work across the map on this. Shen isn't even level 6 just yet. We are going to be getting closer to that mark, but it's going to be a little bit ways off. We still do have that next, or at least that first spawn of grubs coming up in about a minute.
I gotta say, we've not talked about this mid lane matchup, Mazel, but
20 CS down.
That's a lot. Again, Orianna versus Taliyah. This is a really good matchup for Orianna. Taliyah does struggle. The counter is that Orianna's immobile, so if you're able to send resources mid, you can try and take her down. But again, in a silo, in isolation, Orianna should win out on that. But there's
only so many resources you can give.
Yeah, being this far behind is a bit of a surprise. Does look like Insanity's going to go for this Roa Taliyah. I will say it's not my favorite. It really delays the Leandries, so I think it's really important for Taliyah to have as an item. But will ensure that the one-shots that Orianna can threaten earlier on in the game are going to be a lot harder to connect with.
And you have to remember, like, we're talking about players a lot in this setup, but for the teams, I mean, man, Conviction would tie up Luminosity Gaming if they win this one, which is absolutely wild in our last week of the regular season before we get to playoffs, to have that even in the conversation here.
Definitely something where, like like, again, Conviction is a team coming into this at 5-2. They've beaten everyone below them in the standings, have yet to beat teams above them in the standings, and have 2 opportunities to do so this week going up against CCG and Luminosity Gaming. Again, we've been very open about just talking about the real, this league. It's realistic, right? There's a very clear top 3. We talked about that a lot, Mazel, but Conviction proving that we might have to put a little bit more respect on their name here, Mazel.
Absolutely.
I mean, if they beat Luminosity Gaming and take down CCG, that would be significant, a really big shakeup in the back half of the split where it feels like a lot of things have gone to expectations, at least towards the top of the standings.
I'm just going to say it works out perfectly for the lore aspect of it, too, because when you cut off a Hydra's head, another one grows in its place, 2 of them. So, maybe we'll add a 4th head to the Hydra. Maybe we'll just be a 10 Hydra. No.
I feel like, if anything, I got to see more from this Dark Zero squad. As I know that losing at Yuji, I feel like one of my favorite tweets of the split was actually from Shogo, who was adding Quirky, please make sure Thanos doesn't play this game. Play Shimmer over Yuji, please, when they're going up against each other. A lot of players had a lot of respect for Yuji, and again, that
deserved.
Dark Zero roster did not drop a single game, but will not be the roster that continues. As we're 10 minutes into the game, Mazel, we have yet to find Hoarder. If we are Luminosity Gaming, we're going to look now.
Ooh, Fake God takes a
He's trying to bait out the W, I think.
Yeah, he really is. He's trying to get that untargetable, the immune that Gwen is so famous for, but looks like Tomio will not take the bait, and Hoarder playing this top lane matchup expertly on the Gwen.
Shout out to Hoarder, man. I really like how he's playing this one, and I'm actually kind of curious if he goes first item Zanya's, because that is not a first item that you're used to seeing on Gwen. And I don't want to call it out yet. All the components would build into it. And I know that he's going to be the target of this game. Zanya's is an item that you eventually get on Gwen. And would be quite useful to have when you are the target and are going to, be the one that a lot of people get on top of. I also am wondering if he's going for another Zimido build, which was the Witchbane.
True.
Which he mathed out in his game on the Gwen. And that could also be something that Hoarder's looking at. So something to keep our eyes on.
Gonna take a heavy trade now. Gonna pop the needlework to get some healing back, but
I think he wants to win
a couple of those. It is gonna be no TP for our top laners as another dragon is spawning on the rift. This Hoarder getting low. Public execution still available for Fake God. Flash burned by Hoarder. So top lane advantage is going the way of Fake God. Maybe looking to go for the flash public execution, or at least use it to get out. The dash gonna be there. The ulti is down for Fake God. Prime position for Conviction right now around this dragon, though, would be evening up that neutral objective score 1-1.
Order canceled. I thought it was an okay cast from Fake on the public execution because I actually didn't think it mattered. Hoarder would have missed this wave either way. That's it. Hoarder's going to flip it.
Oh, he's going to flip it all right, and he's going to flip it straight into a death. First blood to Fake God.
Again, Hoarder had no TP. He was trying to get some more resources. That was greedy from Hoarder. As an unwarranted death, should have went back to base and dropped that wave. Instead, gives some bonus gold over to Fake God, who did play that one out well. As Tactical 90 caliber nets out of the Temper Fate. Well done, as that might just stop the dragon in its tracks for Conviction.
Gonna take a look at first blood and get a little bit greedy from the rookie top laner, but still a big pickup for Fake God now in this 1v1 matchup. Oh, little queen. Bye-bye. Creepiest doll you'll ever see.
What encouraged Hoarder to pick that skin, man?
One of the better skins, I feel like. Cafe Cuties is pretty good too.
Don't worry about it. That said, does look like it's going to be that Lichbane build from Hoarder to start on off. Whereas Luminosity Gaming did a nice job, of course, that Engage did not connect from Conviction, so they pushed them off the second dragon. And Luminosity Gaming staying on schedule here. We haven't really talked about scaling that much this game, Mazel. I think if the game goes really, really late, I kind of favor Conviction, but frankly think it's a bit of a flip. In terms of scaling.
Right next to him. Oh my god, that was absolutely hilarious. Yeah, I think it's a tough situation because it's going to come down to a couple key crucial pieces, and I think there's a lot of utility in both of the sides of things. So I think a lot of these fights are going to come down to mechanics. As speaking of mechanics to the top side, end up getting the flash out of Fake God with the Stand United coming through from Zazel.
Tomio coming.
I don't know if they can have the follow-up. Tomio does have flash. He has Glacial Prison. Goes for the combo. Public execution in. The counter play from LG, and they punish hard.
Again, Stand United, this Shen pick, it really went from being a game that could have been about a Caitlyn plus Enchantress lane into being about a game where we're going to take Gwen out of the game. So Hoarder lives, but still able to turn that top play around. This is the one of the map where we feel like Luminosity Gaming is stronger, and they've been starting to cash in.
Feeling the momentum at their backs for sure. It's going to feel really good for them to capitalize on a lot of these plays. And again, the scaling is no slouch for their side. As they will get the Tempered Fate again onto Tactical. He'll dodge out again and make it out alive from that one. So Manui continuously trying to find these plays. Maybe still trying to find Tactical. Not going to be able to dodge out of that one. Fourth shot coming in. Waiting for it. There's the combo. And fourth shot connects. Chrome picks up the kill. And Conviction are on the board.
I mean, that's a team in sync right there. He was waiting for Kizno to, you know, have the old school man drop into the Jhin. Funneled the free kill. I mean, obviously it was done for the collector dopamine, nothing else. You know, you didn't want the kill on the marksman. This was only done for the collector dopamine.
Absolutely.
Yes. 100%.
That's the name of the game. It's in the law of League of Legends. As we speaking of, give us perfect segue. Darkwings can't get his perfect segue to get back to base. We are getting those first items kind of through there. The Lichbane, like you had mentioned earlier for Hoarder, but we have the Sundered Sky. The Seraph's already evolved for Darkwings as well. On the other side, we'll be getting close. The Roa going to be a little bit behind for Insanity, but we have a lot of fighting strength between Tomio and Fake God on the side of LG.
And very Zamudo pilled from Hoarder. I know that these two top laners, Hoarder and Zamudo, they were the two top laners part of the Cydo Combine this past offseason, run by Parth, the old GM of TSM.
Shout out to Parth.
Yeah, had 20 players, narrowed it down to 10 that got to go into LA and play out of FlyQuest offices. Hoarder and Zamudo were the two top laners that ended up making it. The reward in the end was actually boot camps over in Korea, which I believe Zamudo was one of the winners there. I think it was him and Mobility. But yeah, definitely when they were there, I got to spend some time with them, the team. Coach Ido, Coach Traxxer were helping them out with Parth. And it's fun to see Hoarder kind of yoink Zamudo's build here. Zamudo was actually pretty passionately talking about this Gwen build. Some of the perks that it gets. But Stand United coming in, see Azazel blows the flash here to try and get Hoarder.
Nah, not going to go for it. Give them the thumbs up. That'll be a tool used by LG, but they'll try to utilize that pressure in topside now to get this Rift Herald, which would be a big pickup in momentum for LG. Potentially just clearing this one out as Conviction are here in force to try to deny that as well. Kisno trying to get involved as much as possible on this Pantheon, but hasn't really found a way in.
Wondering if Zazel dropped that ward and then Manui clicked it, then he was actually able to get the rose. It might have been a creative one. It's a small win.
It's again, you said it's the little thing.
Vision around the Herald. It's not the perfect word, but did the job. It's worth a little bit more than what to say.
Oh, Manui is bold. I like it. Go for that ward. Ends up losing his control ward for it, but damage is done. As Rift Herald started up preemptively by LG here. TP still available for Insanity in the bot side. Can be answered by Darkwings as well. The traps
I like
are down.
This line. I really like what Tactical's doing.
Oh, Kisno gets baited. They tried to get the positioning, but Feats of Warfare secured by LG.
Really like that line from Tactical on the traps as Manui's going to do his best to get out of here. Doesn't have access to the flash. Will eat the flick.
Oh, they're going to try to just collapse the play onto Insanity here as that Rift Herald goes over to LG. They set the bait, they set the trap, but Kisno fell for it.
Again, that trap line, there's a control ward in there, so they tuck Zazel in there and then force the enemy team to go deeper into River instead of being closer to their base. I know it's really small, but I like that a lot from Tactical. Yeah. Oh, actually, I'm curious. We're going to see if Insanity, I said it might have been a Roa. He hasn't completed the Roa. I think he's doing the new Catalyst tech. Which they're nerf Roa overall, but Catalyst is still really strong. So a lot of players in solo queue right now, Viger V2 has been talking about it a lot. They take the Catalyst, they take the Haunting guys, and they just sit on it and kind of benefit from the item value. I think early on, definitely
do be a cooker.
I mean, early on for sure helped them survive the Orianna, but now gonna maybe have to survive this. Manui no ult.
He's pretty tanky though, as he is about half health there, but Manui also taking a decent chunk. Dragon pulled out. This is already sole point for LG if they grab it. Kisno won't be spotted out by the Scryers there, but in the end, it's trying to trade. Manui oversteps his bounds as Weaver's Wall comes in. Kisno forced into the fight from
Manui
that
got away
Weaver's
with it?
wall. Manui tried to get away. Snipe shot comes in, and Fake God goes on the killing spree.
2 ults used.
Hoarder is here. Hoarder looking for insanity. Goes for this big needlework, but the dragon is still going the way of LG. That's soul point secured. Now Conviction trying to take the fight. Another needlework proc, and Hoarder goes down now as well. Fake God now running rampant. It's the battle of the top laners, but one of them's gone. And now Fake God is going to ham here. A double kill goes through for Tactical in the end, but Zazel is here to help Fake God finish and clean house. Call him Mr. Clean. Another one goes through. He'll fall and die, but it's a massive 4 for 4 on both sides. 4 for 5, baby.
Yeah, 4 for 5. Manui went down first. The big thing, though, the Dragon did go to the side of Luminosity Gaming, so soul points secured. As a chaotic fight, Mazel. A lot was burned there. I don't really know what the big difference maker was in the end. I mean, obviously, Fake God ran through the back half of the fight, and he's really fed off of that. So as I'm talking my way through the problem, Fake God was the big difference maker.
Show your work.
Him and Zays were able to do some good work. As the Stand United, it might not have connected, but it did buy enough time for, again, Fake God to find that re-engage and pop off in the back half.
What a fight,
Show
honestly. It was, hey, got him with that one.
Oh, no.
I don't know if I could show my work for that one. That was a wild play. It is, though, in the end now. Rift Herald secured by Tomio, looking for another play onto a defenseless Jhin. And unfortunately, he has nothing left. Chrome will fall to Tactical, as well as this Rift Herald going to be popped in mid lane by LG to try to take down an outer turret.
I think Manui is just going to ult his own turret here.
He should. There you go. Denied Shelly.
We'll say something unique. When you're going up against the Caitlyn, always have to be wary of stasis because, well, you're opening yourself up for trap placements. So do think defensive board ult's really not going to be a great option for Manui this game because there's a chance that if you get out of stasis, everyone might have a trap under their feet, and that would be a lot of damage coming out from Tactical. Who did have to skip over the Collector, but has gone for a little bit more of a late game focused Caitlyn build. Of course, Yuntal's into IE and a likely LDR next. Not a ton of armor on this side of Conviction, but something to look out for. As Tactical has done a nice job making sure that he's farmed this game to go down earlier on in that Dragon fight, but his team did the work for him.
Yeah.
As Fake God continues to do work in this top lane. And again, this Ambessa pick and the focus from Luminosity Gaming that really shut down Hoarder's Gwen. It's been paying off.
Is now the focus in top side, but a lot of that standing gold now scooped up by LG to give themselves just hovering over 1,000 gold advantage on Conviction. But I will say this mid lane matchup has led to Conviction staying in this game pretty heftily. Still a lot of things leaning the way of LG, and maybe even more so now as Chrome still has no exit tools. He is still just a Jhin, and they're going to follow him through. He's not down yet, but he's out. The boy who lived, called Voldemort. I don't know. As deadly as now he turns around. He's going to get that curtain call out and dissuade LG from getting any further fight, and Hoarder wants to continue going. Grand Starfall had been used. Conviction a little zealous there, but they will get Chrome out.
I mean, I gotta say, that was well done by Manui. That portal got hella value, as not only did it get Chrome over the wall, got him out of a well-placed Weaver's wall from Insanity, which is trying to trap Chrome in. That's a good look from Luminosity Gaming, right? Just unfortunate they couldn't connect. They went out on the health bar war, but just weren't able to walk away with kills.
But I'm sure they'll be looking for it the next time. Yes, a lot of tools down, though, so I'm having to think about that.
Not a lot of summoner spells used. I mean, all the flashes were used pretty much at the last objective fight. And I know that we don't have timers up on our screen at the moment, but that upcoming objective, I know Anacon's on the map, but it's a soul being threatened for Luminosity Gaming, and it's a Hextech soul at that. If that goes over, that's really tough to deal with when you're going up against the range of Talia, the ease of applying that, and how difficult, oppressive going up against that soul can be.
I think Fake God is just okay. He wasn't okay. I was wondering if he was solo. He's like was dashing back and forth. I thought maybe he was soloing the Atacon there. But I actually would love to see LG maybe even give a dragon over. I know scaling, obviously we talked about for both sides, but give the dragon, get the Atacon, get that permanent buff. Could be really big for them.
Yeah, of course, top lane pressure at the moment in the hands of Fake God and Luminosity Gaming. You called it, Mazel. It's going to be an Atacon start. Of course, this new patch, only one Atacon spawning on the Spirit Blossom Ionian Rift. And
they can't even get in, no way.
Wow, the trap line from
Oh,
Caitlyn
they're
is diabolical.
TPing. They're gonna go around. It's way too little, way too late though.
No
They get
way!
the 5-man isn't enough. Big fight kicking off. Pause, freeze frame, but it might still be LG looking damn good here. Big combo with the shockwave from Darkwing.
Fakegod's
They're
huge.
fighting this fight out. Big shutdown. Fakegod can't get away. Chrome is ticking away here now as he's going for the fourth shot. He's gonna flash away. Kizno manages to survive, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Chaos up there, but the Atacon, it was secured by Luminosity.
If Darkwings had flash available for that fight, that could have been a flash into a 5-man shockwave, as that was a highlight tempered fate from Manui, even though it didn't lead to all that much. And now it's just a race to the dragon. Kizno did base, but does have the ultimate to join the fight as Conviction trying to make a highway on down. They will find Fakegod early, and yeah, they're going to go on him.
Starfall. They have bodies here, but Chrome doesn't have a lot of damage. Chrome's
Chrome's
in a
stuck.
lot of trouble. Fakegod just obliterates him there as Manui trying to run away now. Conviction getting caught in the fast play, and now they're paying the price for it. Kizno wants to step forward, wants to go with it because you have Hoarder coming down the lane, maybe making a difference here. LG by a lot of space, by a lot of time, and the Dragon will go their way. That's Hex Soul.
Frankly, that's Soul, and I think that's game. I know the Conviction showed a bit of fight, a bit of zest in this one, but I don't know how you can overcome the Hex Tech Soul. Otacon was secured by Luminosity Gaming too, so there's a lot of hidden power from the scoreboard that's in the hands of LG. And we just haven't really seen Conviction be able to survive this front line. That has been really big for Luminosity Gaming. And again, they've gotten tactical twice, but the few times they have, it's been Fakegod running the rest of the fights. Just haven't seen Conviction be able to really sync up. It's been Luminosity Gaming controlling the map, controlling the game, and likely pushing us to a game 3.
I love to see it. We're in the final week of the regular season. We got to have more 3-game series. As now Public Execution will go through. They're trying to pick him off. They do end up getting the kill back, and he's still kicking. He's still full health almost. Conviction put their face straight in the meat grinder, and that's going to be LG going straight for the Baron.
Yeah, again, I think Conviction, they're fishing. They understand this is going to be a tough game for them to win. I can't blame them too much. As like you're down Otacon, you're down Hextech Soul. Surviving till Elder is not going to be the option with how quickly Luminosity Gaming are going to try and play this one out. And for Luminosity Gaming, in Game 1, we saw a few of the Realm Warps and attempted plays go sideways, Mazel. We did a little bit overzealous with a couple of the attempts we had from Luminosity Gaming, but it really feels like they brought things together. They had a really sound comp identity in terms of attacking the top lane, attacking this Gwen, and they've done good work.
They have. Chrome's even thrown up the white flag already. This one does feel a little bit tough now. Almost 4,000 gold up. Is Luminosity Gaming coming back out onto the Rift with about 2.5 minutes on this Baron buff they have. It's going to feel really good as they get a little bit of a late reset from Insanity. But this is much more akin to the LG that I expect. A lot of dominance. I love the fact that they had a clear strategy of how to deal with the Gwen, right? And we talked about it kind of getting let through. What is the prio going to look like? They hammered home what they needed out of that early game in that top side from the assist of Zeyzal, from the assist of Tomio, and the DSG reuniting from NACL just by a couple of years ago. It feels good.
Again, when these guys were last in the league, they were the ones that ran the league. As back-to-back titles for Tomio, Zeyzal, and Fakegod were what got them on that Shopify Rebellion squad. And of course, the last time we saw Insanity here, he was in the finals going up against those guys. Dignitas Challengers against C9 Challengers. It's a fun series. Tomio really emerged as a MVP for that one going back. Tomio has had a really big game here. As again, attacking that Gwen in the top side did indeed seem to be the answer in order to find the win. Speaking of top side, middle inhibitor falls, but Hoarder going to do his best to try and get this tower down. And actually might just find the Insanity in the process.
I think, okay, no, he's
never mind, Shen's here. Well, yeah,
Big
Shen
Papa Zeyzal's here. Get that Shen a beard.
Also the rocks. I think Insanity did a nice job there, getting right on top of the Gwen, making sure that Gwen got taken care of. Hoarder seeking for a Seeker's arm guard for himself, and again, any ability to go golden always be threatened by a trap and Mazel. I feel like there's not a whole much more to talk about when it comes to this game, because it feels like we're just waiting for the fat lady / the Elder Dragon to sing.
both understandable. But I guess that's where we can talk about some of the expectations we had for these teams coming into this split itself, and now at the end of the split, looking at where we're at, because Conviction have really made a run of it, right? Like, I talked so heavily about the 5-win streak for LG and how dominant it's been. Again, 4 back-to-back 2-0s. They have been one of the most dominant teams in NACL, but this Conviction team, they're on a 3-win streak. They've had some really close competition. They've had some really authentically together compositional play, and now there are 3 of them trying to take down Fake God while they lose their base.
That was a little bit too close for comfort there, as they'll try and reset, but again, base in shambles, second inhibitor bound to fall here, and Luminosity Gaming, they can reset with plenty of time to make sure they're ready to go for these next 2 monster objectives.
But like, your expectations coming into the split for Conviction, like, you see some of the veterancy. You obviously have the CLOL champs in 2024 and Darkwings and Chrome. But when we're seeing Minui switch over, we're seeing Kisno's like real first opportunity, I guess, in a lot of ways to be the main set of holder, and Hoarder's first split feels good.
Lit Esports wasn't the best team in NACL.
It was not. That's why I give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm saying, this is his big shot.
I would say that was his first shot, for sure, to be fair. I know Kisno is someone that really has hit high solo queue marks. Definitely has interest because of that. Again, kind of what inspired this young roster to come together. Just some good solo queue performances. And, of course, Darkwings, Aaron being able to win a CLOL. Darkwings has always been pretty consistent in this league. Definitely someone that I feel like doesn't get enough credit himself for how he's improved in the back half. Just as we are used to seeing Darkwings around at this level. He has been around for the last 3.5, 4 years. But it's someone that, of late, feels like he's playing a little bit better than what we're used to seeing of him.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Hoarder can get out of here. I don't think he can.
Unfortunately, the jaws are being trapped shut, and it is a wolf's jaws. Has a lot of bite power. And by the way, there's a guy with a beard there. So
Jen has a beard?
Yeah, because Zazel's playing.
Oh, okay. No, I'll give you that one. But
I grew a beard out of nowhere.
I see that you don't want to play around with me. It's just gonna be one directional here. Seeing if we can get any creativity with the
creativity. Santa Claus. Oh, they got the pick now. Maybe the Tempered Fate coming in though, but he's in a lot of trouble. He's gonna go downtown. Oh my God, that headshot was a literal one. As we're going to game 3, it's just gonna take a little bit of time. Darkwings immediately flashing out. These headshots are doing critical damage, as that's not gonna be adjusted up, but the public execution will be. They are flexing on Conviction. They say that game 1, that was a fluke. This is the real power of Luminosity Gaming. They find a destructive victory in game number 2 to push us the distance and get us to all 6 games on the start of the final week of regular season. LG has arrived.
Trying to kill that Gwen one more time is okay. That's a lot of damage taken from Minui. Luminosity Gaming proving that, yeah, they are indeed one of those titans that we have talked about so much in the NACL. Pretty convincing bounce back victory against Conviction. Frankly, it's been 2 pretty one-sided games. I will say that, like, the series ended now. I said Luminosity Gaming has played a little bit better throughout, but still, it's been pretty close, and excited to see what happens in the rubber match here. Again, a lot of ramifications in terms of our standings. Luminosity Gaming really trying to secure that number 1 seed, or top 2 seed to get a bye. The fact that they did lose a game to Conviction does hurt, because the game score is the tiebreaker. That's going to matter. And Conviction with a win here actually kind of push up to give themselves potentially side select in the first round. So every win for them definitely going to be battle tested going into playoffs with Luminosity Gaming and CCG on the schedule. And we'll see if they can find a win in game 3. It's been a fun series and a fun day so far.
Yeah, it's been 2 very one-sided games in the first starts to both series, and then game 3 and the last one delivered. I'm hoping game 3 and this one does too. We'll see you on the other side of this break for game number 3 of our final series. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL, as we are getting into the final game of the first day of the final regular season week here. It's going to be a fun one. 1-1, Luminosity Gaming pull it back from red side, hyper-focusing their attention onto the Gwen early, and end up tying up the series here. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and I am just waiting for what's in store for this game number 3.
I mean, so far, this has been a pretty fun series. I think that both games, the team that ended up winning, it gave us a pretty convincing performance, but doesn't mean that it hasn't been close. I mean, the late fight around the Dragon was quite the banger here for Conviction. I just think the big difference in that one was Luminosity Gaming. I really respect Zazel with that Shen pick, because I feel like, you know, you see a Caitlyn, and you were even calling out Mazel, like, hey, we're used to playing through the Caitlyn. Is it okay that we're not playing through the Caitlyn? Yeah, it was fine, because they sent that Gwen back to the Stone Ages. And Bessa was doing nothing but work in these fights. This Fake God was a beast this game.
Trying to make scissors out of sticks. I don't think it works. Maybe they'll get the tech, but unfortunately, the Gwen did not pay out, and LG's gambit of letting that pick through and playing around it definitely worked out for them. Again, a team with so much damn experience. You expect these kinds, but there's an expectation of this team to be one of the top 3 in NACL here this split.
100%. As you know, that replay, we missed a 5-man Tempered Fate, which it was pretty.
That was a freeze frame moment.
Again, if Dark Wings has flash and rips off the shockwave that's like frame perfect, then I think that we both would have lost it up here on the casting desk.
Yeah, probably.
But, not the case, as again, I think the common theme with a lot of these fights was just overwhelming the front line of Conviction, overwhelming the Gwen, overwhelming the Pantheon, overwhelming the Bard. Conviction were not able to go get ahead and really hold their battle lines, and that
this even got close.
Yeah, when the 1v3 is close, that's usually where things are a little bit of concern, you know.
Got a lot of gold for that one, but in the end, it was devastation. Keyword Luminosity Gaming, and even then, like, for me, it was calculated on how they ended the game. I think it was pretty quick finish once they kind of smelled blood in the water. And that kind of lethality is really important, especially, you know, flashing 4 in the end when you're a Caitlyn that can absolutely almost one-shot somebody. But it really is that kind of heads-up play that feel like LG woke up after that first game.
Yeah, I think the big thing, like, not just the plays, but also the objective control.
Yeah.
Luminosity Gaming were very dominant in controlling those dragons. And again, taking that winning bot lane, playing it through, and kind of curious now. Of course, I think the one big change is we have the first grubs were pushed back 2 minutes. It like that, as you've highlighted, creates a window where there's a 3-minute timer where dragon is that only objective on the map. Kind of curious with the red side, we have seen the support counter picks be pretty big. Of course, the Varus plus Nico was snapped by Conviction in game 1, but we did see that Shen really shake things up and change that identity for the Luminosity Gaming comp in game 2. And curiously enough, again, the trend continues of picking red side, as Conviction have selected red side after their game 2 loss for game 3.
Yeah, maybe the meta ever so shifting to the red side favor, just being able to
support
pick
counters,
apart
man.
some of the comps.
Yeah, could be big. Again, I think lower level too, like the lower level of league you go, I think the better red side gets. Again,
Yeah, for sure.
just ensures that people get good matchups. You know, good players should be expected to play their blinds and be able to play it well into anything. Whereas if you're even a diamond player, it's not going to be you, right? So I prove that every week we queue up for Flex Q. You know?
You did it to yourself, man. I wasn't gonna do you like that.
Self-burns are popular to them as well. You know, stay humble out there.
Apparently, I've been trying to keep you from like hurting yourself. I'm trying to wrap you up in like a cloth or something.
I played this game too long, and you know my original love was golf, which is even worse for self-deprecation. So,
True.
You know,
True.
at least then you got to hit a bad shot and think about it. Whereas, you know, the gray screen versus the walk the next ball, a little bit different.
True. I'm really looking at this next game, though, to see how much influence both our supports have, because I know we highlighted it coming into the series itself. I know we had some stats up for both of them, but we've had two monumental games from these guys. Not only Zeyzal in this last game with a little bit of recency bias, having some really good plays once he hit that level 6, having a lot of lockdown in that early trade in the 2v2. But game number 1, Manui popped the hell off on the Nico, and he was the massive changing factor to that game number 1 as well.
The Pop Blossoms were huge in that game. It really helped enable Darkwings to get fed and really shifted the tides. Felt like Luminosity Gaming, you know, they pushed too hard in that game 1. They did have a comp where they have to make plays with the Vi and the Rise, but we did see a couple round orbs that were a little bit too deep into what Conviction were showing. Did enable Conviction to really turn that game 1 in their favor. And as we dive into this game 3, of course, rubber match stakes. Luminosity Gaming need this win. They want to continue to race to one of those top 2 seeds in order to ensure a bye. As it sits currently, Luminosity Gaming, they are at +8 in terms of their game win score, as Dark Zero, Near Airport, and Luminosity Gaming are all 6-1. Near Airport are +9, and then Dark Zero, Dragonsteel are at +11 after today. And they still sit at 7-1. So they are the team to beat when it comes to those first seeds. The fact that Conviction did take the game off Luminosity Gaming will hurt them in the race for the top 2 seeds, but Conviction trying to really race for themselves to try and get side select for their first series, or maybe potentially get a 3 seed coming up and get a much better matchup. Because I will say, like, CCG is sitting at 5-3, and then Winthrop, the current 6 seed, is sitting at 3-4, or Blue Otter. I feel like there is a real drop off between that 5 and 6 team. So 3 seed actually going to be very advantageous for the bracket, with just what I think going into the playoffs.
Indeed. As we get into it now, LG on that blue side, they're going to first pick the Italy. Not only is this something that Hoarder had been willing to take out previously in Conviction's wins, but it's also something that can be very flexible. You can give it to Tomio, but you can also have Fake God play, who we know is somebody who likes to play around with the flexibility of the meta.
Yeah, I feel like this also kind of dissuades a potential Lilia pick from Kisno. Again, I'm curious to see where Lilia falls, because I think the change of the single grubs on pushing that timer back does nerf Lilia a little bit. But oh man, we have seen solution bans being thrown out quite early. It looks like Conviction gonna slam that one down, gonna pair it up with the Skarners, just have a beefcake to try and create some space for the Lucian, and they're gonna hold off and see if they want that Milio or the Nami later on. Force Luminosity Gaming to show a few other picks and find a pairing later.
I do wonder what they want to try to pair up with that. If they want to try to go with something that's more lane dominant,
they
or focus
Braum.
away from it. They could.
Again, if you are running Fauna Life on a support, you can proc Lucian's passive. It's not as common as what Milio and Nami can do. Definitely not quite as strong. But yeah, if it ends up just being the Zeri Lulu, I feel
terrifying.
like it dissuades Nami a little bit if it ends up being these two. I think this makes it a little bit more likely to be Milio.
Okay. I actually really like the Lucian Milio combo. I think it's really strong. You're also giving yourself a lot of breathing room in terms of picking your solo lanes right now for Conviction. You are going to have to go through another ban phase, but getting a little bit more of a dial on exactly where this Nidalee is going to be going for LG.
Oh, that's true. I guess it could be top.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's the double steal. It's stealing it away from Hoarder, but also giving you flexibility
Sorry,
to see where you want to
Mizel.
bring.
I saw Tomio, and I just assumed Tomio Nidalee. All right.
It could be. It could be.
I'm not used to this cursed League of Legends that the Shy Ass is playing now.
It works, man. It's such a side lane nuisance.
Does it work if you're not the Shy?
Hoarder won with it. He got it. He did it.
He did.
But I agree with you. I agree. Like that's literally the Shy playing it. He got his first penta. last night, by the way. That's crazy after all this time. First penta ever in his career. Anyways, that's completely different focus. Anyways, in the second phase, we get the top lane focus, at least from the side of Conviction. They're going to ban away the Renekton. On the other side of things, it's this mid lane matchup. It's the Syndra banned away against Darkwing.
Definitely targeted at Darkwings. Again, Syndra can be pretty tough for Zeri to deal with. Can't dash proactively. Those scatters can be really tough. So the Hui ban too. I was actually going to say, maybe setting up a potential Hui mid for Insanity by taking away something like the Syndra, but and there's 2 artillery mages being taken away. Yeah. Curious to see. Frankly, I'm expecting
Tristana ban. I'm glad it's there.
I mean, well, we know that it's going to probably be the Zeri bot, so definitely focused on the mid lane. I'm wondering if it was going to be the Aurora, technically flexible on the side of Conviction, but we expect this to be in the hands of Darkwings. I will say, not a giant Aurora fan, but curious to see what Insanity responds with, because a lot of the good matchups against Aurora in this draft and given Fearless are actually off the board.
Still maybe reaching into his pocket of tricks. Again, Insanity has played a ridiculous amount of champions so far this split.
Annie.
And it's going to be the Annie.
Look, Annie has gotten a lot of changes in the last 2 patches. She got buffed significantly in this one. They gave her 30 damage on her Q at rank 5, which I think is ballistic. As well as they nerfed some of the mana, and they upped the magic pen on Tibbers. And it looks like it's going to be a Poppy. So yeah, I think it's Poppy jungle. You called it, Mazel. I just don't get Annie when there's Emilio. Because yes, this matchup against Aurora in isolation is fine. But Annie and Emilio, like, you just answer with the R and it's chill. So choice to pick now to see what Hoarder wants to play into that top, what we expect to be a top Nidalee. I will say you can play top Jax or top Poppy into Jax if you want to. But yeah, this should be the Nidalee top, and we'll see what Fake God can do.
All right, the Jax is interesting as well. Hoarder knows this setup at least a little bit. He learned, so maybe this is the pick he thinks can make that difference. But it's all about side lane, and so now we have that answer. Going mano a mano, who's going to have that better side lane pressure, at least between those two in the Jax and the Nidalee?
I mean, kind of. I don't like the Annie pick here. I just think that you can't get through Skarner. There's not enough burst damage to actually threaten the Lucian Milio. And then Milio just gets to thematically counter you with that stun. If you're able to, if you don't get caught, right, you're going to be fine. So I think that there is a really narrow timer for Luminosity Gaming to try and win the groupings here. And if they aren't able to hit that, then if this game goes really late, the team fight is so much harder for LG to find. So,
well, it's an important series for both of them. Again, a lot of luck. Can you imagine Conviction tying up LG in the standings as we finish our first day of the final week of the regular season here at NACL? It's Luminosity Gaming going the distance against Conviction. We'll see who comes out the better for it on the other side.
Been a fun day of games here, Mazel, as we have gone the distance with 6. Again, to check out at Watch NACL if you want to scroll through some of the highlights on Twitter. I still cannot emphasize enough how the style in which Toasty and that Dark Zero sub-squad ended that series, as he had one of the best plays of the split to wrap that one up on the Azir. But now we have to see how this series wraps up later on today, Mazel, as it's been a really, I think, good play from each of our teams so far. Again, I feel like Luminosity Gaming has been the stronger team of the series, but we saw 2 pretty one-sided games, and now we'll see if LG can really hit with this comp, because this is a comp where, for me, your ability to execute on the Lucian Milio with Poppy Annie, it's tough. And I just want to see if Luminosity Gaming are up to it, and if they can play clean enough, because keep in mind, game 1, that was the game, Mazel, where we did see Luminosity Gaming really overextend and quicken their own demise with a couple of engages, a couple plays that just were not warranted.
They know that they're in here. Going to try to get the advantage in the 2v2 to start us off. I think this 2v2 is going to have a lot of, I guess, weight on its shoulders down here to try to get the level 2 fight at least. But it is going to be the bot side stars for both junglers, pathing potentially up towards this top side.
For sure, more strength early on the Zeri Lulu. Lulu's laning is oftentimes kind of slept on. Lucian and Milio, they do need doubles. Also, Lucian going for the PTA, not the Electrocute. We have seen Electrocute with Lucian Electrocute, seeing some recent buffs, just be able to be really bursty with that damage. But not knowing that into these area Lulu, that, again, this is a lane that they have to scale into. They can't win right off the bat, so they're going to opt for the PTA instead.
And if we're going to take a little moment to focus on this would-be wild top lane matchup between Nidalee and Jax, it's all about poking and prodding for Fake God. Hoarder obviously has known the matchup a little bit. He did get the win on it on the other side, but it's one of the most annoying setups. Okay, well, I don't get to talk about that anymore. Tomio's going to actually find a little bit of a gank. He can potentially go into the wall. Not going to get wall bang, but gets stopped because of the steadfast presence and flash. Oh, no! Disaster early in the mid lane for Conviction. Darkwings is down.
I mean, at Darkwings, you got to flash early or not flash at all. And Darkwings chose the worst of each, which was flash and die. Real bummer there. Whereas Hoarder take a lot of damage there from Fake God. Nice close range spear. Hoarder still sitting on that potion, trying to abuse D-Shield and second wind, but might need the procket soon.
Yeah.
He wants to eat this wave. I will say, smart by Kisno to walk up top. And
oh
God,
no.
Gotta watch it again.
He doesn't get wall bang, but then he tries to hop during the steadfast presence.
Yeah, that ended up just being the stun. Again, I think that if he's able to flash during the Poppy E animation, that's really his only out. Instead, flashing after, that is the worst of all worlds. As that's going to be a very sad Darkwings, and the opportunity to rinse and repeat mid now going to be very easy for Luminosity Gaming.
Caught between worlds. As Aurora's namesake there. Had to. It is still, though, a lot of that early setup for LG now, as they're going to get this Scuttle Crab on the top side, force a back on the top side. But as we can talk about a little bit, and a little bit of lane advantage going the way of Fake God, they can end up finding this immediate regank here. As the flash comes out, Darkwings has no escape. Gonna get locked out again, and Insanity gets the kill this time. Spread the love of Luminosity Gaming.
Again, just a disaster flash from Darkwings that leads to the second death just being free. So he was trying to get that wave in, but Tomio arrives from above and brings the bunny right to Annie. No tippers yet.
It's rabbit season.
Yeah, it is again rabbit season. We'll see if it's bear season later on with tippers hunting, or cat season.
Scorpion season?
Yeah, I mean, Scorpion's
see what happens going on now, because though looking for bot lane. Tactical should just give his life for this one. Maybe try to dash out, but Crow will clean him up. So now Conviction are on the board towards their win condition of this bot lane having a little bit of strength.
Yeah, a really nice look from Kisno. Did get around that ward. I don't know if it was spotted or not by Conviction, if that got dropped, but that's a big win to the bot lane because Chrome did get the base, walked back, now able to freeze that wave against the Lulu. So a lot going to be denied here for the Zeri.
Now we're going to see a little bit more favor in that bot lane if he can get that back off. But for now, it's just going to be a little bit of stalemate down there and across the board. Very even game early, even though we've had a lot of blood early, 3 kills early in 5.5 minutes. We're starting to see some of the fluctuations that the kind of inherent synergy between the compositions really offer. I mean, both teams have a lot of options early and throughout the early part of the game into mid game.
Still feel like early, like that's where this Luminosity Gaming comp's going to thrive. Again, I'm just concerned about Milio being able to kind of thematically counter what Annie wants to do. And then you're trying to team fight with an Italy, which bruiser items are strong, but
I think you're
still Nidalee with not a lot of setup.
Nidalee, bro.
I'm fine disrespecting Nidalee. That's fine. The Nidalee top is
Nidalee top is actually crazy.
It's only as good as your hands and the bruiser items will allow for you to take it, which fortunately for Fake God, the bruiser items are pretty good, and we will see if Fake God's able to drive home.
See if his hands are as good, you know? Yeah. But I did get to really talk about it. You just have to be annoying as Fake God. You're literally always looking for grass prots. You're looking to be as aggressive as possible all the time, just always in your face. I call it like the ADHD pick for top lane because they just always have something they have to focus on.
Yeah, you get the perma fight. Also, Phage coming out for the Nidalee, going to be really nice. Give you that extra move speed to try and make plays. We're going to see Darkwings potentially go down again.
He's going to try to get in. Already used the hop before the steadfast presence came through. So Darkwings knowing now how to deal with those engages. Does also get a nice little trade with the Electrocute proc onto Insanity.
Still, I do like the fact that Insanity was willing to take the Annie into the Aurora, even if I'm worried about the thematic counter into Milio. Again, early on, this is a lane that you can for sure play through and win as the Annie. So I know that Annie has gotten a lot of buffs, and Insanity, we always praise him for his ability to, you know, have a wide pool and be willing to play what he feels like is best in the game, not necessarily what's best for him as a player. He's usually able to turn that into what's good because well, he has knowledge to take it into the game and execute. So far, executing on mid has been what has been working out for Luminosity Gaming. His 2 plays from Insanity and Tomio, and a bit of an unfortunate flash from Darkwings did net into a couple positives for Luminosity Gaming. But that flash is about to come back up for Darkwings, and he should be able to sneak out of this one okay.
Should be able to get a little bit of trade back on Atomio as well, as Dragon already started up, going to be pulled out by Kisno. A little bit later on that take, but still should be just fine and dandy. About 8 minutes in, take that first Dragon for Conviction. Still about a steady 1,000 gold lead behind LG, as they will end up going over to those grubs and getting the 3 grubs. So honestly, again, we go back to the conversation. Still think 3 grubs is better than 1 Dragon, but it depends on what Conviction want to do with that.
I mean, I think in this game, you just have to trade. Like, there's, unless you're going to swap a Lucian Milio up, there's no way that you can take the grubs. It's just, wherever that Nidalee is, you're going to have to give. So, we do see Hoarder trying to do his damnedest to survive up here. Does have access to TP again. So Hoarder is falling a little bit behind
trying to make a play on mid.
Couple of minutes. Oh, the Tibbers went down. I mean, Tomio's here.
Impale, flashed out of by Insanity.
Nice. That's very worth it there for Kisno. It's going to be a nice reprieve here for Darklings.
He just TP'd back as well. There will be the counter TP from Insanity to come right back out the lane, but still will be nice for Kisno to try to get involved more so on the map as well. Start worrying about this side lane a little bit. About 20 CS differential developed by Fake God. Hoarder will have the TP to get back and try to reestablish something in lane, but that is the biggest gold differential right now on the map.
And you could see there, of course, the Nidalee, you max the E, so you get the attack speed steroid, and then the Phage able to do some decent work, increase those grass procs, and Big Guy will take the TP away from Hoarder. See, TP's back the cannon waves. That said, neutrals, of course, are down. And I gotta say, the game state, like where it's at right now, I think about on par with the drafts that we have. I think a 1k gold deficit for Conviction, not terrible, just given the strength that I think Luminosity Gaming has earlier in this draft. Darkwings might have to be careful here. I was about to say, if Insanity didn't have Tibbers, so wasn't able to pull the trigger, but good escape from Darkwings. There is some nice scaling in the Aurora, as her AP ratios are pretty nasty and pretty gnarly, but again, Annie has gotten a lot of buffs, so we're still kind of trying to see where Annie lands in competitive. For sure think that she's a viable champion right now. But for me, just trying to gauge the strength, given how many changes, fundamental changes that we had to Annie, especially like, given how her Tibbers works.
Yeah, I'm really interested in how these kind of team fights end up panning out, because again, maybe they get Fake God involved. I doubt Fake God's going to be there. So it's about using the pieces that you do have, and there's been a lot of control trying to prop up this bot side from Conviction, and starting to lean into Chrome and Manui having a lot of difference-making factor in the rest of these team fights. Once this first item comes online, I expect them to be a little bit more aggressive as well.
Again, levels from Milio really big.
Yeah.
So them getting, or at least being able to, kind of wary, or whether the early game, that kill that Kisno was able to help them get, I think really net them a little bit of time and space that was important for that matchup and how Conviction wanted it to go. And Lucian Milio, I mean, the spikes that come in from these guys end up being real, as we'll see what Chrome's able to do later on. Again, has cleanse and has the bonus cleanse from the Milio too. Just gonna really be on Manui to make sure that he is not the one that is caught out, and is able to make sure that he can help his team when survive the Tibbers that it's likely to be dropped, or flash dropped on him being target number 1, but we'll see what else Insanity is able to find.
Man, we really had 3 kills in like 5.5 minutes, and then now nothing. We're in the desert. We're taking a lot of reservation, and I highlight that because I think it's important. Both these teams know how serious this series can be, especially in the standings implications, so not trying to let anything go to chance.
I like this a lot. Fake God, he's tried to get a plate, does do so successfully. There was no look from Kisno, but they were able to get Hoarder out of this lane. He doesn't have TP, Fake God does, so at least this proactive swap going to be okay for Conviction. They can have a wave or two where Nidalee isn't going to be, free farming. And in the 1v2, Nidalee not too happy. So you're going to see Luminosity Gaming kind of rotate around and try and support the Nidalee. Insanity should pick up this bot wave and then try and shift back mid is what I expect. So they can find that Nidalee versus Jax matchup again.
Gotta get back into the favor, back into the CS
hold
lead.
On. Never mind. Conviction actually shifted mid. So they stayed top. I do think Tactical and Zeyzal might have followed. Wasn't the case, though. They shifted mid to match, and it will be the Aurora answering the Nidalee. Aurora does have a lot of wave clear, so maybe able to prevent some grasp procs going through, but still got to believe that Fake Out on that 1v1 will win.
This Hoarder went out on this 1v1 against Insanity.
Yes.
Feels like it can be a little tough, though. Get some good poke in.
He does. There is a chance that he can all in the Annie. Of course, if Poppy comes, he doesn't win out on the 1v2. I think level 11 is going to be really important with finding a couple of extra resistances. His ult going to be really big this game and trying to, again, survive the burst, survive that initial damage that Luminosity Gaming is going to have with this Annie.
Having a little bit of a collapse now. Was centered around bot side. Nothing else going to come of it, though. We did get first item, Essence Reaver, completed for Chrome. Well, as Darkwings had already gotten that Leandri's. There's some really nice item spikes coming through. You can see that Chrome's feeling a little bit more confident to step up here. Needs to be careful, though. As LG are always looking. There is Dragon up on the table. Conviction could go to a second, or LG can tie us up 1-1.
I gotta say, I'm not familiar with the Leandri's Rush Aurora. I'm not sure if that's new or that's meta. Order gonna have to flash. Good flash.
There's the flash.
Well played.
Really well played from Hoarder to get out of that one. Trying to flash ahead of time. And give Darkwing some lessons there from the early game. As that is going to be the Dragon going down to Conviction, at least to start up right now.
Yeah, so shout out to my second monitor. The Aurora Leandri's Rush you see a little bit more commonly in top lane. So I assume that this choice from Darkwing is just making sure that he has some HP earlier on to survive the Annie. So kind of like a Zir logic, right? When you build this Hunting or the Leandri's before you build an Asher's Tooth. I assume that we'll see Darkwings go for AP later on, because again, the AP ratios from Aurora are quite gross, and Darkwings is going to have to be very careful here. I think it's one shot.
Walk right up, and that's not going to be enough damage. He's going to pop the Between Worlds to get away.
Well played.
And nicely done from Insanity on the timer towards top side. Yes, I do. Darkwings getting out is really nice, but they will end up losing this outer turret in top side. And that will go down quickly as first turret completed by Luminosity Gaming.
And Feats almost secured now by, I mean, first to 3 could be really big for Luminosity Gaming, so Conviction gives away a kill. Definitely something to look out for. As Kisno was able to snipe away that crab, and now might be looking for more. Zeyzal able to sneak out.
And we're going to go back to peace and quiet. It's been almost 10 minutes.
This is a fascinating game. Again, I really feel like a slow game like this doesn't benefit Luminosity Gaming. I really want to see them drop Tibbers when Insanity hits 11 or close to that, and see if they can find Manui or look around Manui to see if they can find a big play. I do think this is a timer that could be really good for LG.
They're gonna move over. They've got TP coming in. This is the fight they're looking for. They're even bringing Fake God over. Lightning crashes. They get the stun CC. Porter find the double counter strike. Impale goes completely wide by Kisno. The culling is not nearly going to be enough. LG feeling empowered, feeling zealous, and feeling like they want to bring their wrath on a Conviction. Hoarder will go down to Tactical as well, as that's the big pick off the Feats as well, and that will also go straight to the Rift Herald for LG.
Flash stun on the Milio, no chance to cast that ultimate. That creates a very one-sided fight for Luminosity Gaming. Again, I like that timer for them. Definitely feel like it's a winning play. They were able to find it and to get some kills and pick up the Rift Herald. And we'll see how much gold they can get out of this. Again, scaling still think is nice for Conviction, but Luminosity Gaming, they're strong right now and they're using their timer well.
They are indeed, and what a way to use it. Again, this team that's full of veterans, that's full of honestly experience together as well, between at least the trio of them, really utilizing that well. And again, ever since that game number 2, they have been on the same page. It's been really, really fun to see them kind of come together around these team fights.
Yeah, we'll say that did cost Insanity his flash. I think well worth it, but a chance for Conviction to find a play on the back half. Darkwings and Chrome do have flash, and of course, Impale, when you're going up against something like Annie that's flashless, is very threatening. So chance for Conviction to answer, but that play from Luminosity Gaming, again, like that timer for them, their champions, the items they had, they were up at that point of the game. They really drove that one home as Manui Conviction did fall to the engage from Insanity's Annie.
And honestly, I'm getting so excited. I know we talked about literally everything but this spot lane matchup, one that I really was interested in coming into the series. Tactical, who I view as the best, if not one of two, I feel like, best ADCs in the league, versus Chrome, who has had a hell of a come up, not only obviously on his CNV championship last year, but on this Conviction team, being a main staple to how they win games and how they've had this win streak for them. And now they're both being set up for a lot of success. It's going to be a lot of mechanical skill between these two, and Tactical already being tested here.
Ooh. As
we look in the mid lane play. The Impale going to go wide because of Zazel's flash. Also used the wild growth there.
Okay, still like Kisno, trying to use these Impales to find flashes. That is a positive. But Insanity is still allowed to operate in this bot lane, and that play is expensive for Conviction.
Yeah.
Shout out to our observers showing Luminosity Gaming. They have 3 grubs. Their ability to pressure these turrets. That play missing, Azazel burning that flash, well worth it. As he sneaks out, no blood going over to Conviction. Instead, just going to be turrets pressured and more gold going into the pockets of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, they're over 4,000 gold up, and a lot of it's just from the annoying nature that is Fake God and this side lane pressure, because you have to deal with him, but he can run away from you. You can't really catch him. Then you have to go to the other side of the map. While you're on the other side of the map, he's taking more stuff. He's just always in your face, always doing something. It forces the hand of Conviction, who have been trying to find a way to deal with all this pressure across the map.
Sanity still no flash for a fight like this. Again,
Order just flashed.
I'm traded flashes with Fake God. Fake God was very low. He had to sneak out, but no TP. Chance for Hoarder to pressure this top outer turret. I think that they're just going to trade this for the Dragon. I really don't think this is a timer for Conviction to fight. The Annie is so strong right now. Let Annie be strong at the moment. You can try and find her later on if Aurora scaling kicks in, when Jax gets tankier, when Skarner gets tankier, and it's just easier to deal with the burst upfront damage that Annie will provide. So I think that this is the right drop for Conviction. For me, them taking the first 2 dragons was a pairing of grubs obviously being traded, which is a positive for Luminosity Gaming. But also the second one, just the Lucian Emilio scaling kicking in. This is a timer that you have to respect. Just take the top outer, take what the map is giving you. Good call from Conviction.
A little bit of reservation in a very important game, a defining game of this best of 3, but also potentially defining moment for Conviction to even up the score against LG, who we always viewed as one of the heads of the 3-headed Hydra of NACL. See if Conviction can truly make a 4th head spawn. And now moving into the Rift here, this redeploy, there's still nothing really on the map. Those in-between moments going to be really important, but it does signify a moment where LG, they don't really have anything going. We said how many times it's not good for things to be a little bit even, to be even a little bit safe for them. They do still have this massive lead, but they're still struggling to find those proactive plays.
Part of it's just how they're playing out 3 lanes. It's not like they aren't finding leads, right? It just isn't in the fights. It's the economy that we have on the map, because it is almost
economic victory.
Yeah, it's 3.5, 4K gold lead. I will say the economic victory will be in the hands of Conviction if we're gonna go late in this one, but still, always a chance to execute with the Annie and a chance to execute here. Is Kisno gonna get bopped around a little bit?
Wallbang there, big lightning crash. Chrome immediately flashes, but dies to the Storm Surge of all things. With lightning at their back, they strike a double kill for Insanity.
Manui burned everything there on Chrome to try and keep him alive, and it just didn't matter. The burst from the Annie, the burst from Luminosity Gaming, enough to take down the Lucian. They find Kisno in the back half. That's going to be Otacon and Luminosity Gaming taking full control of this game.
Things were on a precipice of even. Conviction had started to fall off that cliff. Now that cliff, they got a little bit more slippery. And feel a lot harder to find their way back up that cliff face itself. Almost 5,000 gold lead developed now. And LG have firm control of this game. Going 22 minutes in, they now also will be looking at these resets coming through and getting to these second items, almost thirds.
Again, I just don't think that Chrome can be there. I do want to shout out Luminosity Gaming. That setup on the double control wards that you see and that bot embankment brush and that bot banana brush around the river was big in protecting and hiding Insanity, who ended up finding that giant engage to swing the fight in Luminosity Gaming's favor, but just really a sign of the times, the control that Luminosity Gaming has over this map, and now Manui
instantly. Oh my god, that is not for children. That is absolute devastation. And now 4-0 Insanity just wipes Manui off the map.
I mean, he's one big Annie, and
my god! Again, 2 plays in one series.
Might have been
That's
deep.
crazy, as we do get that full-on engage, and Kizno will fall to the unstoppable Annie of Insanity as he finds another double. They're going straight down mid lane.
All right, again, Annie has seen a ton of changes, and Insanity is making those changes look damn good as... I mean, Annie's just dropping nukes on the map, man. The Milio's going pop. We saw Lucian go pop in the back half as well. And there's no answer here for Conviction. While all this is going on, Fake God still a side lane terror on the Nidalee. Things getting out of control here. And what was a pretty competitive series now. Luminosity Gaming really sinking their claws into Conviction, showing that they are indeed one of the 3-headed Hydras that we have here in NACL.
What a dominant performance so far from them. Still a while to clean up and finish this one. But after that game number 1, it was a wake-up call, as they did not want to fall to Conviction. A dominant game 2, a very reserved game 3, into now just an explosive lead going their way. Almost 7,000 gold up now. We'll see Conviction trying to make a play on top side. Manui getting chunked initially as Kisno's looking for the play. Now gets the wall bang as well. Is going to get polymorph and misses another impale. That's really unfortunate. That's multiple this game that they've not been able to kind of clutch up on.
That's hard to hit on Nidalee. I know the Conviction is reaching, but it's just really tough to take down Nidalee in a scenario like that. And kind of like what Tomio is doing here, just messing around with Conviction, trying to stop the bases.
Messing around with them in game and out of game by giving them a thumbs up.
I mean, look at the rest of the map. You can see Annie's pushing in bot. Annie is way too strong to be contested right now, as Insanity has made sure that Annie is doing her due diligence in school, has picked up a Magi's and trying to stack up some paper there.
Oh my god.
As, again, I will say, I think another part of the new season that not a lot of folks are talking about, I think this is a pretty significant change. The feats boots just being 250 gold cheaper.
Yeah.
It feels like players are a lot more incentivized just to pick it up and take that nice little stat boost. And, of course, the Spellslinger shoes, one of the stronger boots that we have. Minus 250 gold, and you get 7% Magic Pen for 500 gold. I think that is filthy OP. On top of, like, the flat pen the boots already give you. And it stacks onto Insanity's Magic Pen from the Tibbers as well. So, yeah, we're definitely seeing that do a lot.
Should be a second dragon in a row secured by LG. They just use some of their pressure on the map to be able to even things up here, although Conviction are running to try to answer over. It will end up being that keeper's verdict utilized. The engage from Kisno, maybe looking for it, though, gets polymorphed immediately. Chrome trying to dash in, trying to get some damage down on Tomio. Tomio with a 3-man knock up there as well from the Wild Growth is massive, and Kisno's going down too. Tactical finds the kill. Fake up down the flank, and he's ripping through them with the claws of the Cougar. Hooter gets the 1 kill back. Fake God still ripping down another one, and Horn is going to try to run from Tibbers, but Manui not going to be so lucky as he finds himself another double. That'll be LG running rampant, almost 10,000 gold up.
I mean, that engage, the Wild Growth on top of Tomio, that 3-man knock up, the lead that Luminosity Gaming was bringing into that fight was more than enough to make sure it went their way. As the heal from Fake God going to keep Tomio topped off, and this Baron's going to fall, and this series, again, likely to go in the hands of Luminosity Gaming.
God, man. Just to err on the side of Conviction, this was going to feel bad. After that dominant game number 1 and losing all that momentum, they were so close to being a part of that Hydra conversation, potentially. But LG definitely shut them up very quickly here in this one. And it's a 3-item tactical now, getting closer to 3 items there for Insanity as well. We got the Hull Breaker completed for Fake God. He's doing it even faster than the Shy did. The Shy went for a 4th item. No, we're gonna see this this draft really working out for LG, and they cooked with this one. I think I appreciate the Annie, I appreciate the Nidalee, and I appreciate the gameplay that we're seeing on screen as they get Tactical going on a rampage, and now Conviction forced to run away. Tomio going with the stretch play there too, and Tactical gunning them down one by one by one by one. A quadra kill for the premier ADC of the NACL.
I mean, it was at first Insanity dropping the tactical nukes on the Ritz. How about a quadra kill for Tactical as he drops a nuke himself, and Luminosity Gaming putting an exclamation mark over what was a close series, making this look like a dominant game 3. As the draft from LG, we're kind of scratching our heads like, hey, they win the early game. Can they snowball this one quick enough? They weren't able to do so in game 1 with that draft. Well, this one looked damn clean, playing through the Annie and making sure that Zeri was ready to go later on.
We asked for a snowball. Well, Insanity chose the snow skin for the Annie, so just makes it perfect all in the end. And speaking of, they're going to take 2 inhibs, mid and top down for Conviction as Kisno looking for a little bit of desperate engage here. He's got the Impale. He wants to hit a big one. He gets on a 2, but he's already dying. And the immediate engage from Hoarder gets stopped by the Steadfast Presence. Darkwings immediately have the dash out of his way. Now Fake God goes in, using this health bar so efficiently, dashing at them. And I said there's one rule. You can't run away from the Cougar, but it's an entire pack of them here, Cubby, as LG gonna run Conviction to their base, throw up the white flag. LG are looking for a 2-1 win.
Yeah, the 2-1 going to decrease the odds that we find them in the top 2, but still taking care of business against Conviction. Luminosity Gaming continue to look like a team to beat as we approach playoffs.
They do indeed. They secure this one, the comeback victory here in a best of 3 as they won the last 2. Their 2-0 spree will be ended, but they will end up going to that 6-win streak to finish off here. They still have one more series to go as well. Could be a stunning finish for Luminosity Gaming.
Shout out to the Annie, man. Insanity made that pick. It has seen a ton of changes in the last 2 patches. That really feels like that pick might be pretty strong as that Q. It's a point and click, 270 base damage with an 80% AP ratio, folks. Do some homework, some math that you have there compared to some other champs of the game. You know, Annie's kit might be simple, but it seems to be quite effective in that one as that pick on top of the rest of Luminosity Gaming's play. One-sided game from start to finish, and end up, again, really marking that series. It was close the first 2 games. Felt like Luminosity Gaming would have been a little bit of a better team if we ended it after game 2, but they wanted that game 3 to make sure they could find that 2-1 and move up in standings, and again, very convincing win.
Yeah. It was so slow and steady too. I mean, like I said, we had 3 minutes and 3 kills in like 5.5 minutes, and then for like 15 minutes there was nothing, and then LG win the game. No, they started finding those entrances and really being proficient about how they were placing themselves on the map. And this is a team that we expect that kind of calculation, that kind of execution from, with a team full of veterans, a team full of stars who are looking for another shot at LTA at the end of this year.
I mean, again, just going through the highlight reel here. I mean, after Tactical gets picked off here, I mean, what happens? The 2 fights where Annie entered early. I know this fight, the Kisno, his ult went wide. It was a really good keeper's verdict to get Darkwings out of there too. I feel like this fight was just mistimed from Conviction because Darkwings doesn't have access to that ultimate. Probably should have sacked the Rift Herald and tried to play for something else, but that's what really started the snowball to get out of control. And then this one, watch Chrome. Again, that dash in, Insanity was protected on that control ward. Everything burned from Manui to try and keep him alive. Marksman removed immediately. No chance to win the fight here. As that really marked the end of any hopes for Conviction finding that win.
Indeed. And it feels bad for Conviction, Simon. You felt so close after that first game to being able to take this series, but LG are LG for a reason. Give them a lot of respect in how they executed. My God, some of these plays in the end looked so damn good from this squad. And again, you naysayer on the Nidalee. Fake God had a huge impact. He had like a 50 CS lead all the time in the side lane.
Yeah, but the Nidalee pick ended up working out pretty well. Hoarder's answer wasn't quite good enough. And I mean, honestly, again, when you're playing against Nidalee, you just need to be more effective in the fights. Yeah. I feel like Hoarder did his best in a couple of these, but this game was so out of control on one side about the time that some of these fights started. It was just no chance for Conviction to win in this one. So feel like a couple of the fight timers, Conviction might be able to revisit, and might change again. I know that Annie is a little bit of a new champion for everyone with all the changes that was had. Again, they really shifted around her power with some of the numbers, with taking some power out of Tibbers, but giving it Magic Pen, and then buffing up some of the other numbers around Annie. It feels like Annie has been in quite a nice spot. I know that LS, being a longtime Annie enjoyer, was pretty excited for the nerfs, did call that it was going to be OP, and man, it looked really OP in this game, as was played very well by Insanity and the rest of Luminosity Gaming.
Really triumphant win for them. Feeling a lot better for sure after that game number 1. Did not go their way whatsoever. And now being able to kind of show confidently they know how to pull out the series in the end, maybe showing off some of the strats that they were looking for. But then Italy, Annie, something to think about now further as we face off against Luminosity Gaming in the playoffs, things along those lines when you look forward. Because this team is the real deal, and I love the way they kind of dissect the map and how they want to win. Not only from this game 3, but even when you look in that game number 2 with the Shen play and knowing how to find that win condition, you can definitely give the experience the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, again, I feel like Conviction, they really capitalized off of some mistakes from Luminosity Gaming in that game 1. I like the drop. They put it out well. Just couldn't find a winning angle in the last 2 games. With game 3 kind of being a very one-sided game, but Luminosity Gaming proving that they are a cut above, as they have really for the entirety of NACL outside of those other 2 big teams. And that said, I'm excited to sit down and talk with them, as Mazel, you might get to ask some more questions about a unique champ we saw for the first time.
We're going to have our interview ready to go. It's Fake God from Luminosity Gaming. I'm super excited to get to talk to Fake God. It's been a little bit, my friend, my dude. You coming out with the tech against Hoarder, who was the first one to whip it out of the ACL. How did it feel? Were you stealing it away from it? Did you feel like it was a good pick in the moment? How did you come about the Italy choice?
Oh, I was pushing really hard for us to take it early because I knew he wanted to take it.
Yeah.
Like, most likely. So I was like, okay, guys, we have to deny the Italy top pick. And they're not going to think it's Italy top because I haven't shown it. So they're going to be like bamboozled. That's why I got the Renekton ban out. So I was the one pushing for it. And I was kind of happy with how it went. But I wouldn't say I like really impacted the match. I was just like, I just got like a solo lead and then my team kind of won, but I'm so happy I pulled it out.
I like it.
Yeah, of course, after that game 1, you guys kind of had to regroup, regather, Fake God, and as we approach the last week of the regular season, it really feels like you guys have just been waiting for playoffs. Feels like we might see you in that first round, depending on how things pan out outside of the top 2 at the moment. But, what are you excited for when it comes to playoffs? What are you looking forward to? Any matchups that you want to take? Obviously, the Dark Zero team, the one loss you guys suffered, are going to look a little bit different the next time around. Are you looking out for them? You looking for a rematch against the airport? Or what are you excited for when it comes to playoffs?
I'm just excited to face Dark Zero again in an official match. And then I'm really excited for best of 5 Fearless because I still haven't experienced that yet. And all our scrims are basically like sets of 3. So we never go beyond game 3. Like for me, I'm just wondering, like, I don't even know what we're going to do past like game 4. Like I'm going to have to pick out like something really weird. Like I don't want to say it, but like something weird. And then my mid laner's gonna pick something weird too. Like it's gonna be like you wouldn't even hear it ever.
2 unique solo lane picks and able to find the win, right? That's a nice step in the right direction. It might be required in games 4 or 5 you get there.
Very true. All right, I gotta ask you though, Fake God, what has been your biggest growth moment this split so far? We talked so much about the veterancy on this team, all the LTA experience coming into the fold here, a shot at the end of the year, obviously to get into LTA, but you guys are still growing. You guys are still developing. We've seen that in the split so far. So for you personally, what has been that biggest moment? What have you been kind of holding on to, maybe proud of, that you've grown?
I actually think I've improved a lot more than I thought I would have at the beginning as a player, like overall. Maybe like specifically, I would say like just like how I move on the map or like what I look for, just like side laning. Like I thought a very like kind of big weakness of mine was always like not knowing what to do in mid game and like how I play side lane and like playing too safe or playing too not safe and then dying. But usually it's like playing too safe and then not getting anything done. So I'm just happy that I feel like I've been improving on that aspect overall in this spring season.
I like it.
And I'm really it's really good working with Deus as my coach, because those are like concerns I brought up with him, and those are things that I said I wanted to work on, and I think he's been doing like a really good job helping me improve in aspects that I didn't realize needed improvement. Like I think right now I've improved a lot more in general than I have in like in the last 4 years probably.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I mean, it's good to see, man. Of course, you guys have been one of the best teams that we have in the league, so keep up the good work. Before we send you off the playoffs, though, and before we give you thank yous, you got a hell of a shelf behind you, Fake God. I'm going to introduce some show and tell. Do you have any favorites that you like? Any books, any displays that you might want to show the class? I don't care about IP. You can show whatever you want. Do you have any favorites?
I'm not usually home, so like a lot of this art from my parents buying random stuff or like shoveling random. Like I don't know where these came from. These are like, wait, can you even see it? These are.
Do I see Pizza Party Sivir in there?
These are League of Legends like figurines. I don't know where they came from. They're just here. And
it doesn't look right official. The Pizza Party one does.
Yeah, this is like Levi. I don't know where I got these from either. That's my sister's probably. It's
cute. It's cute.
It's just a plushie.
Oh yeah.
From that movie, like the Studio Ghibli, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
And then there's like a heck of a lot of books. Me and my sister actually read a lot of books when we were young, but it kind of like became a bad habit because we would just like eat dinner or like, eat breakfast and then just like bring the book out, and then we would just take like, well, me personally, I would take like 30 minutes to eat because I'm just like reading the book. I'm not actually like focused on either.
But
Fake God, I don't think any parent's going to say that's a bad habit. I'm going to say it's a good habit.
It's kind of good, but it's kind of it's kind of like going to eat and then you have your phone out and it's just you just take like an extra hour to eat. It's like this. It's really similar. But
I like it. Book greater than phone. We'll go with that.
That's true.
All right, before we let you go though, Fake God, let's go ahead and give you a chance to give some shout outs to anybody you want to talk about.
I was just the usual. Shout out to my teammates and my coach Deos and my parents for housing me in this remote academy split so far. Pretty nice though. And yeah, I guess that's it really. It's like that's everyone I know.
Yeah, there you go. It's a pleasure to get to chat with you yet again. I'm glad to hear some of that self-realization of the growth that you've been showing on the Rift because it's been impressive to watch. Thank you again. We'll talk to you soon, I'm sure, and we'll see you again.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we're going to take it back from him, and that is going to be our signaling of the end of this day. But before we do that, we also have to think about what exactly happened in this last series, and specifically how dominant that last game for Luminosity Gaming looked. I mean, we look forward a little bit, and they obviously have Supernova to face off in the end. I think that's going to be a little bit easier of a matchup than this one was itself, but being able to slam home the last 2 wins of the season at this last crucial juncture would be really good for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, of course, any momentum you can build on for playoffs, and it's not like Luminosity Gaming skated through for free. That last game might have been one-sided, but that was a pretty heavily contested series. So, of course, being battle-tested as well before you dive into playoffs always going to be key. And, hey, I know that they play the last match that we have of the regular season up against Supernova. I know that match likely to not matter against Luminosity Gaming, just given seeding. I'm kind of expecting them to be locked in at that 3 seed, but hey, you never know. We'll see. That match could matter a lot for Supernova too, depending on how things go.
Good indeed. We got one last award to give. It is MVP for this second series, as we'll be getting that up here rather shortly. It is Zazel. Fear the Beard is alive and well. My man with the KDA 7 on the Lulu. Let's go, baby.
It's the Portal Combat. Let's go, Zazel. I felt like he was 0-0 and 18 by the end of that one, honestly. I feel like it was higher. So,
yeah, give him more awards. A double MVP.
Shout out to Zazel, a pretty rare support MVP, but always good. I will say I think the Shen pick was very unique in that game too. Actually was a big part in helping attack that Gwen and make sure things were did go to the side of Luminosity Gaming, and then the Lulu had some big wild growths that I think were a little bit slept on a couple of these fights. So I think this was the one where when Tomo goes in able to hit a 3-man was okay, no, that was a different fight.
But I do remember exactly what you're talking about. So for me, it's also just the impact this guy has outside of the game itself on every team that he has, right? He's a great force, a great presence to have on the Rift and off the Rift. And it's why, like, through all the fluctuations, all the way raging back from Cloud9 to to his highs on DSG, to Shopify Rebellion, to now Luminosity Gaming. I still think this guy, his story is worth telling, and I'm really happy to see him get a little accolade here in the end, even if it's just an MVP off of KDA. This guy is a force to be reckoned with in the support role.
I mean, he is your on-the-riff coach.
Literally.
Brings a lot of comms and a lot of knowledge to any game, any team that he's a part of. So shout out to Zazel. Did think he had a really nice series in that one. Helped his team find a pretty convincing 2-1.
Yeah. And that being said, I still think this team is ramping up. It's crazy. They only have one series left, obviously, against Supernova, and maybe that's not as contested, but really looking forward to what they can bring off in the playoffs. On the other side of things, though, maybe a little bit less excited to talk about, but it is one more banger matchup for Conviction against CCG. And that one's going to have a lot of fun to it, especially for those kind of last places in the playoffs here as well. But it's all about the standings that we have coming into it with all these fluctuations, all this movement. It was close to almost throwing a wrench into the works from Conviction. But that being said, Luminosity will actually go up to second place here since Near Airport still have to play that next series.
Yeah, of course, still 2 series left for Near Airport, and the game win, the plus minus, that is the tiebreaker. That's what matters. So Near Airport still sitting pretty with that, as they're +9 and have some chances in a couple matchups where I think it's pretty safe to say that they are favored moving forward here, as they have Winthrop University and Pulse, as you can see on the standings. Not exactly the highest teams that we have in our standings, but see if we can get any surprises. As it was a fun day of games today, Mazel.
It was.
Definitely looking forward to Thursday. I feel like we have a couple close ones. Could be some meaningful ones. And then, of course, I know that we're going to talk about our schedule tomorrow, too.
Yeah.
I want you to draw your eyes. Those 2 teams we have in the red right now, Supernova and Pulsar. A win would be critical for Supernova to try and push themselves out of the relegation conversation. If they do win, they would have more game wins than Apex Mission Impossible and a better plus minus, which they already have. So really key that Supernova can find that win against Pulse. Whereas if Pulse finds the upset, that could just decide.
Crazy.
Like they could just drag Supernova down with them in that relegation pool. So that's big. Then, of course, Winthrop University, another series win would be critical for them in that playoff race. So
I think it secures it because they would get to 4 and Blue Otter just have the 1. If AMI win, then it gets a little bit crazy.
You are
obviously,
correct.
But
you are correct.
It's actually going to be such an important day here in NACL, as it is the Super Week. We do have 4 days of games, especially with the last day having 3 best of 3s. It's going to be a lot of fun, a wild finish to what has been a pretty rambunctious first split of the year.
Yeah, always get the chaos, and shout out to everyone for following us along for the ride. Of course, twitch.tv/NACL, YouTube as well. We stream on there, NACL, and at Watch NACL on Twitter. You can join the conversation with hashtag NACL too. Encourage you guys for sure to check out the Twitter today. We had a couple highlight plays that did hit our Twitter, which if you missed the series earlier, definitely recommend that. And of course, can keep up with all the plays that we have throughout the rest of our Super Week here to wrap up our regular season at NACL.
Exactly that. Go check out that Toasty play. It was absolutely wild on the Azir, but a ton of really fun plays across the day. Cubby, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to cast these alongside you. I know we got a long week ahead of us, so make sure everybody's locked in, tuned in, and be right back here tomorrow, same time, same place, for some more NACL action. And we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
You at least will save your health bar and have that flash up for the upcoming Dragon fight.
Okay.
And
I was wondering, Blue Otter have just been sunk up like a meatball for this entire last 4 minutes. I was wondering what they were going to try to do with it. It turns out it's out of con. It burns down. There's no more roses to go, and Blue Otter will take the permanent buff.
That's nice. Now any takedown matchups, Nico against Alistar, are going to make sure those matchups are tough. Is nasty.
Okay. He's a little bit caught here. He will get the flash over. They're still going to try to follow him. The rest of Dark Zero are on their way. Is this worth it? As Toasty's coming around. Big triple knockup. Gets the shutdown over to Quacker, but Quacker's not going to be locked out. Quacker again with the 3-man. As that's going to be a double kill over to Spawn. The veteran of Spawn paired up with the nudist Crouchin. You love this.
Dark Zero needed in order to try and secure that first seed.
No way they're looking to win this game right now. Get this man a damn starting roster in NACL quick and get him on a big team, because Toasty deserves it. And now they're looking for this finish off of one fell swoop, off of one big team fight win. As Dark Zero Dragon Steel Light getting the well in these team fights.
I mean, again, the first couple of fights were really big for Darkwing. See that chunk onto Zazel. The heal has to be popped, and even the face wall pop. We're gonna
They want him. They want him. They want to go for him, but the counter engage from Minui. It's just enough. Darkwings is untouched there. He's still alive. Finally, Tactical gets one. Maybe Fate got able to follow it up. Double carry's gone now. Insanity is still in the fight as well. Big fight though, as Porter's still alive. Kizno's out looking for his own entrance here as the Seraphs is popped. Insanity's going down, and that's an ace.
Any creativity with the
creativity.
Insanity.
Oh, they got the pick now. Maybe the Tempered Fate coming in though, but Inui's in a lot of trouble. He's gonna go down. Oh my God, that headshot was a literal one. As we're going to game 3, it's just gonna take a little bit of time. As Darkwing's immediately flashing out. These headshots are doing critical damage. As that's not gonna be just enough, but the public execution will be. They are flexing on conviction. They say that game 1, that was a fluke. This is the real power of Luminosity Gaming. They find a destructive victory in game number 2 to push us the distance and get us to all 6 games on the start of the final week of regular season. LG has arrived.
Trying to kill that Gwen one more time. Okay, after one of them.